Oh, that little transition. I love that animation. Oh my god, I am weak
Mm.
for animations.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hi,
It's your
chats.
favorite cockatrice. We're here today with Yuki Tsukimori. How introduce yourself,
Hello.
Yuki?
Hello, everybody. My name is Yuki Sukimori, the Snowlover Baker. I'm a comfy chaotic variety streamer here on Twitch and a second generation member of Underrealm with Tris Trice. My usual content is RPGs, JRPGs, and Metroidvanias. It's very nice to see you
Ooh,
all.
yeah, you got a pretty. You overall, I feel like you're such a variety streamer too. Whenever I see your stuff, where it's like, oh, building this model, by the way, just doing this out of nowhere.
I love. Okay, I do say I'm a comfy chaotic variety streamer on purpose. So
That's fair. That's fair. I think it's super cool. I know recently Chele, a good friend of mine, has gotten into doing model stuff, and it's been really cool seeing his journey of like someone new getting into this. I know
yeah.
nothing about it, but I've always seen my
Oh.
friends do like Warhammer figurine paintings, and then Chele's expanding onto other things now.
Oh no, not Warhammer. That's more expensive than Gundam.
That is, I tried Warhammer for a tiny bit in high school, and then was like, I am not going to spend this money.
Oh no. I I have a severe backlog in my closet right now. I think there's wait, let me open my closet for 2 seconds so I can check. So I can look at it.
Yeah, absolutely, go
Now,
for it.
13 model kits in my closet right now.
13?
13.
13.
That's actually very small. That's actually a very small backlog compared to some. My a good friend of mine, he has like I think 20.
That's crazy, man. You know what though? I kind of get it. Not with model kits or anything like that, but for me, the amount of random money I would spend on like Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic the Gathering or whatever random game I'm picking up, it would just be a waste of money. I'd throw so much at it.
At least it's not Pokemon.
I
Pokemon trading
love
card.
I love Pokemon. Don't get me wrong. I think that CCG is very cool. Um, but there was a card game that came out called Flesh and Blood. That, in my
Oh.
opinion, is the coolest card game I've ever played. It is very built to prevent you from being able to like stack the field and then just win because
Oh.
your hand gets discarded at the end of every turn. Um,
Oh, that's kind of
and
cool.
yeah, and like you don't really summon monsters. You have a hero on the board, and all the cards you're drawing are your attacks, but they're also your defense. So if an opponent's attacking you, you take what you have left in your hand and defend. And it's just how the game works. The game is very like, or you discard your hand and you draw weird timings, but like it's a really weird game. I bought every single one of their like structure decks one day, and it was like a nice $800 or $900 expense just to get all of them.
Oh, okay.
And then I started building a spreadsheet of how do they all match up against each other if you don't modify any decks, how close are they in level? It was
Holy
super nerdy. It's a big waste of that's my model kits.
No, that sounds like fun though. That's super heckin' cool.
Yeah, right. No, I appreciate I think it's cool. And yes, Neon Odyssey Sage, I fucking love the song. I've been vibing so much. Nikki Flores has such a good voice too.
Hell yeah.
But okay, so today we are doing multi-asking. For those who don't know, multi-asking is my little talk show where we do an interview, conversational talk while we play a game at the same time. It's targeted straight at the Subway Surfer brain rotted PA. So you have something to distract you on screen while we speak.
Hell fucking yeah. Did you wanna host the game so we can get you through like the quote unquote career, or did you just want to do some bonus jobs?
Sure, I just go to career,
Yeah.
continue,
Yep.
and invite you. I know
Yep.
nothing about this game.
That's
Clean
exactly
the
what you
detached
do.
house.
Yep.
We'll do that.
There
We'll
you
clean a detached house.
go. It's
Co-op
fun.
hosting's available once you start the job. I have to start the job
Yep.
first.
Just start the job and I'll join in on you.
All right. Then I do
Awesome.
that and then friends only so you're able to join automatically.
Yep. There you go.
Hell yeah. For those of you who are watching today, you can see the pinned message. If you want to ask any questions, I'll be doing a lot of the questioning, but if you're like, hey, I want them both to answer a question, you can donate to Gamers Outreach. If you donate at least $5, you can ask any question within reason. There are certain things we can say no to. You're not getting my credit card again. I've done that once before. It was a mistake. But But you could ask something else.
Get the. Oh my fucking god! It is not letting me join. Just send me a
Let me see. Yeah, I'll do that. Let me see. Where's my friend?
my friend.
My friend.
My friends. Hi Sloth. Hi Chad.
Invite. It says invite to watch.
Invite to watch. Should be invite
Not
to
in.
watch.
Yeah, what do you mean? Is it servers? Is that a thing with this game?
If you pause the game and you go up, hit co-op posting available and host it, and then I'll be able to join properly.
I've paused the game. I see co-op friends only. Is it crossplay then?
I don't know. You're on PC. Give me 2 seconds. Let me look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to flick the switch. The switch isn't flicked. See how it still
Oh,
says
multiplayer mode. Okay. Okay. I just assumed that it was on, and if I clicked it, then it would be there. That's my bad. All right, now you can join.
Yes, now I can.
See, I'm so good at technology.
Yes, you are. Good job, man. I'm proud of you.
Yes, I know my shit. I know my shit. All right.
Hell yeah, you knew.
So you've already introduced yourself. We've explained multitasking, so let's get into it. Let's start with some basic stuff.
Hell yeah.
You already mentioned it, but let's go again. What kind of content do you like to stream for people who are just getting in?
So I really like to play and stream mostly video games. I like playing a lot of video games. Usually I like to play RPGs and JRPGs mostly. It's only recently that I actually started doing hand cam streams, to be honest with you. I only started doing that, I think maybe about like a little less than a year ago. I started doing that, and it's been a lot of fun doing that actually. And I've been getting I've been seeing a lot of like people actually really enjoy coming in and watching me do those hand cam streams, and it's been a lot of heckin' fun, to be honest with you, on that one. It was a very big surprise out of the usual content that I do.
No, that's totally sick. I think hand cam stuff, like, it's really, really cool. I have to put the setup together to do it at some point, but to be honest, most of what I do is very like, games or spreadsheets or like online anyways.
Yeah.
But I love getting to tune in and see stuff real quick because you and Arrow, I've seen Arrow doing more stuff just in person as well.
I love how Arrow does her setup with her 3D model, and it like on top of her face, and then it hides her face. I just think that's so super fucking cool, to be honest with you. That's never something
I
ever thought
agree.
that would be a thing, and it's
I never would have thought of it either. I'm like, damn. Okay. But okay, next question then is let's go with how long have you been streaming for? How's your experience with it been so far?
I have been streaming for, I think it'll be, is it 5 years in July? 5 years in July. Yeah, been streaming for 5 years in July.
Damn, I think I've just passed 3 years last year. I'm coming up on 4, so
Yeah.
5 years though. Dang, you've been at it.
Yeah, so long time ago, I actually joined a streamer team that had a bunch of people, not just VTubers, but a few other people. I joined them about in like, it was a hot minute ago. It was so long ago. Gosh, I can't remember. But it was a long time ago, and that was my first experience like in getting like into this, if you can understand that. But that was just something I didn't really know what this was. I started out as like a little PNG tuber, because those really nice live 2D models, Hololive was just becoming a thing. And it was like, oh yeah, that's like really, really expensive. And a lot of people didn't know how it worked then either. So it was very interesting to start out as like just a little PNG, and then seeing how the VTubing sphere has like evolved over time because of it. I've been very fortunate to get to tune in and see that, to be honest.
No, I totally feel that. I think that's honestly a great way to get into it. I'll be real with you. When I got into streaming, I started very quickly with a live 2D model because I came in, slightly later, so it was starting to become more accessible. But I wish I started as a PNG, to be honest with you.
Oh, really?
Because like I think it would have been a smarter way to start, and I could have had a little more time to research. Because there was I got my very first model from Chibi Studio Company, and they ended up being a bit of a scam group.
Oh, no.
And while I was fortunate and my model ended up okay, it wasn't amazing, but it was solid. Luca was a V sibling of mine back then, and she
Oh.
never got her model. She
Oh
spent the money, but
no.
never got her model. Um, which is crazy. I'm like, oh man, if I would have known that this place was screwing over people and I did more research, then I probably could have had better ideas and come into like buying a model with a better, approach.
Hmm.
But coming in as a PNG is really really cool. How was it in the early days? How did you feel when you were first picking it up?
It was very nerve-wracking because like again, like all you really ever saw back then was a lot of corpo. You didn't really see a lot of indie very much back then. So go being like indie VTuber back then is kind of like it was hard because it was even if you think getting noticed now is hard, it was even harder back then because the bubble had just popped for everything with COVID being basically over and everybody started like going back to work. A lot of indie VTubers started and then stopped within like 5 months back then. So it was really interesting to do that. But it was a lot of fun. It was a very cool learning experience getting to learn about different types of how ow, thank you for the dusty Doritos. I appreciate it.
Triangles upon the oh stinky boy of gorn.
Sorry.
No, I love that.
um,
That was funny.
um and but where was I fudge
Like Bubble, yeah, was just like Bubble had just popped. It was hard to get into. It was hard to
thank
be
you.
discovered.
Yeah, it was really hard to be discovered back then, but it worked out because I stuck with it, and it's just been a very good way of escaping and having something to do to de-stress from work. Well, yes, sometimes it adds stress. The general amount of times, though, I am not stressed at all because I'm getting to spend time with people and get to know people online. I've made so many friends. I've met somebody who's really important to me through this, and I wouldn't change a thing, to be honest with you.
Absolutely. I love that. I think that's very fair. And I do agree with you. For me, like one of the biggest perks, one of the biggest nice things of VTubing
Ben,
is the
thanks for
people you
having me.
get to meet. And hey there, Finn. Hope you're doing well. Mm, taking a drink. I got you. But
Yeah,
I
he
do
did it to
feel
me
very
too.
similar in that. Because like it is one of those things where I know a lot of people come into VTubing with the intention, not everyone, but a number of people come in with the intention of I just want to be famous and I want to make money. And
Hmm.
it's like, in my opinion, you'll often find that the people who do the best at this, while making money is of course something you'd like to do and it's something we all wish we can do is turn this into a job. I do think a lot of the best people come in with the also I just love this. Like I like
Yeah.
meeting people, I like making things, I like
Hmm.
creativity or building community.
Yeah. Building the community is the hardest thing to do, to be honest. That was my biggest issue for a long time was getting that community built up. But once you get it, and it's wonderful, and you are so proud of yourself when you actually finally get it built, and it's just like amazing. I think that's like my biggest proud moment is I have a very while they are all little gremlins, I still love my community very much and they are all absolutely amazing and I wouldn't trade them for the world because they show up and they support when they need when they can and it's just you can't trade that for the world and it's just I am so proud of to say that I have a wonderful and amazing community. I absolutely love them.
No, absolutely. I've said before, I think genuinely you have like the nicest, and I love all of the Underrealmers. I love their communities whenever I see their chats, but I do stand by. I think you have the nicest community out of like, or the coziest, the best. It's weird. I don't want to say best vibes, but you have like a very kind community compared to what I'm used to seeing in a chat room, especially in mine where I'm very conflictory with my chat for fun. Um,
they they'll tease me and only me, but with other people they're very good. They're very good, and I'm very proud of them for that. Like they'll tease me, but I've told them they can tease me, don't tease others, and that's fine. I'm the streamer. I'm supposed to be bullied.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yodaro, you don't gotta egg me. You can be better than that. You're a smarter person than this. I'm a dangerous man. You don't want to do this. We're crossing the wrong paths with each other right now. But no, I feel you. All right. Next question. Let's go with okay. Now, you said that you kind of got into this with a PNG. Have you, with the exception of hand cams, did you ever try to be like a real life streamer or a real life content creator? Or was it like no straight to PNGs and like straight to
long,
the other side?
long ago when YouTube was a big thing and YouTubers were becoming a big thing back in like 2015 ish. I did try to do I did try to do like let's plays and tried to do like video recording and all that fun stuff back then. I did try that. As
Ooh.
you could, yeah, yeah. Um, and that didn't go well, but I learned a lot from that back then. I learned how to video edit a little bit back then, and then I also learned how to like get all that set up, and it was a very fun learning experience on that one, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. It was a very fun learning experience for that. So but I did try to do it at one point, and then I was like, you know what? No, I'm still in college. I don't have a lot of time for this. But it was a very interesting experience and start to learning how to VTube or how to like content create in that form of manner.
No, I definitely get you. I definitely get you. I was gonna say, at least you were in college. When
Mhm.
I got into it, I tried making YouTube videos as a 13-year-old boy.
Oh, whoa.
Um,
Oh, whoa.
I got into it way early and I was like, I'm gonna do comedy skits because I'm so funny and it's gonna be Nintendo comedy skits, but I had no equipment or anything like that either.
Oh,
And
no.
it was bad. It's so bad. And it's still out there somewhere. Um, and I
Oh,
refuse to ever show it to people. It's one of those things that like it would be a if Under Realm all meets in person one day and we're all doing like a hey, let's all see each other and we're having fun. And it's like I can show that as a let's humiliate me day. Like let's do a fun, oh no, you want to see 13-year-old Trist think that he's super funny as he and his cousin try to, I don't know, stand on lazy boy chairs and
oh my god.
fall over because they think that's funny.
Well, did you have fun doing it back then?
Oh, I had fun. I thought I was the most creative kid in the world.
Well, that's important, right?
Grim said, "What if we donate enough to Gamers Outreach? Will you show it?" Absolutely not. By virtue of the fact that that is 13-year-old me, and I'm then also in that same video showing my like 12-year-old cousin and my 9-year-old cousin.
Consent.
Like we're all adults now, but like no.
Consent. Consent.
Yeah,
Consent.
it's like nope. I'm not gonna go. Hey guys, can I show this video? They all consented to being on YouTube in the first place, and I bet they all forgot about it by now. But no, I definitely
Man.
feel it. I had tried, and then I tried streaming again as like a real life person in like right when I was graduating college, towards the end of it, and I was doing Monster Hunter streams, and I would do very masochistic challenges where it's like, let's play Monster Hunter. We're doing a Nuzlocke of Monster Hunter World,
Oh.
and the idea was like you're only allowed to do each mission once, and you're gonna see how far into the game can you make it if you're not allowed to repeat missions to grind for armor sets and stuff.
Oh.
Um,
How did
and I would
that
do
go?
punishment wheels for every feint.
Oh, punishment
Um,
wheels.
yeah, where it was like, oh, I'm gonna chug hot sauce. I'm going to do whatever stupid thing I think is funny.
So how far
Uh,
were you able to get with not being able to grind for armor and whatnot?
Honestly, I was doing fine. I only streamed it a couple times and like then I stopped because I wasn't like comfortable being an IRL streamer.
Uh,
Um, I wanted to be more of a VTuber from the start, and I was looking for an excuse to like figure out how to do it. Um, but like it was World, so I had gotten past Legiana, and I was doing a random wheel because if I chose Sword and Shield, I think I legitimately would have just won. Um,
oh
but
yeah.
I was using Hammer because the wheel gave me Hammer, and I love
Oh
the Hammer. I
yeah.
think it's such a fun weapon.
Yeah.
Um, but no, it was a really fun time. I just eventually broke away from doing it that way. And my concept artist, though, who made my icon and everything, because I had a character that I had made, she was the same concept artist who ultimately designed Trist because we were friends from like Gaia role playing.
Oh my god.
Um, and we're still friends to this day, and she still does my concept arts for me. I always commission her because like
Oh,
she's
that's
such a
sweet.
good in-depth artist, and she knows what I like because she's been doing art for me for literally like 8 years.
Mhm. That's
Grim said,
great.
should have used Hunter Horn. Absolutely not. Hunter Horn players are goaded as teammates. You never
Oh my
want to
god.
be the one using it.
It's so hunting horn is like playing on hard mode, not gonna lie. It is not
It's Grim's
easy.
favorite weapon to use.
Damn, you always want them in your party though. Like they are the bard in every sense of the manner. Like they will fuck up the monster and then the monster will fuck them up.
Absolutely. I love it. I love seeing what they do. I could never be one. I'm a sword and shield user. I can already heal the party. I can
Yeah.
buff them with armor skin and demon drug and stuff. That's the
Yep.
whole point of sword and shield.
Yep. I play Dual Blades mainly, and I have played Dual Blades since Monster Hunter 3 on the 3DS. So,
That's sick. I feel it.
yeah.
I was on Monster Hunter Tri on the Wii
Oh,
originally. I remember one Christmas, my parents. I don't ask for things for Christmas very much. I'm usually very careful about asking for gifts because I don't like getting gifts that much. Um, but my parents, they saw a cool box art for Monster Hunter Tri. They knew nothing about the game at all, and they were like, he'll probably like it. They got it for me. I looked at the box art and I was like, oh, this is gonna be one of those dumb games that has cool box art but sucks. It's gonna be terrible. And then I fell in love with the game. My friends who I was role playing with at the time also got the game, and we all played on the Wii online.
uh-huh.
And it was like, wait a minute, hold on, I love this game. And I used Sword and Shield back then, and it's I love other weapons. I can use a lot of weapons, but I fell in love with Sword and Shield when it was the underpowered, weak little weapon that people would make fun of.
Hmm.
Um, and it was World before Iceborne when Sword and Shield was just a support weapon. One of my friends told her friend circle that oh, he plays Sword and Shield, and they literally apologized to her because they underestimated what I could do on that weapon.
Yep. Yep.
And
You
then I
can
played with them and
carry.
they all realized I'm a fucking monster and they apologized.
I fucking love that you showed them they were wrong.
Absolutely. I felt like that was my anime moment of, oh, people think I'm nothing, but oh, and then all of a sudden the weapon got buffed and it was no longer cool to be good at it. And people were
No,
like, oh, you picked it up in
no, it's
Iceborne too. I'm like,
still
no.
no, it's still cool to be good at Sword and Shield because not a lot of people play it still. Even though it got super buffed in Wilds, not a lot of people play it still. That's for sure.
Absolutely. But I think Dual Blades is sick. I mean, the coolest thing in Dual Blades in my mind has got to be when you're going down a hill and you get the fucking Attack on Titan roll on a monster.
Just Beyblading down the monster's back is so fucking fun. I absolutely adore when I get to go like Beyblading down the back of the monster, and I really liked Rise because you could do that all the time, and I miss being able to do that. That mechanic wasn't even added in until Monster Hunter 4 when we could start mounting the monsters. And even then,
Yeah.
you could only do it off of a ledge. And then they added the wire bugs in and Rise, and you could start doing it all the time. And then now we're back to you got to be in a good position to be able to do it, and have to. So the mechanic is you have to dash off of the ledge to be able to attack and do that on the monster. But it is so fun. It's so
Oh,
fun to be able to do
absolutely.
it. Yeah.
I think it's super fun. It's like part of why I like the Sword and Shield is because it specifically has a jump attack and has had a jump attack for a good while now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, oh, I can mount like an insect glaive can. I don't have to be like you other scrub weapons waiting for a ledge. Um, but no, I do feel it. I think dual swords, it also feels very Yuki coded. Like when I think of the character Yuki, I can imagine out of the playable Monster Hunter weapons, sword and dual blades, I mean. And then I could also think, I forget which Japanese game has it, but the Magna Spike.
Oh, I don't know what that's from, but that sounds cool.
So basically, it's like a Darth Maul lightsaber that you can split into two. It's not a lightsaber, but it's like a sword that's two swords put together, and then it plays with magnetism, where you can put positive and negative charges on a monster, and it lets you kind of like fly at them from a distance, then repel yourself away. And I could
Oh.
imagine Yuki moving like that, where it's just like the back and forth super quickly.
Yeah.
But I like the
That's
dual
me.
blades because I think the mobility on that just feels very Yuki as well.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely. So next question then. You mentioned you kind of got into VTubing, early on before like when it was just really starting to kick off. So I'm assuming like early Hollow Live, Keys in the Eye, things
Yep.
like that.
Yep.
What got you like what made you want to do VTubing specifically? What made you click on that?
I saw what happened was I saw what I how do I explain this? I saw my friends actually introduced me to VTubing is what happened. And after I discovered that, it was after that that's basically where it kicked off. I got shown and was introduced to VTubing through my friends, and then from there I was like, oh, that's really cool, I want to try this. And one of my friends was like, hey, you like playing video games, why don't you try doing this? Like you've been saying you been wanting to do something, why don't you try this out? And I was like, I could. And then I did the research, and I commissioned actually a friend of mine to draw me my first little PNG, and now I'm here. Yeah, that's how I found out about it, actually, because my friends were like, you should try this because you have always said you wanted to do something like this, why don't you try this? And I was like, okay, I guess.
No, I mean, I think that's a sick way to get into it. Um, I remember the first time I saw, like, because I got introduced to VTubing, like, I knew about some of the other stuff, and hey there, Devi, hope you're doing well. Everyone make sure you show
Hi,
Devi some love. He's a member of Gen 1
Debbie.
of Underrealm. He's also a designated, like, editor for a lot of Underrealm videos. Very, very cool guy. Very cool guy. Also, damn good at fighting games, even if he is the antithesis to me in fighting games. I complain about Devi all the time in fighting games because he's such a nice guy when you play with him. And I'm like, where's the trash talk? Don't be nice to me when you beat me at something. Be mean a little bit. He's like, oh, don't worry, Trist. You'll get him next time. You'll get me next time. Oh, you're figuring it out. It's fine, Trist. And I'm like, fuck you, dude.
But Debbie, that's what he is. That's how he just be, though. Like, can you get mad at him for being the way he
Oh,
is?
it's so kind and I love it. When I say I hate it because I hate and love it. I do my best when I feel like I'm in competition and opposed to someone. And Devi and I had such a good back and forth in Street Fighter with his Zangi versus my Rashid. Devi being this giant, muscular ass dude, and me being this guy who's doing parkour and skating on your face. And it was like mobility versus defense, mobility versus grappling.
Oh, God.
Devi said, I'm a grappler. My gameplay does so much mental damage. I don't need to be talking trash. It does more mental damage when you're not. So you're succeeding.
Oh, gosh. Let's go.
But it was definitely fun. But no, I was gonna say, so in regards to the VTubing thing, I got introduced to it by watching the HoloLive English and then the HoloLive JP collabs when they were doing Among Us. And I saw it and I was like, wait a minute, hold on. This is something I really, really enjoyed. And my roommates and I were all watching it. And it was like, I want to figure this out. And I kind of was like just talking about it all the time, especially with Chele. We would talk and be like, well, we'll get into it. And then I fell into a coma, and we already have talked about the coma story a million times. Once I got out of the coma, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this. I want to pursue this for real now.
Hell yeah.
What am I waiting for, you know?
Yeah.
No, what were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
I just love how both of us found VTubing through HoloLive. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's what we both found it through. That's what I'm finding amazing, is that we both found it through HoloLive specifically.
100%. I was gonna say, this was all leading into my question to you. So, when you first found HoloLive, who was your favorite HoloLive member?
I didn't have one then, actually. I liked a lot of HoloLive English, but I didn't find one that I really clicked with. But now I definitely have one, and I have like several from like each different generation and group that they have. So that is very well known for my community.
No, that's totally fair. See, I don't know who your favorite is. Who's your favorite, or who are some of your favorites?
Yeah, so my overall Kami Oshi is Usada Pekora. That's the blue bunny girl.
Yeah, I know her. The carrot with, and everyone talks about Peko Mama being hot.
Yes. She was known originally for her laugh. That was like a Street Fighter combo, because she went ah ha 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 like that, and it sounded like a little Street Fighter combo. She stopped doing it though because people were teasing her for it, and I was kind of sad to find that out. But she's also just like this little heckin' gremlin on stream. She will actively like put traps and try to like blow her friends up in Minecraft, and then but they usually backfire on her, and then she traps herself, and it's so funny. I absolutely love her because of how gremlin she is and how funny she is. But she's also like very like down to earth and funny apparently. So I really like her a lot because of that. And then for English, I really like I'm a little biased. I really like Daura because she's a big pink cat, but like I'm biased because big cat, and there's not a lot of big cat
yeah, that's fair
out there. So she's a big cat. She's baby pink, but she's a big cat. And then I also like Fuwawa a lot as well. I think she is so cute, and I love her very much. And I like her design and her personality. She's just super cute. But I really like Pekora a lot. I have way too much merchandise of her at this point now.
No, I totally get it. I think Pagora is a fantastic member. I definitely see the enjoyment of her. Um, for me, it was watching those Among Us collabs. I was in a similar boat to you. I didn't know who I clicked with right away. Um, and I found myself liking most like I'm biased towards Hololive Myth. I love Hololive Myth.
Hmm.
There's Monmal saying I prefer Pecco Mama. Exactly, there it is. I knew it.
Yeah, I
Someone was
mean, a
gonna
lot
say
of
it.
people prefer her, but like we didn't have Pickle Mama till like last year, so like you gotta love the original,
Exactly.
right?
But no, I totally feel it. But I was gonna say, I was very much biased towards Myth. I really liked Mori Calliope because I like to write raps myself, and Mori Calliope and I have the same birthday as well.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's
Um,
cool.
yeah, it's really cool. We're both April 4th, which I think is very fun. I also liked the theming and all of their names are fantastic. I've talked a lot about how clever the marketing on Hololive Myth was by primarily playing off of Western mythology for the Western
Mm-hmm.
group, um, and like things that are themes in Western culture.
Yeah.
Um, but I think my favorite overall at this point was probably Amelia Watson. Um,
Oh yeah.
her personality, and I've heard how much she's apparently done behind the scenes for the talents
Oh yeah.
and like
Yeah.
fighting for the talents, and I have a lot of respect for someone who does that.
Yep.
Um,
If you liked her, you should really check out Doobie 3D. She's really good too.
I'll have to, yeah, I definitely will have to then.
Yeah.
Um, and then aside from that, I really like. Oh my god, this sounds so bad because I'm forgetting their name because I have not watched Hololive in forever. Ever since I got into Underarm, it's been hard for me to keep up with a lot of streamers because I'm trying to support all my friends. Um, but Polka, I really like Polka as well. Polka,
Oh
oh,
yeah.
the energy, the vibe.
Yeah.
It's just psychotic, and I just live for that.
I have a
Um,
friend who loves her too, and Marine. Her and Marine are one of my friend's two favorites, and I'm just like, ah, yes, the two most chaotic ones. And one is very horny on main. Yes.
Absolutely. One of my buddies, I go to his apartment. He has marine merchandise. He has fortune merchandise from League of Legends. I'm like, you have a type, don't you? Huh?
He likes sexy pirates.
You like sexy pirates that have red hair. Um, but no, I feel it. One of the fun little things I shared when I was auditioning for Underrealm originally was that I did a big, gigantic Hollow Live experiment where, at the time of like, it was around after Gen 2 got added for Gen 2 English.
Mhm.
Um, I created a spreadsheet and I put together all of the different groups of Hollow Live worldwide back when they were in China and stuff too, all of that stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember
Um,
that.
and I had people who did not know about VTubers at the time all look at their designs. They weren't allowed to look at their content or anything. Um, and they had to rank them against each other. Like, okay, out of this set of 5, rank them 1 to 5 just off of design with no knowledge of these people, and then give them a total score out of 10. And you could give multiple 10s if you wanted, but give each of these designs a total score out of 10.
Mm.
And they did it with every member in Hololive across the board so that we could find among that grouping who was the objectively most alike design in Hololive.
Yeah.
Um, which was really funny because it shows how well, in my opinion, Cover really marketed to the English audience because I obviously got a bunch of people who were English.
Yep.
Um, and the winner was Ceres Fauna.
Oh yeah, because she was very dear. Because she was very easy to read with her nature theme and her horn antlers. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, she was up there super high for the Japanese ones. The highest one was Suisse. Um,
Oh yes, 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 yes. Because she's very idle. She's very idle apparent. Yeah, with her. So she's like easy to recognize. Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, no, it was fun getting to see how they each responded. Stop criticizing my washing, you assholes.
Oh, Tris, you can buy better. You can buy better equipment, by the way, if you go into the store.
How do you go into the store to buy better equipment?
Press the escape key and hit the little shopping cart up there.
There's a shopping cart. Oh, the old bag. Oh my
Yeah.
god, power washers. That's a light duty, medium duty washer, heavy duty washer. Oh my god. I'll buy this one. Professional duty, there's no way. How do I switch to my I go to E. There it is.
Yeah.
Which power washer? The urban.
Yeah.
All right, cool, cool. Thank you. I appreciate the heads up.
Yeah, I played this game a little too much. Now that you've bought it, now I can probably buy it because now I can probably use it because it goes based off of. Oh no, it doesn't. Oh, I'm still gonna cut that.
But it's okay. This is all for the interview, anyways. Wash blast yourself, Stinky. You shut up, Debbie. You don't know shit. You tiny, weak.
There's the shit talk you were looking for, Tris.
There it is. Those muscles can't hide the fact that you have a soft heart. But yeah, no, I definitely love seeing who people tend to click with the most. In terms of just raw design too, with very little information on people, I found myself really vibing with Nakiri Ayame. Just super cool fucking design.
Trying to remember. Oh, that's the only one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Ina too. Ina as well. Oh my god, I love.
Oh my god, yes.
I just love her personality though, and her songs too were nice. I mean, Hololive has a lot of great music, but I liked the calm nature.
Yeah, Ina's very chill, very, very chill. I love her art too. Like, her art is so gorgeous. And
Oh, it's
she's
so
done a lot
good.
of work for them too with that.
No, absolutely, absolutely. All right, next question. Yeah, I say that a lot recently, and I can't help it. Grim was saying it a lot, and then I just picked it up.
Alright, well, Grim is right. We all know this. This is the answer.
Oh, of course, whatever. All right. So, you're in an agency, obviously. You're an Underrealm. It's a soft agency, but it's an agency. Are you hoping to become, like, just straight up professional VTuber at any point, or is this something you're going to do more on, like, the side during your life, whether you're making money or not?
I wish I could do the full time. I know that it unfortunately is not stable to be. I wish I could. However, given the fact that I have a very hard time getting shit done and getting myself to do things, even though it's not hard to do it, I would very much need, like, a lot of, like, managerial help or, like, just, like, things behind the scenes to, like, help me get on it. I would love to do it. I just don't know if I could, because while this is one of my favorite things to do, I just know right now, unfortunately, it's really hard to get this to be your full-time thing and to start paying the bills. So for while yes, I would love to, I just know that I have to wait till until heckin till for a while. So for right now, it'll just be a very much a words a very expensive hobby. There's the words.
It is an expensive hobby, that is absolutely for sure.
But it's one of the
But I
most
do
fun
feel you on
hobbies.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, similar boat. I want to do this professionally if it ever becomes possible, but I'm also very aware, like you said, it is not a necessarily stable career path.
Mm-hmm.
I would need to be making a pretty solid amount before I'm willing to, like, step back at work, and even then I'd probably still be a part-time worker unless I was making crazy money.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the only way I think I would be able to do this full time is if, like, I had kids and whatnot, and this is, like, my, like, little bit of income, but also fun at the same time, you know what I mean? So.
No, that's definitely fair. I see Nevers mentioning full-time something I want to do, really want to motivate people. Absolutely. I think it's a very cool thing. I came to the conclusion, unstable or not, this is the thing. I totally feel you. I have a lot of respect for that.
Yeah, me too.
For me, the hope is that this all feeds into each other for me. I want to be a voice actor. I still, have my full voice acting setup and I'm trying to submit auditions. I want to be a professional author. And my hope is all of this can enable each part of it as I kind of unlock it all.
I love that.
Right? I think there's a world in which that can happen. My other big dream is to own a coffee shop. So, like, if that all doesn't work out, I can at least own a coffee shop. And then maybe I turn that into content. What is it like to own a coffee shop?
I mean, that's definitely content that you can do. If there's there's not a VTuber, a YouTuber here whose name is Charmander or Charla. And her original content was posting and talking about like her life in Japan with her then husband. And now her content has kind of changed, and she like runs a little like a homestay place here, and she talks about like renovating it and how that works and how that runs, and just talks about her life, and it's really cool. It's actually very, very cool to see how her content has changed over time.
No, that's cool as hell. It's definitely something I be game to see. I have the idea of make like a TTRPG themed coffee shop because there's a place over near me that is a brew works place that's TTRPG
Mm-hmm.
focused. Um, and my idea is like, okay, we do things like fun little ideas, like let's change cup sizes instead of calling them small, medium, large, or grande, tall, venti. We call them C12, C16, C20. Um, referencing dice sizes, or like where coffee shops will do grounds for your garden, we have blank character, the groundskeeper, and it's a cardboard cutout of the groundskeeper who's holding the grounds you can take for your garden.
I love
um,
that.
yeah, and then I had the idea of like we have a homebrew campaign, and you get it brew like brewing coffee, so it's our homebrew.
Oh my
um,
god.
and we can run it for like campaign nights, and if people play, they can redeem points from their customer card to get advantages or bonuses in the actual campaign.
Oh my god. I love that. That's cool.
And it's like take advantage of playing on human psychology, where it's like you'll spend money here because you want advantages. You need advantage on your next roll. You need to succeed at a saving throw. You don't want to lose your character, so you're gonna buy a drink real quick and be like, all right, I need my saving throw.
Oh, fucking hell, that's great. I love that. That's amazing. Actually, fun fact, there's actually like a bar here that's like a tabletop gaming bar in Osaka, and it's really cool. I actually got to go there with Vexing. And it's not like themed around that, but they have like a bunch of board games that you can go and play and while you're drinking and having food, and it was really, really fun to go and experience, to be honest with you. And
That
you just
sounds
reminded me of
amazing.
that. Yeah, it's actually getting really popular here, those sort of things, and I just love that that's becoming more and more of a thing now, where um, they're like realizing, wait, board games and card games are a really good bonding experience for people, and really good for like getting people to like go out of the house and like do something, and also spend money and spend time with one another, but while also spending money and therefore giving us an income. But it's been really cool to see how like that's been like evolving over time here too.
No, absolutely. I was going to say something I saw a sociology study on recently was the idea of the death of the third place. And the idea is the third place being, like, oh, you have your home, you have your workplace, and then you have the bar that you go to, and it's the place you frequent. And because bars, like bar visitage has gone down, especially in the US, a lot less people are going to bars than they used to. And a lot of people are not going there to meet people anymore. People are not as inclined to go out to meet strangers. We saw that like with drinking rates going down in the US among younger generations, especially Gen Z, there seems to be some hope for a reemergence of third places, just maybe not so much focused on bars with more of these types of places.
Yep.
And I think that's a cool idea because humans are social creatures. We want to meet each other in general, or like be with our friends. And it's like, this is the way I think people got to approach it. I think this is the move.
Yep.
Find hobbies, find interest, and build shops that both cater to like, hey, we're, a cafe, but we also cater to your interest.
Yeah.
But no, I definitely feel it. Let's see. Next up, I've got. What about Child Yuki though? What was Child Yuki's dream job?
So, Child Yuki wanted to be so at first she wanted to do, this is embarrassing. She wanted to be a bird doctor because Child Yuki loved birds and was obsessed with them growing up.
Good taste, good choice, Child Yuki.
Her parents.
No bias at all. Fantastic choice.
Those like little bird plushies where if you squeeze them, they make the bird call noise. She had several of those. I had several of those. Because of and so after that, but then she realized, oh, not just birds, maybe she wants to do like just animal medicine overall. And so I actually originally went to school for veterinary technology. And I wanted to be
Okay,
like,
damn.
yeah, I wanted to be a vet tech, aka like the nurse who helps the doctors at the vet's office.
Yeah, you do the
Um,
workups and stuff.
yeah, basically, yeah, you check over the animal first before the doctor comes in. You do a lot of the work, and then the doctor comes in and makes the diagnosis. You help assist with the surgeries, but you don't do them. Um, but that didn't quite work out because the place that I was going to school for it kicked me out because I couldn't pass a class twice when legally they are allowed that they have to let me take it 3 times. But at the time I didn't question it, and I could have thought, but at this point it's in the past, and I'm
Yeah.
much happier now that I'm not like there and doing all that anyways, because I could not have kept handling with that stress, because the burnout on that is way worse than you would think it than most
No, I
people
totally
think.
get. I
It's so
applied to
bad.
be a vet tech. I absolutely get it. I failed my like my application test for it, but I was trying to be one after I left my dog job.
Oh damn, I didn't know that either. That's cool.
Another
Yeah.
fun Trist Yuki crossover fact. We both have looked to be vet techs at some point.
I was a barista. So,
And yeah, and I'm a barista manager now. I'm a barista and a manager of baristas.
yeah, yeah,
And I
yeah.
almost became a teacher. I was going to be a
Oh,
college teacher, but I almost became a teacher.
oh shit, bro. I know. I would love to be a college teacher, to be honest with you, because those kids like take the classes because they want to be there. Usually, 9 times out of 10, they're kids they want to be. But yeah, still, that's like super. That's so weird and ironic. I love that though. I actually am. I
Yeah.
love that.
No, I totally feel you. It's funny because I've mentioned that I worked at a dog place. I would handle yards of 25 dogs, and it was like a boarding house. And then my family runs a husky rescue. Well, one side of my family runs a husky rescue. It's more than just huskies, but they have primarily huskies because a lot of people in the South will buy huskies and then it's too hot and they don't know how to take care of their dog. Um, so like my family has a plantation home and they have like now it's like 83 like not huskies, 83 dogs living there.
Oh,
So like I've grown up around a lot of animals my whole life. My sister was a zookeeper for a little bit.
oh damn.
um but like, hey, as much as I love animals, I do think it worked out for me to not be a vet tech. I think I'd get too sad. I'll be honest with you, I don't think I have the heart.
Yeah. When I was there, and I worked actually at a vet's office as like a kennel assistant for a long time. Glorified janitor really for that place. But I learned a lot about teamwork and whatnot with that one, and responsibilities with that. But that I there were some of my favorite dogs that would come in for boarding, because we also boarded the animals as well, and that's mainly what my job was taking care of the boarded up animals for when they were there for the holiday season. And when one of our favorite patients would pass, it was really hard. It was really, really hard to find out, oh, this one passed, and it was like, oh man, I liked that dog, they were really good, they were really sweet.
Yeah, no, it
No.
breaks your heart.
Oh, yeah, it really does. Because there was a chocolate lab, whose name I don't really remember right now, but it started with like an M. I think it was Maddie or something. And she would come in, and she would come in with her little red leash, and she would carry it in her mouth all the way to the back, and then all the way to the front. She was just so sweet. And then she
Aww.
passed of cancer, and it was like, no, why is it the
No, that's
nice
tough.
ones?
I'm sorry, I keep seeing Grim and Packet teaming up on me, and Devi had joined in on that. Shut the hell up!
You
I
can
am fantastic at
you can
washing
you
things.
can
You guys don't
buy
understand.
yeah,
There's
if you can't reach a place, buy the extensions. If you think you need something, just buy it. It's free.
nah, we do this the old-fashioned way. You know, back in my day, we used to get sponges and wipe the whole house down. This game added so many updates.
I don't know
I'm
what you're
joking.
talking
I
about.
didn't play this
I
game
actually
before.
had a power wash growing up. My dad had one, and I used it to clean the concrete outside.
I had to do that when I was working at the dog place. I feel it.
Power washing in real life is so satisfying, though, not gonna lie.
It's so fun. It is so fun. He's gonna need to buy a fire truck because I miss so much. Shut the hell up. You can see, I can see the percentages. I can see how I'm getting closer.
He's
You guys know
actually
nothing about the art
Tristan's
of
been doing
this.
great, guys. He's been doing all the little things. I've been
No,
doing
no,
the big shit.
you can absolutely side with them. They need the help. If this is the best they got,
Tris, to be honest with you, you know I'm not that kind of person. You know
that's
I'm the
true.
kind
You're
of person
you're a nice
that's
person. You're nice by nature.
Not on purpose. Not on purpose. But yeah, no,
It's
Child
just
Yuki
who you
wanted
are.
to do that. Yeah, yeah.
I
Child
think
Yuki
that's
wanted to
really
do
cool
that.
though.
Yeah.
I feel it. When I was a kid, I've mentioned this to Elo, like at the last one. I believed ninjas were still real as a kid, and I was like, I'm gonna be a ninja. And all my family would be like, they're not a real thing anymore. And I'm like, that means they're doing their job right. Uh, and I firmly believed this for years that I will become a ninja. Of course, that's not the case. I am not a ninja now. In fact, I'm very loud, so I'm not good for being a ninja. Um, but I believed in it. I was aiming for it, and then I instead switched to I'm going to be the president or I'm going to be a politician, and that's what I went to college for initially. Was going for politics. Um,
You still
Found that I
can.
didn't love that.
Oh yeah.
The more I learned about politics, the more I was like, I hate this. So I veered away from that and I switched to philosophy, and
Oh.
that was me wanting to become a writer. And I was like, I'll study philosophy, I'll study writing. So I also minored in writing
Mhm.
and did that for a while and then finally graduated. My goal is to still be an author one day, but
Mm.
I'm very all over the place. Let me learn a bunch of skills and connect them all into a lifestyle. I want to be a personality for life.
Do you have possibly ADHD, Trist?
If I do, it was never diagnosed. I do have manic depression. So
So
maybe it's linked to that. That
fun
one is
fact.
diagnosed.
Fun fact. That actually is a common thing, believe it or not.
Hey, there we go. We have another commonality. Listen, we're two opposite sides. The fiery bird and the snowy cat.
I don't have that. But I actually, when I was growing up, so I do have diagnosed ADHD. I got it when I was like 7, and I actually got it from both. It comes from both parents. But the thing is that I went to the doctor and I actually had a very technically like quote unquote like experimental therapy that was like not really studied yet, but they were trying it out. I had this thing called neurofeedback therapy growing up as a kid.
Oh, okay.
And what that did is basically I sat and I watched movies the entire time. But while I watched those movies, my brain was hooked up to some electrodes and whatnot, and they actually basically trained my brain to start making the pathways and tricking my brain to making pathways that it needed to make to get function in life when my medication wore off. And it worked out actually kind of okay, to be honest with you.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and so I can function pretty well without medication nowadays after it wears off, but it still is like something that it really, really helped with my, I used to get really, really bad anxiety spikes when I was a kid. I still get them now that I'm older, but back then they were so bad. Like I would lose a thing and I would full on like panic, freak out, and not know how to calm down or process, and it was so bad. But after doing that, it really worked. Now mind you, this isn't for everybody, but it worked out for me and I'm very thankful for it. But it was very interesting to just like remember, oh yeah, that was a thing that I had when I was a kid compared to me being an adult now. So
No, I totally feel you. Sorry, I wanted to comment. Never. No, that's totally funny. It would be funny to see. Unfortunately, I am diagnosed, but yeah, with the ADHD, I'm not. Maybe I do have that.
maybe.
It is cool that that treatment, that experimentation worked out for you though, because
Mhm.
my older brother has ADHD,
Yeah.
and unfortunately for him, he did not accept really any solution. They attempted stuff with him, but he was very resistant to everything they would try.
Yeah,
Um,
it's hard.
Yeah, and I get it. I understand that it can be difficult mentally to do that kind of stuff. So like I don't fault him for it, but like when they try medication, he'd refuse all medication. He does not go for it.
Mm.
He wouldn't try other things, and it's like, you know, that's unfortunately how it is for certain people. They're very apprehensive, and I don't blame them.
Yeah. That's okay.
Um,
It's not for everybody. I got off medication for a long time because I was it got way too expensive. I couldn't afford
that is
I couldn't afford
honestly fair.
$300 a month for medication. I couldn't afford that. I just couldn't. So, yeah.
Oh, Packet, did you see why I'm spraying the same spots? Because you got to get the dirt. Do you see the little blue thing at the top left, Packet? It's telling you exactly how much progress you have, and I had nearly full, so I just had to find the spot I was missing.
If you
Crazy
hit
how that works.
if you hit tab, it shows you actually where the dirt is too to help you find that.
Oh my god, that's crazy. I don't want to do that. I want to have to eyeball it.
On a
Now
black
that the chat is
surface.
going to be like, hit tab, idiot.
I'm sorry. I just gave them more ammo.
Oh yeah, you just fed them. You just fed them. Wash Maxim,
I am
shut
a
up.
baker. It's my job to make sure people are fed. Yes.
Oh my god. Get glasses. You know what? How about you get asses in your face? Mine. Nice to meet you. All right, here's the next question. Do you have any inspirations in the VTubing community? People who particularly inspire you, and if so, who are they?
Victoria the Sun Eater is a big inspiration for me.
Oh, I see her stuff a lot.
Yeah, mainly because she just is also unapologetically who she is. And, of course, a few of my friends as well, that I've met through this are big inspirations for me. But other than that, just really, like, a lot of our friends in Underrealm as well. Like, a lot of our gen mates are big inspirations for me. Like, Arrow with her blending of her 3D model with the live with her 3D model and IRL stuff, Devi with his video editing, you with your competition settings and just doing all that is, like, everybody is a big inspiration for me in many different manners, and I'm just like, dang, I wanna try and do something cool like that at some point too. I know I'll be able to eventually do it, just not right now, but like, I don't really know exactly, but I think everybody is an inspiration for me in some manner, shape, or form, because everyone does their own thing uniquely, and then that is like an inspiration for me to be like, okay, I just need to find my thing, and then I'll be an inspiration for somebody at some point, you know?
No, I definitely feel that. I was going to say, for me, I always take the most inspiration from the people I can speak to. Because I know them. I know what they're doing. I get to see their stuff. Even if I don't fully understand how they came up with something, I think it's cool.
Yep.
So, like, I feel it. I get inspired by stuff that you do. I've mentioned that, like, I love how actively involved with you your community often is. I think it's very sweet. While I'm not looking for my community to be as nice to me, I like how you foster the community, and it's such a distinct to you vibe.
I appreciate that, yeah.
And it's something I'm definitely aiming for with my own. And like, you kind of see it right now with how much they like to attack me. And I love those feelings when these days happen where my community is roasting me and we're laughing and having fun. It's something where I think like you're what I view as like the it sounds weird to say the pillar. I'm trying to scale that pillar.
The goal.
Where it's like, no, I'll
the
stand
end
up
goal?
there too. Yeah,
end
like
goal,
I want to
yeah.
be on that. You're on that peak right now, and it's like there's always a higher peak to climb to for all of us. But it's like Yuki's the one that I feel like that's in my reach. I'm gonna aim for that because I know who Yuki is, and I want that kind of vibe.
And I'm sure you'll get it. I know you will.
We all will. Everyone's gonna succeed. I believe in us. I believe in Underrealm.
I believe in it too.
Um,
I'm so proud of us all.
No, absolutely. But I feel I get inspired by things everybody does. Often I find myself picking up things that I see others are doing in it because I get excited. I'm like, TTRPGs, for instance, I've become more involved with like studying them and learning about them by virtue of watching Wild do stuff with them.
Yeah.
And also by virtue of Luca and Dea, because Dea would often put stuff together or like he would talk about them. Fighting games, seeing Devi do that stuff and like talking to Devi about fighting games makes me want to play them.
Yeah, and you talk about them with Chele a lot, right?
Yeah, Chele and we were in the same apartment along with Packet from my chat, and we were all playing Smash competitively. Like, there would be 8-hour days, 12-hour days of just playing Smash for 12 hours straight.
Oh my gosh.
So, like, we were pretty obsessed with it, and, like, Packet goes harder at fighting games than I do, but for a little bit, it was all of us, and I was really, really studious about fighting games. I would write strategy guides on the people I play with. I'd write sticky notes to understand their strategies and their patterns, their play styles.
Okay.
I approach games in a very nerdy way. And no, I absolutely believe that, Devi. I've never played a Wild campaign in any way whatsoever, but one day I will, and I'm excited to get to.
Yeah.
And one day I'll DM one for Wild. Something I want to set up is I want to do a mouse guard thing with Underrealm where we get all of the Underrealm talents and core team members to make mouse guard characters and I DM it and we're a guild.
Oh, hell yeah.
because I love the mice stuff. The idea of your little mouse who's got items, weapons, and things like that.
So did you read Redwall as a kid? Is that what I'm hearing?
Basically, I did read a little bit of it, and Mouse Guard, of course, is the same guy, I think.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
And it was made into a TTRPG, and like, it's super cool. There's things. The cool thing about this game system is you are supposed to fail in order to level up. Like, you need a certain number of successes and failures. So like, it is not a game where you can easily like min max. Everyone on the team becomes important and necessary, and you are encouraged to take chances because death
Mm.
isn't really a thing that happens most of the time in Mouse Guard. That's not a thing you're ever worried about. It's more about success and failure on missions.
Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. I like that.
Absolutely. I think it's a super cool one. It's one that I want to make under Realm Play, and it seems easy enough to DM. It seems more beginner friendly for DMs because I'm not an experienced DM.
I
I'm a
love
forum role
that.
player. I'm used to forums.
What was that like, by the way, being in the forums and being a forum role player?
Luca was one too, but I love forum RPing. Fun fact, Grim and I met each other in forum RPs. That's how we got to
Aw.
know each other.
Aw.
I've been doing RPing online, whether it's been chat rooms or forums, since I was 11 years old. So at this point now, 20 years.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
I have RP'd or done some form of roleplay longer than I have not. Love
Oh,
it.
wow.
It's so much fun. Some of my best friends and closest connections are people who I've met through it. It's such a good creative outlet. Gets you thinking about characters all the time. Um, and it's just fun. You can show a lot of passion for a series. Like, one of my most popular ones that I ever ran was a My Hero Academia one, and this was back when there was only season 1 and season 2 out. And
Wow.
God, it was just so cool getting to see the heroes people would come up with and coming up with all these villains and plot arcs.
That
Um,
sounds like
and
fun.
like, I met Grim in a Legend of Zelda one because I'm a huge Zelda nerd. Um,
Aw.
and Grim played the stand-in character for Zelda in that one, and I played the stand-in for Link in that one. We didn't know each other at all before that either. This wasn't like, hey, let's play characters who are. We didn't know each other. It was just by complete chance, but it was really funny how it all worked out.
That's so cute.
Absolutely, it was a good one. I appreciate it, but it was a blast. I think forum RPing is something people should definitely do. It was not lame actually. Shut the hell up, you loser. You were there. Packet was there. Okay. So now I want to get into some design questions. I want to talk about Yuki the character. So
Yeah.
first question is, how did you come up with Yuki the concept, like the snow leopard baker?
Yeah. So, one of my favorite foods is bread. I absolutely love and adore bread, and I've loved bread ever since I was a kid, and carbs in general. I would actively eat only really bread growing up because it was just something that I liked and enjoyed. And I love bread, and then I love cats, and over time snow leopards eventually became my favorite like big cat, and I just was like, hey, why not combine two of my favorite things in the whole wide world to be like one thing. So yeah, that's where that basically happened. For the character design, though, that is actually a little bit more interesting. I actually designed this my whole self. Like, I drew the initial concept art myself. And so the model you see here, I concept designed it with
That's sick.
yeah, with the inspiration of like pastel goth with a little bit of there's some there. I was wanting to do like a more Japanese style aesthetic. However, I couldn't figure out how to make it work, so I decided, you know what? Why don't we just go pastel goth with a little bit of magical girl? Not too much, but just a smidgen. And
Yeah, a little
that's
little taste of it.
yeah, it's a little taste of it. Mostly the skirt. The skirt is mostly like the most magical girl bit. Is because like most magical girls have like a pleated floofy skirt, and that's what you're gonna get. Because originally I wanted to do like a magical girl design, and I was like, you know what? No, we're gonna go with a design that I really with like a clothing style that I really enjoy, and go with pastel goth. And it is still one of my favorite outfit like clothing styles to do and whatnot. So yeah, that's like
No, I think that's really cool. I think it's awesome that you also worked it up yourself. Like, that's That's absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. I'm really proud of myself for that. So whenever somebody's like, I love the bread on the pins, I was like, I thought of that. I love the spots on there. I thought of that. That's like my little ego boost right there. It's like, yeah, I did that. Yeah, that's my idea. I did all that myself. Nobody told me how to do this. I just thought
yeah,
it up
you're like, that was
myself.
all my ideas. Sick. I think that that absolutely has, just bonus points.
Yeah.
Because like I worked with a concept artist, we worked together for a long time. We worked very closely. It was like a year of work, just designing bit by bit and like story, well, not storyboarding, but like what is it called? Creating those sheets, reference sheets. But it's like
Yeah.
doing early drafts. Like, hey, here's A, B, C, D, E, F. Let's look at these. I mean, you've seen me share it in Underrealm before for the version 3.0 because that's still the same artist.
Mhm.
Um, where I'm like, where we're working on. Here's a bunch of hairstyles. Let's think about which one we like the most. But
Yeah.
I have a ton of respect for you just being able to straight up do that yourself. That's sick.
I don't know how I cooked it up in my head, but I did. And yeah, sleeps. That was something I was like, that sounds like a cute thing of like having two tails be a heart when they're that was something I wanted to have because it's like two tails turns into a heart. Oh, that's a cute idea. What if that? Yeah, because the reason why for the two tails is in Japanese folklore, nekomatas, if they live to be over 100 years old, their tail splits, and it will continue to split the older they get. So, because canonically, Yuki is 132, her tails are split because she's over 100 years old. Yeah.
Hey, okay. I see. I like that. I did know from talking to you before, but I'm glad you share it with the chat because I love when there are these facts in a character where it's like you can learn more about them and their story and how much thought actually went into each detail.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so fucking cool.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of things that people tend to like think, oh, it's just this. It's like, yeah, but there was like a lot of thought and design going behind it. Like it's not just like a one and done thing for people sometimes, because sometimes people really take their time and want to come up with like a design on it and whatnot. Because I'm pretty sure it probably took you a while to figure out like how you wanted Triss to be.
Oh, 100%. As I said, it was like a year of work and we were planning everything. His hair is technically not just the coloration of a rooster, which can be red and blue with those feathers.
Mhm.
It's also his ponytail's in the shape of a rooster when head turned sideways.
I love that
Um,
so much. By the way, it looks so good.
Thank you, thank you. Aside from that, I have variations of straps all over Triss' suit or like his clothing and necklaces and things like that because a big facet of Triss is he loves freedom, yet he contradicts by having all of these straps and things that can constrict him,
Oh, that's kind of
um,
cool.
which hints at the snake. Um, so like
Ah.
fun little facts there. His eyes, there was tattoos originally on him that were scales. They were like scale markings.
Oh,
And now
cool.
the scales are making a return in his 3.0 where you can tell where Basil is burrowed in his body currently based on where the scales are moving
Oh,
because
that's
it's a
cool.
single patch that moves around freely.
I love that.
Um, yeah, it's a fun one. It's also like all the fun facts of naming and stuff. Trist, of course, referencing cockatrice, but also referencing a cockatrice historically or mythologically is born when a snake incubates a rooster's egg. Um, and so it's a tryst. It's two things that shouldn't be lovers. That in a way,
Mm,
it's almost, here's the lover, the child of something
yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah.
not meant to be.
Yes.
Um,
Similar to like a
so both
Nephilim,
has the
right?
name. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like both has the name of, Trist to sound like cockatrice and to sound like Tristan almost, even though that's not his actual name. And then simultaneously balances that with the actual word Trist. It's just fun to do. I love the thought people put into their designs because it's just so awesome to get to like learn, oh, here's why I did this, here's why I did this.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, no. All right, so next question then. Of course, we're still in the design category. What do you consider to be the core qualities that are most important in a Yuki design? Like if we had different skins for Yuki,
Mm.
what would stay the same across them? How would we know it's still Yuki? What needs to be maintained?
Hair, spots, eyes, um, and ears, and tails. Otherwise, everything else is fine. Like that, like as long as you have those things, you'll know it's me. Because the eyes, the tails. Because snow leopard, while yes, they have spots on their pattern, just like tigers and zebras, the spot patterns change, and that's how people identify them. Similar to how like whales have like different fluke patterns on the back of them. That's how on their tails. That's how they actually identify like the whales out in the wild. Is they go based off of their tail fin patterns, and that's how they identify them. So similar to that, basically, that's how you would be able to recognize Yuki is by seeing her ears, tails, and hair and spots. And as long as you have that, you'll be able to recognize her, basically.
I didn't know that. That's actually a really interesting fact about the whales and stuff. I had no clue.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. So most of them get like scars over time, but it's a thing that happens, and it's really cool to see like how scientists are able to find and discover different like how they'll like be able to study different groups and pods, because like over time we eventually had to figure that out. But it is a really cool thing. As I said, I used to be a veterinary technology major, and one of my favorite things to sit back and relax and watch sometimes is nature documentaries. So I got too many random ass animal facts in my head.
I mean, I think that's a cool set of facts to have, though. I mean, it's something you can always teach Chad a random fact about animals. And what normal person is like, no, I didn't want to learn an animal fact. Like, everyone wants to know animal facts.
Usually they
Like
do,
when you learn
yeah.
about, yeah, when you learn about ducks, for instance, and how fucking strange they are. I love learning
Oh
their
my
weird stuff.
Oh my god, I'm not going to talk about a random duck fact that popped in my head right
Y-
now. I will
I
not
know
do
what
that.
fact you're probably thinking, so I totally feel it. That's up to Chad to figure out. If they don't know, they'll learn real quick. And if they think about the same kind of fact, they can then look at echidnas and get a very other unique fact.
Oh, no, Tris, no.
I want to lead them into it, you know. Let them learn.
Let them
We're cursed
learn.
with this knowledge. They should be as well. But okay, okay. So with those core Yuki qualities, basically the clothes can easily change, but meanwhile the spots, the eyes, like that, the tails, those are gonna. I agree, especially on like tails and the tail patterns, and like
Mm-hmm.
with eyes, I could see people playing with the colors and unique skins. Like if you're making like an evil Yuki,
No, actually, the reason why I refuse the eyes to be changed is because the design of the eyes is due to me having centralized heterochromia in my eyes. So I have hazel eyes, but my eyes have a brown around the iris of them,
oh,
and yeah. So that's called centralized heterochromia, and that is something that is like I'm still on like my journey of like self-love and acceptance and all that fun stuff, and seeing that I'm not this ugly duckling thing on that exists in the world, that I am pretty enough. It's still hard for me to call myself anything, give myself a compliment in any regard in that sense. But my eyes have always been something that I've never been upset with. Like it's always been something that I'm fine with.
yeah, there's something real important to you. No, I think that's awesome. I think it's interesting stuff too, because like, yeah, no, I think it's cool to learn the story of why certain things must stay, and I
Mm-hmm.
think that's fair.
Yeah. Like if anybody wanted to do any Yuki, you could like put red in the eyes, so you can make the irises like black instead of, or sorry, the not the iris, the sclera. Sclera.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
scleras.
you can make the sclera black instead of white, and that would make it evil in a sense, I guess.
No, totally understandable. Totally understandable. But no, I definitely feel that on you. I think it'd be interesting. Of course, I always love seeing various skins for VTubers I know. So I would
Mm-hmm.
love to see a set of unique Underrealm skins. Triss could use a new set of eyes. The yellow eyes look fucking sick. Nah,
Oh
I
no, no,
could
no, no! Those are so good on that. I love that design choice. I'm not gonna lie, that's
absolutely.
so
I
good.
love them. I think they're very fitting. If I didn't have yellow eyes, I'd probably have green eyes or orange eyes.
Ooh, orange is
Um,
nice.
Orange would be cool. I do think that could easily work. I like green, but I like that green is usually an accent color on Trist. And then when you see the green on his body, it's usually in the form of basil, which, another fun little fact, the reason basil is named basil is because cockatrice and basilisk were originally terms used interchangeably.
Yeah, and
Um,
then they finally separated them. Yeah, because I'm watching Delicious in Dungeon right now with a friend of mine, and I was like, man, I can't watch this without thinking of Trist.
exactly, exactly. It's so fucking cool. But yeah, they were originally interchangeable terms, which I think is very fun. It's a fun little fact. So that's why Basil's named Basil. And then referencing in the new 3.0 for Trist, Basil is gaining the little feathers. This is referencing specifically the feathered serpent, the Quetzalcoatl, while Trist, meanwhile, is the serpentine bird being a cockatrice. I think it's a fun little reverse on each other.
Oh, I
Um,
love that.
yeah, I think it's cool. I've been having a lot of fun playing with like mythologies and stuff. But next question for you. Let's go with, is there any lore you want to share about Yuki? You mentioned the age of Yuki, but like what about Yuki's story? What do you have on Yuki so far if you're at liberty to share?
Yeah, I'm at liberty to share. Basically, she grew up in a small town in the mountains, and she would gather herbs for her bread up in the mountains. One day, she saw a snow leopard cub trapped in a hunter's trap. She went and she freed it. Later on, down the line, she was up and gathering herbs, and then she unfortunately got crushed in an avalanche, close to death. She didn't die.
Damn.
Close to death, though, she was rescued by the spirit of the mountain, which was a snow leopard, because it took pity on her because she saved the snow leopard cub from the trap instead of just leaving it there. And now, but because she was saved by the spirit of the mountain, she then became immortal, and she has been stuck at the age of which she has been turned. However, she still keeps track of her age, so she is canonically, her body is that of like somebody about 24, 25, but she is 132. So yeah,
Oh damn,
that's what.
okay.
Yeah.
I like that though. I think that's really cool. It shows the whole like did a good deed, did something good, and a guardian took pity on her. Basically, I love that. I think that's very like it's sweet. It's very sweet.
That's my whole concept basically. Is just do good, be nice, and think good things will come to you in return. And that's just like, I don't know, just like a concept of something from me. I don't know how to explain it, but that's like one of my morals.
Karma
Like,
basically paid off.
yeah, basically, just be a good person. It's not that hard. Honestly, for me, it's like just be a good person. It's not that hard.
No, I totally feel that. I like that though. It also helps because I create AU stuff for Underrealm literally all the time. Like I
Mhm,
live on coming up with stories and ideas. Most of my streams that I focus on or prioritize are creative streams.
mhm.
So like as I learn these little details, it helps shape the characters that much more in my mind.
Yeah.
But no, I feel it. Um, let's see. Next question I think is also still linked to that. And that is are there any other VTubers who you consider connected to Yuki within lore? Like if you think of the character Yuki, you're like, oh yeah, Yuki's met this character, or would meet this character.
Probably. That's a great question. Um, Maybe my friend that I have, maybe his character, because his character like runs a bar and like a gilded speakeasy, and I'm like, oh, maybe like they've probably met in real met like in lore because of the way because I met him through VTubing. Like I met him like 3 years ago, at this point, and so we're really good friends, and I really appreciate him and his time. And I just been like, yeah, you know what? Maybe they would meet in some point. And of course, like, and if all of us in Underrealm at some point probably would have met. Maybe not Wild because she's too much of a scaredy cat to go into things. But I don't know. That's a
Scaredy
thing.
cat. Oh,
Yeah,
punny.
definitely vexing. She definitely would have met vexing because I've met vexing in real life, and I actually read a lot when I was younger. Because so when you have ADHD as a child and as a girl, a lot of people don't really want to talk to you or hang out with you, or they think you're weird, and so you basically get bullied and treated
Oof.
treated badly as a child. So my favorite place and my safe space wasn't home and wasn't school. It was my library in my school and the librarian, because the kids couldn't go and bully me there. So that's where that's so I grew up loving and reading books. I actually would get in trouble for for reading a book that's not relevant to class in class. Um,
No, I definitely get that. I think that's totally fair. Well, I didn't do a lot of like the reading. I did read, but I didn't read a ton.
mhm.
Um, I absolutely understand how it can become a safe space. For me, it was my trampoline. I would just stay on my trampoline and not go inside because I hated being in my house.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
And then I
fair.
would just create fictional worlds all the time. So I can see where the books helped.
Yeah,
Um,
they really did help me. later on in life. It's just something I never. I'm actually pretty open about it. It's pretty common, something that I've talked about over time, but it's just like, I don't know, just something that basically, if it hadn't happened, it wouldn't be a part of me at this point, you know.
Yeah, it's something that like it shaped a part of you, and if you can, have those moments where you can accept the good in yourself, you can see how that helped in some way or how that shaped you.
Exactly. Yeah. Found the gutter
No, I
juice.
totally feel it. I totally feel it. I like that. But no, I feel as far as the connecting to VTubers, of course I did the same thing to Elo, who was like, no, I don't really know if there's an easy connection for Elo. I'm like, the fun thing about Trist is now that he's on the run and he's just going all over the place, avoiding getting captured, his lure is now involving him meeting a bunch of VTubers, and usually it's he meets them and they help him avoid capture while he also helps them with some degree of an issue and he brings issues to their door. So I can easily see a
Oh.
world in which Trist could meet Yuki and then they both help each other in some way for a bit
Oh
and
yeah,
then
for
part ways
sure.
because problems have a tendency to follow.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, she definitely would have. Yeah, definitely would have helped you because that's her thing. Is like she'll help those if she can, even if it's just like a little bit of bread and like some food on the way out.
Hey, let's get this bread. If you're not saying that almost every stream, I don't know what you're doing.
I don't because of puns.
That's fair. And Packet, yeah, I'm pressing tab, but look, we're 99% clean. I kind of have to press tab at this point.
I'm trying to find it because if you hit escape and then you click, if you scroll down, you find the thing that says 98% clean. It's supposed to blink and show you what part you're missing. They fixed this in Power Wash 2. It's a wooden trim, so it's the corners of the house. So I think it's actually probably up here somewhere.
No, I feel ya. I'm hitting tab a ton as well, just like show me something.
I found one of them.
All right, then I'll go to this side.
Oh, there was the dirt there. Okay, and then not that one.
Come on, there's got to be one right here. Yeah, show me one. Nope, no luck.
Not that one.
We're so close.
I know, right? It's so frustrating. It's literally just a single piece of wood now.
It's got to make it difficult. They really want us to work for it.
Yeah, they really do.
I'm just saying, what owner's gonna walk in here and go, you get this one little spot. Okay.
1 second.
No worries, go for it.
Hello there, everybody. Hi, John. Hello, everyone. How you all doing? Hope you all doing heckin' good. My name is Yuki Sikimori, the Snowbird Baker. I'm a comfy category streamer here on Twitch. Like
Chat,
your
you
RPGs,
see this?
and
You
videos.
seen
Welcome.
the
How's
trim?
your day
'Cause
going
I'm
today?
not
Hi,
finding the trim.
John. How are you? Thank you so much
I'm
for rating. What are
looking.
you doing? What are you playing? Give me 2 seconds. I hope you're all doing a heckin' good. Thank you so much for the raid. Heckin' appreciates it. I really heckin' appreciate you.
Climb
You're
the
playing
ladder.
this
I
Gaia.
bet it's easy to find and we're just dumb.
I hope that you enjoyed some Disgaea. I really hope you did. I am thank you so much for the raid. I can appreciate it. I am joined today by my wonderful gem mate Tris Trice. Tris, would you like to introduce yourself to my raiders?
You know what? I gotta do the classic. Howdy everyone, I'm Trish Trice. I'm a cockatrice VTuber. I'm probably the only cockatrice VTuber that you know. Good to have you on board. Welcome to the flock. Hopefully I get you as a wingmate.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go.
The classic Trist. I just remember Underrealm, the other talents making jokes about probably the only, whatever that you know. They always do that version of probably the only blank you know. Because
But
I always
love
say that.
I love that.
I
so
do
much,
too.
though. Oh wait.
I tried to shift it to everyone's favorite rival because everyone's favorite rival is, I feel like a fun one to put because it doesn't matter what you're doing. I'll be your rival at it.
I'll be your rival.
Yep.
Sorry. that's the brainworms.
No, you're all good. You're all good. You found it. There we go. We are so good at this.
I mean,
Yuki is so good at this.
I joined the Oxford study for it. That's just one of my comfort games to just sit back and play.
No, I totally feel ya. I'm just watching you do it. There we go. Good strawberry.
Yes, quite.
And an apple slice too. Oh, don't mind if I do.
Did Grim bring you food?
No, it's my food from earlier.
Hell yeah.
It's Yuki's world. We're just living in it. Oh no.
Not quite.
Oh, I like watching the little time lapse.
Yeah, that's fun.
All right, next up, we will let's clean the skate park.
Oh hell yeah, that's a fun one.
I feel like it will be. But okay, yeah. So next question.
Mhm.
Uh did you have any other character designs that you scrapped before the Yuki that we currently know?
Yes, yes,
Oh,
yes.
so what were you working with? What were the ideas?
Something similar to this. However, I changed it up to be I it was way more magical girl themed, very Oktoberfest style. Still a snow leopard, however, one tail instead of two, and the heterochromia was not there. So yes, that is basically the only scrap design. I have it somewhere online. It is somewhere preserved online in a Discord server from with some friends of mine because they were there to help me see it. So, but help me like figure out how to draw and everything because again, I drew the concept art for this model. But that was what it was, and it was really similar, but at the same time, not quite what we see today. Other than that, though, there isn't really much else of like a concept art that I scrapped, to be honest.
No, I totally get. Just you kind of had a general vibe of what you were going for from a pretty early point.
Yeah, I'm fortunate enough that I did. I know for some people it's like it takes them a hot minute to figure out what they want for their model or what they want for their VTuber because they're like, if once I do this, I won't be able to change it. It's like, well, you can. It just will take a lot of time and a lot of money. So,
No, I totally feel that. I was gonna say for me, I had workshopped a few ideas before I ultimately came to like choosing the Triss that I am now.
hmm
I did not commission any models or anything, but the original plan was I was originally gonna be a character that was related to gods. Chele and I were gonna do a duo, and we were going to be called the Demi Frauds, where our whole thing is we're demigods who are trying to convince people that we know what's best for everybody, and we are going to lead a rebellion against the gods.
oh, that sounds fun.
Um, yeah, and we were going to be related to gods that are traditionally connected to the underworld. So he was going to be related to Hades, and I was going to be related to Hypnos with the curse of sleeplessness. And that's why we hate the underworld is our demigod nature manifests as things that are both blessings and curses, and we
hmm
resent our curses so much that we're like, oh, screw the gods, they suck.
That's a
Um,
really cool concept. I love that.
Yeah, I was gonna have fun with it, and like the idea was gonna be, I was gonna commission a bunch of different outfits for my character, and they were all gonna be various work uniforms. And it was like, in this economy, I'm just streaming while working 6 other jobs, and you can see my character in the outfit corresponding to the job I did that day, because this economy is terrible,
And
and sleeplessness, the only
yeah.
value is I can get a lot of jobs.
I would hope that you would have like the bags under the eyes or like that always tired look from that too if you did that. That's like
Oh, that was the plan, absolutely. And he was gonna
yeah.
have the whole like when you see it in anime where they have the almost like fisheye vibe with no actual pupil um in there, or what is it? Yeah, no pupil in their iris. It was just gonna
Mhm.
be the iris.
Oh, okay.
And it was gonna be like that with bags under the eyes. He was gonna have gray eyes. Then like just look like a tired character all the time.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that was the original concept. And ultimately we broke away from it because we were like unsure. And then we were like, okay, what if we broke away and we did cryptids instead? And we were thinking about
Ooh.
different cryptids. And Charlie was going to do a Mothman, but moth people are kind of super common in VTubing.
Really? I
Um,
didn't know that.
we've seen at least like, I feel like I've seen at least 4 or 5 different moths. And it was around that time in short unison because it was like that burst of accessibility.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
like,
yeah.
a lot of people were making. I bet a number of them have quit by now.
Yeah.
But at the time, we just kept seeing moths, and it was like, okay, well, he doesn't want to do that, and I was going to be a splinter cat originally.
Splinter
Um,
cat. What's that?
so they are from U.S. folklore. They're basically cats with clubbed tails, and what they do is they hang out in trees and the branches and stuff, and they have spikes on their club tails, and they'll jump down and they'll just take people out. Like they'll club you and then pull you up into the trees and eat you.
Oh, okay. Kind of like a mobster. Just be like.
Yeah, basically, and I think they had like a screech that sounds like a person, so people would
Oh
go out looking to
God.
help a person because it sounds like a woman screaming. And
Oh,
it's like, nope,
lovely.
you go out there and then you get ambushed and killed by a cat with a club tail.
Love that. That sounds like a lot of fun. Wow.
Yeah, so that was going to be a plan, and I wanted to do it because not many people know what a splinter cat is. It's a very
No,
obscure cryptid.
it is, but that's
Um,
really cool.
yeah, it actually was inspiring a story I was going to do where one of the stories I want to write, even if it's just a fan fiction, not a published book one day, is I want to do a thing that's basically the idea of cryptids, and they're all people who are actually related to mythical creatures in some way. Rather than it being like a cryptid is a mythical creature, it's the middle ground between man and creature. So like
Yeah.
Bigfoot is a cryptid. Um, a lot of the kaiju are not kaiju. A lot of the yokai are cryptids,
Yep.
and it's like they've been affected by a demon or a spirit in some way, or by
Or
a
they
mythical
just live to
creature
be
in
really
some way.
old, or in Japanese folklore, it was lost and neglected for so long. Um,
Absolutely, yeah. And it's like it was going to be playing off of that, and the whole idea of the story was going to be, oh, they're dealing with like the villain of the story is main girl starts because I like the idea of female protagonist for this story. They are going after a person, and it's part of a research core where it's like we're going to capture this guy,
mhm.
and we're going to, run our tests on him because we got to run tests on these cryptid people. And the character was going to be the Trist character that she's going to capture, and he manages to realize he's being pursued, catches her, takes her to where jackalopes often are, and she gets turned into a cryptid herself, where she gets partially
Oh.
chewed on by the jackalope and turned into a jackalope person. And now
So,
that same organization is going to try to capture her, so she has to team up with Triss, and he's like, "Let me take you to this city. There's a lot of other cryptids in this city."
oh, that's cool. So,
Um,
fun fact: there's actually a manga called Plus Anima. I don't know if you ever heard of it,
I have not.
and it is basically similar to that concept. But there are these kids who have these powers of animals given to them. If their life is ever in danger, they are somehow given the powers of an animal that they are given, and then they are treated as outcasts. But they're it is really, really, really cool. It is a very interesting manga to say the least. It was one of my. It
I'll
was
have to
actually
look
my
into
very.
it.
Yeah, it was really. It's really good. It's old. It's an old one because I bought it in middle school. Now it's a long time ago now at this point. Oh man, I feel old. Um, but that was my very first manga I ever bought, and it holds a very near and dear place into my heart. And if I ever get tattoos in real life, I'm actually going to be getting a tattoo based off of that manga, because that manga, along with that manga and the game Okami, that's the reason why I'm here in Japan, here VTubing, here in Japan, why my life has gone the way that it has, because those things influenced my life so much that I am here now because of those things, and I want to, I don't know, I don't know, show it, in a
Yeah, no,
way.
you want to rep it, like.
I do. Like, yeah. So that's actually a concept that's been done, and a very cool concept. And that was my tangent there. Is that's a cool concept that absolutely would work as a story, because if it worked for that a long time ago, I'm sure that concept could still be done to this day.
No, absolutely. I was going to say on the American side, something vaguely similar was the Maximum Ride series by James Patterson.
Yes, I read that series as a kid too.
Yes,
J-
that was what the first series I ever wrote fan fiction about was that series because I had a crush on the guy from the series Fang.
oh
And I was like, "Oh, I'm
yeah,
shipping myself with Fang."
the bad boy.
But
Oh my god.
I love the bad boy. I mean, come on, he's so cool. And then I ended up liking I forget the villain's name, but there was that one villain chasing after them who was kind of, messed up but kiddish, but like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
bit
yeah,
psychotic.
yeah.
But no, I ended up really I like this idea, and my hope was like, or my goal with it was, even if it's just a little fan fictiony thing, I want it to feel kind of like those series while simultaneously feeling like da 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 da, where it's
Hmm.
like you go into this city where all these cryptids are, and you start learning about them and the way they navigate. So like Chele originally in concept was supposed to be he's a scorpion cryptid man, but he's basically an enforcer for a loan shark. He's helping get money back, or he's a
Yeah,
debt collector.
yeah.
And Trist is chronically in debt, so it's always a battle between the two of them where Chele's chasing Trist, and it's very inspired by Shizuo and Izaya.
I love that.
Um, and just a lot of little things like that, building all these connections. And I wanted to make a bunch of characters just inspired by the VTubers I meet, um, and like add them as characters in this world and connect them all. It's like, okay, we're gonna fight this organization, this experimental agency.
That's
Um,
so cool.
Thank you, thank you. But yeah, no, I feel it on that. Um, all right, next up, I will say how do you feel about models? Do you feel that certain types of models, like live 2D, 3D, PNGs, do you feel certain ones have an advantage when it comes to growing as a VTuber?
Hmm. That is an excellent question. Um, it really depends. It really, really, really depends. I think a lot of people, unfortunately nowadays, because VTubing is becoming so popular, a lot of people see the live 2D model and they think that's the only way that a VTuber can be. But I know people who are just PNG tubers and they're still doing their stuff and doing their own thing over time. And then there's people who use 3D models. There's people who use the free Suika model and as their only model, and they hit like partner and whatnot. I literally think that all it depends is on the content that you're making and what you do. Because as an artist, friend of mine and somebody I'm on for, I'll name drop him, Sino. He does art, so he's a PNG tuber, but he draws little different PNGs of his VTuber over time, and that's made him be able to be successful because he's able to, express his model and express himself through his art and style that he does. It all just depends on like what you do in your content, to be honest, at the same time. Because with Arrow, because she likes to do a lot of IRL and um, not IRL stuff, her 3D model lets her be able to do that nice blend of both. So it really all just depends.
No, I totally get that. I like that mental there. I know when I talked to Ello about it too, it was interesting. Ello pointed out that while live 2D maybe has an initial advantage where it's like that's just how people often see it, is we think of VTubing, we often think live 2D. She also pointed out that like the ceiling for what 3D, for instance, can do is so massively high. Like
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
there's so much that, and as technology keeps getting better, 3D keeps improving more and more.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that live 2D doesn't improve, and like her and I are of the same opinion, which is we prefer live 2D. It's
Yep.
just I like looking more like a character on anime and manga.
Yep.
But I'm generally with you. I think while there might be some initial advantage, it's really going to come down to what you do content wise. And
Yep.
you mentioning Sino's a good one because I've seen a bit of what Sino does, and I think it's just super cool. I think there's there's a vibe that is carved by that in the
Yep.
uniqueness.
Exactly. Exactly. Like for me, it makes sense for me to do live 2D because I don't. I have a lot of skin conditions, and so because I have a lot of conditions, I don't like showing my face. And so because of that, I prefer the live 2D. Now the 3D is something I could do. I just need a better computer at this point.
No, that honestly is totally fair. I can see myself doing 3D someday, but my problem that I run into is when I make money and I want to get a new model or like something new for my design, I want it on my live 2D because I'm like, oh, new outfit time. I want a new
Hell
outfit or
yeah.
I want to do an update.
Yep. Trish is actively getting my way while I'm trying to clean the floor.
Let me do it even more. Hold on. Oh, oh,
No!
sorry, my
Let me
bad.
clean the floor! Damn it!
Oh man, it's just I just noticed that you're doing this. Hold on, is this the spot you're getting? Oh, yeah, okay. But no, I definitely do feel you on that. I think what people need to realize is, and there's a lot of people who come in and they think, well, I can't do this if I don't have one immediately. And for a lot of people, that's live 2D, and it's like that stuff can be really expensive too. I think it can be a smarter idea to start off with finding a cheaper one, finding an adoptable, finding a customizable, especially now with how cheap
Oh
customizables
yeah.
can be.
I'm gonna be honest with you. My customizable that I used when I joined Underrealm, $20.
Yeah, no, it's how it goes, and it's
Yep.
like it's so much easier now to get into VTubing than it ever was before.
And it's great.
And it's like,
It's wonderful.
absolutely, I think that is fantastic for the scene, and I want people who are getting into it to realize, especially if they start out on a free one and they or like a customizable, a cheaper one. I don't want them to think that is the thing that's holding you back from getting affiliate or that's the thing holding you back from getting to a certain growth point. Getting partners crazy difficult. We've been
Yeah.
at this for years and we're not partnered.
Nope.
Um,
Nope. It takes a lot of time and effort, honestly. And you have to get really. When you talk to people about it, they're like, "You gotta get lucky." That's the
yeah, there's
situation now, is
luck.
you just gotta get
There's
lucky.
a mix
Yeah.
of luck and consistency. It's a mix of the two. And like I knew a person when I first started VTubing would stream. He worked full time or they worked full time And they would, while simultaneously working full time in Japan, they were also streaming 40 to 60 hours a week, constantly applying to Hololive too, doing so many things to upgrade the tech on their streams and to like really just make everything as interactive as possible. And they were still incredibly far from partner because it's like sometimes luck plays a role. And aside from that, there's so much more that goes into building a consistent viewership than just the tech or just the model.
Yep. Yep.
And it's like personality plays a big role. How involved are you in other people's communities? Because that can help raise your own community. The people who see you around might want to watch you more.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly
Yeah.
right. It's crazy. Luck is unfortunately the big thing, but honestly, just like you said, the consistency is the biggest thing of all. Like, and that's what people always ask is like, how do you get good at streaming? Like, how do you be a good streamer? I'm like, you got to be consistent. Like,
Yep, more than
like,
anything.
it's unfortunate you got to hit that consistency, unfortunately, and it does suck, but you eventually can get that consistency down. It just takes a while, whether that be with like a little schedule or just set days that you've told yourself to stream, because that schedule can sometimes be a crutch for some people, because I know people who don't do schedules, but they do set days to say, okay, I'm going live this day around this time. It may not be this time, but it will be this day-ish, I guess, so just look forward to that. So that's a thing.
No, absolutely. I think you're totally right on that. And I think something that I always have to remind people of too, and I remind myself it sometimes because there are bad days. There are going to be the days where your chat's a lot more dead and you're like, what do I do? I have had dead chat when I've been gaming a lot recently, and I just kind of have to, you take your lumps. Accept that there are going to be bad ones, accept that maybe you have to go back to the drawing board, try a new game, try a new idea, or just maybe it was a bad day. Maybe people were busy. And it's unfortunately how it goes. That is part of streaming. Like I always tell people you'll find real fast when you first get into streaming, do you actually want to do this or do you just want to be popular?
Yep.
Because when you have those bad days, it'll hit like a truck when you're still new, especially.
Yeah, my biggest thing was the 3 viewers. That was my biggest thing. It took me a while to get that, to be honest.
I feel you. I was so convinced when I first started. I was fielding in communities and stuff where like I was getting involved with all my V siblings because of course I came in with like, hey, I'm going to have a plan. I'm going to be social in a community. People are going to support me. I'm going to tell my friends to open my stream. I got affiliate in my first week of streaming, so I felt very good. And then I was like, I'm getting partner within 2 months. It's going to happen. Absolutely did not happen. And oh my God, I learned so fast. And then like my viewership started to dwindle a lot more because I wasn't as involved in the community anymore too. I didn't stay consistent. I was like, well, now they're my viewers, so I'm good. And it's like, nope, you can lose your viewers just as fast. You got to stay on top of things.
Yep. I feel really bad because ever since I moved so I started streaming back when I was in America. And ever since I moved, I have a really hard time being able to connect with my community back there and whatnot because my time zone is on the opposite side of the world now. And it really sucks. And it's unfortunately just how it's going to be for who knows how long. But like, it's not my fault. And they'll show up when they can. But like at the same time, I feel bad because I try and host these community nights. And they're not able to come by as much now because of it. And it's not their fault or mine. Time zones are a bitch. It's still just
it's just reality. Yeah.
It's reality. And unfortunately that reality kind of hits you hard sometimes. And it really fucking sucks sometimes when you're just like, man, I miss being able to have this connection with my community that I used to. Because I used to do weekly community or like monthly community nights. And I haven't been able to recently because I haven't been able to find a game to connect with them with. And every single time I posted one, it's just been not very engaging. And I'm just like, okay, I need to go back to the drawing board on these community nights at this point now.
No, I definitely feel that. I definitely can feel where the issues come in. My music keeps deciding to randomly stop. I'm fixing it.
It's because if you're using Spotify like I am, it will pause because it hears you talking in the chat. It hears you talking. It's only certain songs, and I don't know why Spotify decided to do this. I think it's an anti-piracy thing.
Oh, maybe. Who knows? Either way, that's fine. But yeah, no, I definitely do get you on that because I have those moments where I feel when I'm streaming and I'm like, oh, this is just not taking. And again, you find different ideas. You got to try new things out. And I'm aware that like now my time for streaming, because it's luckily consistent, I'm at my best chance to kind of start refostering everything.
Let's go.
Because it's like my work is letting me out at the same time basically every day instead of being all over the place.
That's
And
great.
I'm like crossing my fingers, like, please, come on, let me build this up. Mm. But okay. Sorry, eating a strawberry.
No, please eat your
Let's
food. We
see.
didn't have breakfast yet when we started, and I felt bad.
Hey, listen, that's your breakfast. It's my dinner. But no, let's see. Next up. I don't even know what fruit that is. I just ate it though. Was something. Mm. So next question I have are some crazy supernatural experience happens, and you have to start from scratch with an entirely new idea. You cannot be Snow Leopard Baker. What would you
Oh,
do?
what would I do? Actually, it would be a whale shark.
Oh, a whale shark. Okay.
Yeah, I love whale sharks. They are my favorite sea creature. I really like animals with spots, but I would be a whale shark. What kind of concept with a whale shark? I'm not sure. Um, Probably, I don't know, maybe probably like a marine biologist whale shark or something like that, trying to explore the deep ocean and whatnot with that.
Yeah, no, I absolutely think that would be cool. I love that as an idea.
It's gonna get stolen one day. Watch it. Watch.
Yeah,
It's gonna
someone's gonna
pop
be like,
up.
I saw that idea. It's mine now. It's mine now.
No, but people have asked me like, what would you do if you weren't a snow leopard? I'm like, oh, I would be a whale shark, easy. And it's like, why? It's like, well, I love whale sharks. I don't know why, but they're like a comfort creature for me. I just love how big and giant they are, but they're so gentle and they eat some of the smallest creatures on the planet. So, you element, shut the fuck up.
I
I
was
am
gonna say
not.
elements calling you multiple
No,
animals.
no, no. Okay, okay. Look. I missed
Look,
this earlier
look.
during my concept art. Okay, people mistook me for a raccoon because my snow leopard tail had stripes on it, and at the time people were like, "Are you a raccoon?" I'm like, "No, I'm a snow leopard." They're like, "Oh, okay," and then that just stuck with my community. So they call me that, and
Oh
then
no.
somehow raccoon became trash panda, and then yeah. Yeah, no. Element knows
Ooh.
exactly what he's doing,
Ooh.
and
No, of course, of course. You know, that just made me think though, because raccoon, Yuki skin called instead of Tanuki to Yuki.
oh my god, no, no, no.
I mean, they're crazy little creatures.
I fun fact, I really want to see a Tanuki. I have not seen one since I've been here. I've seen a weasel running across the road, but I have not seen a Tanuki yet.
Damn. Oh, okay.
They're more rare than you
No,
think.
even I knew that lore. Not even I knew that lore. I just went with the flow.
I know you did, you
Ooh.
piece of shit, fucker. Sorry.
No, that's totally fair. But no, I like that as an idea. I think a shark like that would be sick to see.
Mhm.
Next up, we're getting into some of the more in-depth questions. So these are more focused on you, the streamer. Um, have you told anyone in your actual life about your VTubing? Like, for instance, does your family know? Do they support
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, my mom knows actually. She followed me on Twitter. And it was funny because I posted a sussy thing and it was like, no, mom,
Oh.
no, mom, no, no, no.
I love
No,
that though.
but
It's like one of the
my
first things she might see.
no, but my mom is very supportive of me. She is so proud of me for doing this and doing what I do in real life. I showed her my Uwu Market merch recently, and she was like, "Yeah, she had somebody specially design that for her, and that's her only character. Nobody else has this design." And my grandmother was like, "Wow!" And I was like, "Mom."
Aw, that's so sweet though.
my mom is so supportive of me because she knows this makes me happy. And the funniest thing though, like when I showed her my model, she's like, she's got some really big boobs. And I'm like, Mom, that wasn't even the first thing my chat noticed. They noticed the thighs first, not the boobs. I'm sorry.
Oh,
So
fair enough.
that was
You've got
really
multiple assets, the chat, they're gonna see different ones. They're gonna have their
yes.
taste.
Yes, they do. They really do. But my mom is super supportive of me. So yeah, my mom knows, my family knows, my friends IRL know, some of my Japanese coworkers know like what I do, but I don't talk about it too much. The only people who I refuse to tell are my students because, well, 18 plus and all that fun
Yeah,
stuff.
no, that's fair. You're an
So
18 plus streamer. That'd be
yep.
odd.
And they are kids, and I don't need to hear that. They don't need to hear me cussing right and left. That's not a good way for them to learn English, anyways, to begin with. So,
I would love that. They're coming in just dropping a bunch of just different curse words.
Well, I actually a quick funny story about that one. You got egged, by the way.
I
I
saw,
was
unfortunately.
I was teaching my middle school students, and they had a project they were having to do, and I set up the project for this, and it was they have to talk about a UNESCO World Heritage Site. That's in Japan. They have to talk about that for a final project, and I gave them all the entire layout for it, made it super fucking easy for them to do, so they didn't have to do too much work on it. They one of my students, and it was a random wheel, so they couldn't pick what they were getting because they would all just pick the easy one first, and it's like that's not fair, so we're gonna spin the wheel first. And the wheel has easier and harder options, and they one of my students who is very good, and he tried his best, and he was one of my favorite students, but he finally graduated last year. um they're middle school students, by the way, so like ninth grade, so like
Yeah, like that 12, 13 years old
14, 12,
section.
13, 14, 15 year olds, yeah. um I was like, okay, you want to it landed on an easy one, like, do you want to spin the wheel again? He's like, no, yeah, we want to spin the wheel again. I'm like, oh, okay. And they spun the wheel, and it landed on a harder one, and the student yelled out, fuck, and he was like, sorry, and I had to resist laughing so hard because
Oh
I
no.
couldn't be upset. I had to be strict, but at the same time, how can I can't be upset at this. Like, I can't be upset. You use the word in the correct context.
Yeah,
but
you
it is
used it
still
correctly.
You used it correctly, but I still have to be like, "Arr." I
You have
was
to be like, now, we don't do that.
but he used it correctly, so I couldn't be mad. That's the funny part, and that was the best part of, like, I can't be mad at you. You use this correctly, like you're supposed to. So how could I be mad at you for correctly using this in this context?
No, I absolutely love that. I think that is hilarious. Um,
Uh,
I'm trying to think. I'm thinking about like when I first started cursing now, like as a
oh,
kid.
I grew up in a very conservative household, and from that, I didn't actually curse until I got to college. And I
Um,
actually was started out as a very I started out as a say so streamer, no cussing, family friendly, all that fun stuff.
of course, of
And
course.
I decided, you know what, heck that, no, I'm not going to do that. And so I am who I am now. But it was very interesting to do that. My friend, I didn't know what a cuss word was until high school. Meanwhile,
For
everyone
real?
was saying, yeah, yep.
This is where we have less Trist Yuki commonality. Our lived experience with language was very different.
No, my parents didn't cuss around us. I didn't know what a cuss word was. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know a lot about a lot of things. Thankfully, one of my friends, her parents were in the military, and she taught me pretty quick in high school what they were and how to use them properly. I still never really said them. Now, you would never imagine it now, but back then I was such a good, I was a good little Yuki, just doing her thing, just being good to her parents, going to being say so, being oh so sweet and innocent. And it was just, yeah, no, it's thinking back on it now, it's like, this is not the person that I am. That's not who I am in real life now. It's kind of interesting now at this point to think
I mean,
about it.
that's really sweet, though. I do think that's nice. I was gonna say, I got into cursing from a real, not like real young, but like young enough, because like I've mentioned before, I've mentioned to people, when I was like a kid, I was like 10 years old, 9 years old technically when it started. One of my older siblings got me involved with a lot of drug stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, you've told me those stories. Yeah,
yeah, I was their mule.
yeah.
So like it was its own whole thing, and it was like, oh no. Um, but like of course I got into cursing at that point, and I was a kid who had just learned what cursing was, so it's like of course I cursed all the time. And then
Yeah.
one day my older brother, who I really, really looked up to, was like, he made fun of me for it, where it was like the lack of creativity you have when you just turn to curse words.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that made me get so like in my head that it had me stop cursing almost entirely for a good little while. Like middle school, I
Yeah.
hardly cursed.
Yeah.
Um, and then in high school, I went back to it, but it was very passive. And that was because a lot of the anime I liked, certain curse words just sound cool in anime.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
hearing Inuyasha go like, bastard. And I'm like, oh, Oh, I love that.
That's barely a curse word.
It is one though. It's a curse word.
Is it really? I didn't know that.
Bastard's usually seen as a curse word. You wouldn't say it in a kids program.
I didn't know that. That's cool. You watch some
Yeah,
of the
it's
shows my mom let me watch.
see the one that was mixed with like people I knew was whether or not they see crap as a curse word.
Nah,
Um,
I don't
yeah,
see
no,
it.
see, as a kid, I believed crap was a curse word. Because in my household, you were not allowed to say crap. You couldn't say sucks
Oh.
either. If someone said that sucks, you can't say it.
Wow, that was one of the ones that I was allowed to say was suck, because the slang sick came to be popular when I was in high school. So like that's sick. That what became
Yeah.
started getting popular when I was in high school. Showing my age here.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm a few years younger than you. I feel it.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, that's
Underrealm people are usually oldies.
you and Arrow are the youngest as far as I understand. Yeah.
Ello is younger than me by a few months. Arrow is younger than both of us.
Yeah.
So I'm on the young side. I'm in the bottom three, I think.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
literally smack in the middle.
yeah, you're right in the middle. I was gonna say because like Deuce is, I think, the oldest.
I'm the middle child.
You're the
Yippee!
oh, well, then no one will remember you.
No!
I'm the middle child of my family. I'm one of eight, and I'm the fourth.
Oh gosh, yeah, no. I'm actually the youngest in real life though. I have one older sister.
Oh damn, were you the spoiled one?
Nope, nope.
Nope, that's fair.
She likes to think I was. Nope, we were treated very equally. My father though, being the way he is, made it seem like I was the spoiled one.
Of course, of course.
Even though that wasn't the case. My parents treated us very equally. They made sure that we were both, what's the word? Spoiled equally in the way, in a sense. Like, she got to go to dance classes every week, and my mom and dad would drive her down to dance classes, like 30 minutes to go to dance classes growing up. And then I had piano lessons growing up. So,
Nice, nice.
yeah. Yeah. It was really fun. It was really fun doing that. But yeah, no, I only have one older sister, and let me tell you, she did not like me growing up, and I know
Oh,
my
of
reasons.
course.
I know the reasons why now. It was none of her or my fault, but it was just things that happened with how we were raised. It's really unfortunate. Thankfully now we're slowly getting a relationship, but it's gonna take a long time for us to get one.
Absolutely. No, I totally get it. I'll be real. I am not close with most of my siblings. I do not speak with a number of them,
Mm-hmm.
um, almost ever. And
Right.
then I have the ones that I talk to a little bit, but I am also the least family-oriented member of my family. I've made
Mm.
clear to my family many times, I don't think a family is something sacred.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
It's never mattered that much to me, and you can choose when you're done with people. So I always let them know, like, if they're doing something, because I came from a pretty toxic household.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if they're doing something or they're starting to get up to a behavior that I really don't abide by or I can't find myself clicking with, where it's like, this is narcissistic, it's manipulative, it's disgusting, I let them know real quick. If we're going to keep having a relationship with each other, they're going to adjust how they act around me.
Yep, exactly. Yep. That's what I'm trying to get across to my father right now, because I'm not putting up with his narcissisticness. That's literally the reason why my sister hated me for so long, was because of that. Um
Oof, that's
yeah.
tough. That's tough.
He would say, like, he would put me up on a pedestal in front of her, and I'm just like, that's no, you, what the heck, Dad? No, why
Yeah, no,
would you
that's
do
not cool at all.
And I had no idea. And she didn't
Of
know about
course
the
not.
bullying. She didn't know about the bullying that was going on in school. Neither did my mom. No, but no, my parents didn't figure it out, because at the time, it's like, oh yeah, if they're bullying you, they like you. It's like, not to this extent. And at that time too, bullying was only categorized as like physical hitting and punching, not the verbal abuse that is actually way worse for you now.
Yeah, the stuff that actually affects you in the long term, like,
It's the verbal stuff, and that literally is unfortunately what has shaped me most. Is to be a good person is because of all the verbal shit. So, yeah, but yeah,
no, I
whatever.
definitely get you. It's tricky. I was gonna say, going back to the family stuff, as much as I, said all of what I just said about my family, things have changed in light of a bunch of events that have happened. And my family knows about me being a streamer, and they have also been very, very supportive. Like, when my stuff went on Uwu Market, they bought one of literally everything.
Aww.
And it was like, or they bought more than one for a lot of those things. And so I have a bunch of spare merch. I show it off at work to my baristas all the time.
Hell yeah. I wear my merch to work too. My students are like, who's that? I'm like, oh, it's my original character. They're like, what's her name? I'm like, you can't know.
Yeah, I can't tell you information from here. You know enough. One of them takes a picture of your merch and then goes online and goes, who is this?
No, they can't. Even though they have tablets, they're not allowed to take pictures, which is great. So
Good. That's good. I was gonna say, yeah, no, I feel it though. I love showing off all the stuff I've got. It's funny hearing my grandpa, for instance, try to understand streaming. He really does not get it, and he's not mean. He's not negative. He just goes like, now explain this to me. What? So people, they watch you do stuff, and I'm like, yep, they watch me do stuff. I'm like, I entertain. I'm an entertainer for them, and he's like, now why would they do that though? And I'm like, Grandpa, you love cooking, right? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, do you watch chefs? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, are you making the food they're making all the time? And he's like, no, sometimes I just like him. I'm like, it's like that. And he's like, but you're like, what are you doing? I'm like, creating stuff. I like creative streams. I play games. And he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand games. And I'm like, do you like sports? And he's like, yep. And I'm like, it's kind of like that. It's just so funny because it's like he cannot understand.
I can't even begin to explain this process to my grandfather. So he is 90 years old. He's an immigrant from Germany. He came over post World War II, right after World War II. And he really does not like a lot of technology. My grandmother does not have a microwave in the house because he is afraid that it will give her cancer. Because he grew up around the time that microwaves were extremely dangerous for your body and health. So he doesn't like them. So she has to use a toaster oven. They use bottled water in the house instead of on tap, even though the tap is perfectly safe and fine to drink. They use bottled water because that's what he grew up with. The concept of explaining anything about VTubing and streaming to him is just like, nope, I can't. But I can explain it to my grandmother, who eventually will explain it to him, but I have yet to try to explain to him, like, how this all works and how it is. And it's just like, I'm waiting for the day to finally sit down and try and explain it to him, but it's just like, I know this is going to be a lost cause.
No, I totally get you. Hey there, Ridfeed. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you keeping the streaks going for both of us. Taking your slightly drunk fox butt to bed, so good night. Hope you sleep well. Have a good one. And hey there, Dea. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you.
Hi,
It's
Dea.
another person named Dea who is not Luca's husband.
I was
It's
gonna
unique,
say,
right?
I was like, that's not Dea. That's a different Dea. That's a different person.
Yeah, Luca's husband's Dea on the Rift. Dea the Balkan is someone else. Very unique. Luca's a gin mate of ours, Dea. And her husband's name is Dea.
With an H.
Yeah, but with an H. He's Dhea. But no, I definitely feel you on it. It is unique to have to explain to certain people. And the best way I've been able to do it to old people so far is by telling them, imagine if you were watching a show and you got to talk to the host while they were doing it.
And then they think, oh, that's fun.
Yeah, they're like, oh, okay, I kind of get it. And it's like, yep, that's basically what I'm doing.
That's what I'm doing.
And you always run into the challenge because they're going to wonder, but what are you like when you're doing this? Because, like, they're a host. They're trained for this. What are you doing? And it's like, you'd have to watch and see. Some people really like it. Some people, not so much.
Grim.
Grim, yep, you missed another spot. Shut up, Grim. I'm getting all of them. Luckily, I have a lot of time to get to the spots I miss.
I'm sorry. I'm yapping a fuck ton.
No, I love that you're yapping. I think the yapping is good. That's the whole point of this, is that we go through this. But let's see. Next question for you. How long do you hope to be a streamer for? And is there anything that would make you stop? Like if you were like, hey, once this happens, I probably stop streaming, or this is when I step away.
I want to stream for as long as I can, possibly, to be honest with you. It's literally something that I actively enjoy doing to get away from, while it does have some stress, it adds a little bit of stress. I love doing it, and it's a bit of escapism for me to, like, play games, enjoy talking about it, gets that human social interaction. I think I would only have to stop if, like, I literally physically wasn't able to do it anymore, or my mental couldn't keep up with it anymore, if you understand that. Or if, like, suddenly the VTubing sphere just suddenly dies and nobody's sticking around anymore. And that's probably really the only reason why I would stop, to be honest with you. Because, like, there's literally nothing that will stop me from streaming unless I physically cannot keep doing it, or just suddenly the medium just dies, which would be very weird. So, yeah.
No, that is totally fair. I love asking it because I'm always curious as to, like, what pops into people's heads? Because
Mhm.
sometimes maybe a person's thinking, well, if I become a parent, maybe I don't have the time, or
Nah,
whatever
nah.
X thing.
Nah, you can tell. I know several people. I know one person who I met through my old shift lead at Starbucks. She still streams, and she's a mom. She's a mom, and she still
No, it's
streams.
awesome. I have a
Yeah.
lot of respect for it. I think it's interesting. I also ask because I'm gauging people. I'm like, so if Underrealm for any reason were to go under, does this person quit? And
Nope.
it's like, and so far no one I think does, which I
Nope.
love. I'm glad to
Yeah.
hear that.
Yep. Yeah. It would be very interesting to hear why people would ever want to stop. But it makes sense that some people are like, yeah, this is just a part-time thing I'm doing to get me to do just to like keep my creative juices flowing before I move on to something else. I'm like, you know what? That's fair. That's a definitely valid and fair point because not everybody wants to continue this, but they want to continue it in a way. So.
Yeah. I can see a world in which I potentially would take a break from it. Like if, for instance, oh, all of a sudden voice acting took off and I was getting roles left and right. And it's like,
Oh
well, I
yeah.
can't stream easily, but it would never be a I'm quitting. It would always be a when I find time again, I'll come back.
I mean, if you look at like Sayu, he is a great example of voice actor turned streamer, but like he's known for both now at this point, and he does actively take frequent breaks from streaming due to his voice acting recording schedules. So,
No, absolutely. It's like that's the kind of way I see it. I'm seeing what Day is saying in the chat. Yeah, yeah, I wasn't very specific. That's true, but they are very different.
mhm.
Um, I love that. I love that. What if it's spelled Deah? You know what? We're looking at all the variations of how to spell Dea. Let's also do Dhaya.
my
Throw Y's
my
in there.
my IRL name is spelled like five different ways, and it's
Oh,
so annoying. I hate
I
it.
feel that. I have an IRL name that is spelled traditionally one way, but I've seen two other variations
Mhm.
recently, and one of them I did not expect at all. I saw it and I was
Oh,
like, what human being would spell it this way?
I don't know. English is weird and hard, so.
And you know what? English and I have lots in I'm joking, I'm joking. But no, I feel it. Let's see. Next question. We're gonna go with so we already talked about it. Your community is incredibly loving. You have a very sweet community, very good vibe, good natured. How do you feel you've cultivated it? What's the secret that you feel, or if you were giving someone advice on how to build a community like this, what do you recommend?
Be honest with yourself. Um, be honest. Just like I don't know. Just how do I explain this? I my whole concept is I don't care what you do or who you are or what your beliefs are as long as you're not a heckin' idiotic jerk. I don't care. You're welcome here. Like that's all. That's been my concept the whole time though. Like I don't care if you smoke weed. I don't care if you drink. I don't care what you believe in as long as you're not a heckin' jerk in my chat and a heckin' jerk towards other people. You are welcome here because that's my whole thing. Because it's not that hard to be a good person. It really
I
isn't.
agree.
It's not that fucking hard. And the people who want to make it hard they're the ones who are suffering in life, and I feel bad for them, to be honest, at this point. I just feel bad for them when they feel like they have to be this cruel, terrible person just to get by in life. And it's like, you don't need to do that. You can be a good person. You can disagree with somebody, but keep your mouth shut and still be respectful toward that person, as long as they're being respectful towards you and other people. Like, it's not that
No,
fucking
I
hard.
I totally agree with that. I think that's totally fair. Also, I see what Element had said. Yeah, no, I thought that was funny, Element. You're good.
Being nice is free.
No, before that, that have big
Oh, the
thighs
big
was how.
size? Well, yes, I guess that's a
That
thing
helps
too.
too.
That helps, I guess.
I have a giant chest. I fill out probably not too far off the same bra size as Yuki if we're talking characters. Trist often gets a huge chest in the art.
Actually, yeah, you're right. No, yeah, we are about the same chest size. Looking at that, yeah, that's true.
No, no,
Actually.
not on this model, absolutely not. But funny enough, you look at a lot of the Trist art. I never tell these artists to give Trist a big chest. I've literally never said that before. They just do it. And I'm like, is it because they know I'm a cockatrice? They're like chicken breast. Oh, big numbers.
You
Good
know
hit,
that? I
good
like
hit.
that. I like that. Ooh, nice. Yeah.
But no, I definitely feel on the community thing, and also people being mean. It's so funny to me. I was in a good streamer friend of mine. She's been doing really well. I think she's partner at this point, but I was in her
Hell yeah.
server when she was still newer, and she's a lewd tuber,
Mhm.
and I think that's totally fine. I don't care what somebody is. Um, but it's clear that a number of guys in her community are clearly parasocial.
Mm,
Um, and we were in a call, and one of the guys ends up saying something along the lines of, we're all talking about pet peeves, things that we have as
mhm.
small pet peeves that aren't a big deal. And this guy goes, I hate when other guys are speaking.
Ah,
And he talked about how like it's the same with you guys too. And he was trying to do the whole, you guys will say I'm an asshole, but at least I'm an honest guy. You always get what you get. And it's like, I hate that. I hate when guys take pride in this idea of like, oh, I'm mean, but it's just who I am. At least I'm honest. And it's like, no, you're just a dick. You're just
you're
an
just a dick.
asshole.
You're just being a jerk, and that's nope, nope, nope. You're doing it
Yeah, no,
because you have a complex of So the psychology fact on this one, that is literally stemmed from a lack of self-confidence, and so they do it to belittle others to get that self-confidence up rather than like actually actively pursuing to get that confidence up themselves. They do it to they belittle others because it makes them feel better about themselves and their confidence
absolutely
levels.
agree. No, you're
It's
totally right.
crazy.
Psychology's right about that. Like,
Yep.
I told this guy too, I was like, oh, that's interesting. I was like, I had a roommate who was a lot like you. And I was like, let me ask you something. How old are you? And he goes, I think he said he was 20 or
Oh my
21. I was like,
god.
oh, I told him, I was like, I'm really excited to talk to you again in 5 years when you've grown out of this. And I was like, and if you don't grow out of it, then I'm really sorry. I was like, you're not going to make it too far with this.
Oh my god. Nice
But
joke.
it's just like, come on. I mean, I wanted to piss him off because I like poking the bear when it comes to these types of people.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
there's nothing cool about I'm going to take the fun out of things. I'm going to dislike people. Oh, I hate I hate when guys speak. It's like, dude, you are a guy. Why do you hate when anyone speaks? You can hate when people speak stupid shit or when people are problematic. Sure, absolutely. But it was just dumb. And it's just like, it's so performative too.
It
Like
really
you're trying to
is.
look tough for the people around you.
It really fucking is. And yep, that's exactly how I feel like I was able to foster this community, is because I've always said like just be a good person, be nice, be welcoming, be open. I actively talked about like how I was bullied and ridiculed as a kid and how my life was as a child, and I think that's the other reason why, is because I've always been very open and honest with my community about my past and like what I've been through. And I just don't
Mhm.
talk about it too much because I don't want to be a pity party, because there's no need. But like in any context, I think that's the reason why I was able to foster this community this way. Is just, I don't know, being me, being a good person. I don't know.
No, that's fair. I think that's really good advice, though. Like, you have made a community that does, obviously, they like you. They like you for who you are. And while
Mhm.
there are the jokes and stuff, it's very clear to me that they support you, the streamer.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
Yep.
and I don't know. I think that's something I've already said before. That's something that I feel, inspired by and healthily envious of, because I'm
Yeah.
like, I love when my community fights with me. I like the jokes and the good nature banter with my community. Um, but my hope is to keep cultivating it and to get it to a point where I can honestly say, like, oh, I love these guys. They know my vibe and we all have a clear chat culture.
Yep.
And then with my chat culture, ideally, it's going to be so competitive that whenever we're doing anything against any of you guys, my chat's going to win and come out on top.
No, they probably will, because
But
my chat's competitive, but they're not that competitive.
maybe I don't know about my chat being as competitive. I think I haven't inspired them enough yet. I keep trying to teach them that water is an unnecessary human resource if you have enough fire in your soul,
Oh
and they
my
don't
god.
seem to understand that.
Trist, no, dehydration is a problem.
Dehydration is how you find yourself. No, no, Chad, don't listen to me. I was in a coma. I'm not rational.
I love that you use that as an excuse.
Got a 90s Pizza Hut sort of vibe in stream. I would love a 90s Pizza Hut vibe. Do you know who was the head of Pizza Hut, or one of the heads of Pizza Hut in the 90s? Reggie Fils-Aimé from Nintendo of
He
America.
was. We love Reggie. He's great.
We love Reggie. My body is ready.
I miss that man.
I miss him too. I loved him talking to Hungry Box about, well, now I'm gonna be playing Smash on my 3DS so that I can come back here next year and kick your ass.
Oh my god.
Like Reggie saying that, oh, so good.
I
He's
love
such a
that.
funny guy.
He is such
And
a
then
funny
for Doug
guy.
Bowser to step in after him just feels like a meme that someone was named Doug Bowser.
Yeah. The new CEO, she's the CFO, and they actually got the CEO from Nintendo of Europe, who used to work with Reggie, to be the new CEO for the US now.
I heard about that. Yeah, no, she seems like a really smart person. I'm excited
Yeah.
to see the what comes out of this?
She also worked with Reggie too. So the two people they hired both worked with Reggie in the past. So it's like I think we're in good hands now, maybe, hopefully, because
Fingers crossed.
I love Nintendo as a company. I have been a Nintendo girly my whole life. I grew up.
Same.
My first ever handheld game console was a Game Boy Color, Pokemon Yellow version with Pikachu, Togepi, and Jigglypuff on it, and I got Pokemon Yellow with that as a Christmas present. And Pokemon helped me learn how to read. I learned how to read the Pokemon, and I think that I really wish that you know, like, kids would play those older style games because they need to learn the process of delayed gratification, and those older games just did a fantastic job with that.
No, 100%. I was going to say, here's some fun Tris Deep lore. So when I was a kid, where I grew up, my next door neighbor, his dad worked at Nintendo of America.
Oh, wow.
And he helped with translating Pokemon games into English, or translating games into English in general. And he was just a very cool guy, very nice, very cool man. And this kid's name was Zhu. His older brother, Coast Game, was friends with my older brother. We were massive Pokemon fans. He'd show me the Japanese Kirby games when I'd go to his home, and like the games that Japan was getting of Kirby compared to what America. I thought Japan was the coolest place in the world as a kid, because I grew up on Pokemon and anime. And then real fun deep lore. So you know the Pokemon movie Mewtwo Strikes Back?
Yes, I do.
You know when the clones are all fighting the originals and they play that song "Brother, My Brother"?
Yes and no at the same time.
It's like "Brother, My Brother."
I
tell
don't
me
remember
what you're
that. I
fighting
don't
for.
remember that actually.
So that song plays in the movie. The band, the singer of that band, wrote a song for my mom called "I Want to Be There." And when he wrote that song for my mom, one of the lines in the song is, "I want to be there when your baby cries." And it's because at the time she was pregnant with me.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, just a crazy fun little fact. And it's
That's
like,
fun.
I already loved that Pokemon movie, but then I learned that the band who sang a song that I basically cried to was like, oh, they wrote a song about my mom, which was very unique, very unexpected.
That's interesting. Huh.
Yeah, a little deep bit of Triss lore.
That's a very cool
But-
more there.
Absolutely. That same friend, though, his dad gave me, when I was a kid, a very poorly translated version of Pokemon Green.
Oh, hell yeah. That
so
never
I got into
released. That
Pokemon
never
from
got
that.
released too. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, I wish I still had it, but it was like something I really loved as a kid because I had different Pokemon sprites than my siblings, and I was like, why are mine different? And I thought I was so special and cool for it.
You are special and cool because that never was released.
Exactly. It was like, damn, that was a Japanese game.
Yeah, that's so
And again,
cool.
poorly translated, very much not well translated, but it was fun. It was cool.
That's
It was
so
something he kind of
sus.
threw together super fast as a gift for me.
That's
Because
so
like his
cool,
kid was
though.
having a hard time getting along with a lot of the other kids because they didn't really speak English very well.
And then you were friends with him. That's so great. I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It was something super exciting. But no, let's see. Jump into the next one. Let's go back to Under Rome as a whole. What are some of the positives and negatives that come with being in an agency that you can share?
The drama is a negative. Unfortunate. That's just gonna
Absolutely.
happen. That's just gonna happen. But I think the positive is that we have a bunch of different people of a bunch of different mindsets, and each person is good at doing something that some others are not good with. Like, I'm not very good at the creative stuff. I'm not very good at that. I am terrible at that. However, if you want me to organize something and remind you of something, I can easily do that for you. Like, I talk about this all the time. I help organize the meetings for our monthly meetings of when we meet. And I know
You
that
do. You do so much work for it too.
it's barely any work for me personally, but for some others, it's like pulling teeth. It's so hard and stressful and annoying. But for me, it's like, this takes me like just a moment, and I have time to do this. Cool, I'll fucking do it anyways, and I do it. And I really enjoy doing that for us because I know if I didn't do it, it probably would fall on somebody else who doesn't have the time to do so. Thank you, Element, for the stretch and hydrate too. I appreciate that. But yes, no, that is definitely one of the big positives. There is we're able to combine our different skill sets to make this work as a soft agency and as a group. And yeah, Yeah, I think the only negatives is sometimes conflicting, very rarely conflicting personalities and opinions on things, but at the end of the day, we all get along just fine. So,
Absolutely, absolutely. I was gonna say something that like when I talked about this with Ello, it
mhm,
was very unique because there were things that I hadn't thought about until we were talking about it. Like, not that Ello would even say some of them, but as we kept thinking, we're like, what are some negatives? Because it's mostly been positives. It has been a
yep,
very good experience.
yep,
Um, like the negatives, I agree with you. Drama is a thing, especially in a lot of agencies. A lot of agencies, they get started and they fall apart very quickly. The friend
yep,
circle fractures, and unfortunately, that's the end of the agency.
hmm,
Underrealm has not had to deal with that. We've had obviously issues. We've had problematic people, but like generally, I think we're all good. The people who are here are all good people at this point.
exactly, exactly,
Um,
yep,
and I appreciate all of the people we have. I think there is a strength and a weakness to difference of ideas sometimes. Maybe there's something you really want or a person specifically really wants to see, but
mhm,
remember it has to pass through the agencies. So sometimes you won't get your way.
yep.
And
And
that is
that's always gonna
both a
happen
good and a
in
bad.
any setting. That happens in friend groups. That happens in family. That happens everywhere. And that is unfortunately something that's just like gonna happen. And it happens. It happens. And unfortunately, I'm a very easygoing person. So when something doesn't go the way that I expect, it's like, okay, well, we move on, I guess.
No, absolutely. For me, it's like I mentioned this as well. I was like, there have been times where I'm glad that I've been overridden on certain things. That I've often one who disagrees a lot. Or at the very least, even if I don't disagree, I try to raise the other point. It's been the big thing I've always done in underrealm meetings.
I love
And like,
that.
while I'll never get into specifics in a chat, there have been times where I have a certain belief and I am completely wrong about it. And like, I am glad the others override me. And there have been times where I have my worries or my things that have bothered me. And eventually, maybe people come around and see it as correct. But like, in the moment, they don't. And it's like, in my brain, I get, I've had my frustrations where I'm like, ah, oh, come on.
And I've
Um,
actually talked about this with Tris too. Is like, we need that. We need that in a group. We need that. We need that. You can't just keep having everybody have the same opinion over and over and over again because, like, it becomes an echo chamber. You've stated that before, that this is becoming an echo chamber sometimes at some point, and it's like that is important to realize. Hey, maybe we should like think about this from a different angle, and that is something that is always needed. And like I've said, I've always appreciated that about you.
No, I appreciate that. I see Packet. He says he's sometimes wrong. You're right. I'm never wrong, actually. Never happened. Um, but no, I definitely feel that. The only other thing I can think of is like potential negatives are like you can sometimes feel bad in terms of scheduling or like in terms of availability because there might be members who are so infinitely more available than Yuki and I both have jobs. We are full-time workers.
And then I live all the
Um,
way in Japan, and everyone else is in the UK and the US, and it's just like, nope.
Yeah, it's like it makes it tough on Yuki for things. It makes it tough on me for a lot of things where it's like, hey, I am working and I wake up at like 4 in the morning. So when I see, for instance, Arrow or Vex streaming later in the evening, or Yuki who starts when I'm asleep, I'm like, I can't be there because
Mm-hmm.
I have a job where I wake up at 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that is definitely an unfortunate negative, and it's just how life is sometimes. But like
It is.
I'd still rather have it than not.
Exactly.
Um, and like aside from that, the last one I can think of would be sponsorships. You do have to consider your other members in the agency when it comes to certain sponsorships. Um,
Yeah, I forgot about
or
that.
they might consider your agency as well. They might look at some of your members, and that can always turn into its own conflict.
But the
Not
thing
that I think it's like a
is,
big worry, but it definitely can come up.
I think for that mentality is like, yeah, it sucks when like a sponsorship picks somebody else over you, but then at the same time, you got to realize like maybe they just fit them better. Maybe that's what they were looking for more, and that's okay, and that's gonna happen. And at the end of the day, as long as we're not belittling one another and lifting each other up as a group, I think that's the main takeaway here. Is that's how you kind of get past that negativity. Is like it's gonna happen, but at the end of the day, we're all still friends and we all still get along, and that's we just want to help each other succeed, and that's yep, yep.
No, I totally agree on that. I was more actually talking about, so for instance, let's say I wanted to take a lewd sponsorship. It is very
Mm.
unlikely I'd be able to do that as a member of Underrealm.
Hmm.
While I potentially could, that could very much reflect on the agency.
Yes.
And I don't mind it. That's not me personally saying, oh, I'm mad. But I am saying for the average outsider who's looking at agencies as a possibility, it is something they need to consider and talk with their agency about.
Hmm.
Um, because that can be a potential conflict of interest. Like
Yep.
the agency may not be in favor of certain that like things, or maybe it's a controversial sponsor that you personally you're okay with whatever controversy, but maybe your agency's not okay with it. A great example in this day and age is AI usage. Of course, most VTubers are very anti AI usage.
Hmm.
I'm in that boat. I'm very anti AI.
Yep. Same.
Um, but like maybe there's a company you really, really like that has used AI. A great example here would be Wizards of the Coast.
Oh wait, they have? I didn't know that.
Yep, in Magic the Gathering, it has been used, and Magic the Gathering is owned by Wizards of the Coast.
Oh no.
And so it's like, well, it looks like it's not being used at this point anymore. It looks like they corrected from there. That is a thing that an agency could look at and be like, absolutely not. Or maybe a person looks at it and goes, hey, I like them. I, I'm okay with, that it was used once. They're not saying, hey, everyone should use AI. It was a mistake, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
or maybe a company's doing some other practice. Maybe there's a sponsor who's doing pre-orders in your agency for some reason is like, I dislike pre-orders, but maybe your agency hates them and is like, absolutely not. We don't take sponsors who do pre-order bonuses.
But I like that. That was the
I'm
next
being an
thing you might
extreme
say.
example. That's an extreme one. But yeah, no, I do think there's more positives than there are negatives for sure. I
Mhm.
started streaming as non-connected to any specific person. I was never part of an agency. Um, so joining one, I have felt more positives than negatives, but I can definitely see where there have been some changes I've had to make.
Mhm.
Like I'm much more focused on Underrealm as a community than I am my own personal like hub world community that like isn't even my community, but it's a shared small community.
Mhm.
And like I'm okay with that, but I've certainly felt those changes.
Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot, actually.
Hmm. All right, next one for you.
Mhm.
I've got since this is all in depth on the streamer at this point. So you mentioned you've moved to Japan.
Mhm.
What is it like to be someone who has immigrated there? Do you get treated differently? Are there any positives, negatives you'd like to bring up?
Alright, so the big negative is, yes, you will have a language barrier. Yes, you will not be able to understand your coworkers and people that are trying to talk to you sometimes. Yes, you will struggle bus. Um, One of the negatives is I have to, because I work technically where I work for the Japanese government sometimes, while as an expat through my program. I have to be on my best behavior at all times. I am not allowed to be interviewed and talk about like my school and my kids. I'm allowed to say what I do, but I cannot specifically say where I am, what I do, and my opinions can't be recorded based on that as a fact. Because if I say something bad that may reflect badly on my work, they could get in trouble and I could get in trouble. Um, that has been one of the hardest things, to be honest, with that one. The language barrier is unfortunately the biggest thing, like most people would say. That's a big negative there. The time zone difference going from West Coast USA to the United States. If you thought like 3 hours back then was really hard to hang out and talk with friends then, right? Now it's 13 hours for
Oof.
most
Yeah, no,
people.
it's literally
And
completely different time of day.
it's like, yeah, literally polar opposites of days, which is why this morning I got up and Tristan and I hopped in the call and I'm like, yeah, I just got up. It's 5 a.m. He was like, oof. I'm like, Trist, I worked as a morning barista. He's like, oh yeah.
Yep, you and I
Like,
share that one. I do still feel for you though, because it is tough knowing
yeah.
that like you're the one underrealmer who is in Japan.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really big hard negative on that is the time zone, to be honest with you. But everything else is not too bad, to be honest with you. Usually it's fine.
That's
Um
very. Have you ever dealt with like people who maybe are apprehensive if they see you're foreign or anything like that, or is that something that like is overblown?
I am very fortunate. So my prefecture is actually voted as I can say what prefecture I am. I live in Toyama Prefecture, basically the state of a prefecture is basically a state, and they can be pretty big. Japan is about the size of California for for people's reference. So it's a small country, but it's a big landmass. You cannot traverse the entire country in a short period of time. It's like trying to say, I'm going to go down and I'm going to visit LA, San Francisco, and see Mount Shasta in like a week. And I'm like, no, you're going to be drained. You're not going to be able to do that. It's possible, but you will be out of money and out of time by the time you try and do that. That's just not possible.
Yeah, it's just not a thing you can do.
It's not a thing you can do. And I'm very fortunate because the prefecture I'm in is one of the friendliest towards ALTs and foreigners. I'm very fortunate of that. They love seeing us out here. And most of the time when people see me here in town, they're like, where are you from? And I'm like, oh, I'm from America. They're like, oh, okay. And then they ask me, of course, like, do I like this certain person? And I have to tell them, no, I don't. And most people you meet here don't like him either. So
that's good.
That's
no,
like
I totally feel it.
They always ask me that question. I've gotten asked that question so many times. And at this point, I'm always just like, no.
No, that is okay. I'll share this. Where I work, I have to shut down those conversations all the time because I already mentioned earlier I'm from Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
And so very unique. It's a very split population. It is often swung both ways. And so as a boss of a bunch of baristas who have very different political viewpoints, I have to very much be on top of it.
Yep. Yeah, I avoid politics in my chat, but again, my rule is don't be a dick, and that generally shuts it down pretty quick.
That's good.
Yeah, no. But that's another positive. It's very safe here. I feel so safe here. I'm still on guard, growing up in California and going to school in San Francisco. You don't go out at night in San Francisco as a cis woman. You don't. That is asking to get hurt.
Yeah, that is something where it's just, unfortunately, we are not the safest country.
Nope, we are not. And San Francisco is very dangerous. Imagine going out to your work at 4:15 in the morning and your Uber driver drives through the Tenderloin, which is the very unsafe area of San Francisco at night, to get you to your workplace. That is very scary sometimes. Thankfully, you're in an Uber and you're safe and sound, but still, it's just like, damn, it would suck to be outside this Uber right now because this is very much a dangerous area.
Yeah, if this were to break down or something, all of a sudden you're, oh no.
Exactly. And I can tell you a few times where I was waiting for my shift lead to show up because I would get there at 4 and then they don't show up till like 4:15, 4:10, and I would be sitting there waiting for my shift lead to show up, and I'd be like, please hurry up. This is a strange person talking to me right now. Can somebody please show up now, please?
No, I totally feel that.
So,
Package, shut the fuck up. I'm doing great at the washing.
He is doing a good job. He really is.
Oh, I'm getting defended by a guest for once. How do you feel, Packet? You look like a loser now.
I couldn't have...
You said you're a loser, Packet.
I did not say that.
It is very strongly implied. But no, I definitely do get you. I've been mugged when I was in New York City. When I was a kid, I got hit in the back of the head with a bat, and then I was held down, and they broke 3 of my fingers.
Oh my god.
I mean, I mentioned I was a problematic kid. I was doing a lot of things I shouldn't have been doing. So like, I'm not ever gonna say deserved because I was a child, but I'm also like, I'm not surprised.
I mean, yeah, but it still sucks. But yeah, no, it's very safe here, and I'm very fortunate that I am able to live here and feel safe. I can walk outside of my apartment at night and feel like, oh yeah, I should be fine. I can walk outside I can walk down to the convenience store at like 9:30 at night and feel safe. One time I was sick with a fever and I needed medicine, and I was in Tokyo, and I was like, oh yeah, I can go get this by myself even though it's late at night. I'm kind of tired and not feeling good. My friend still insisted to go with me. However, I did not feel unsafe at the time, even while drunk, to go down and get medicine from the store right outside my hotel. Like, it's very nice to feel safe here.
No, that's totally fair. And that reminds me, actually, so you mentioned being sick. Is anime correct? When you are sick in Japan, do you just start confessing your feelings to people? Is that just a normal thing people do in Japan when sick?
No.
Do they randomly pull a person into the bed with them and be like, oh no, I'm so sick?
No. That is very much an anime trope. I will say though, that the commonality of them being sick with a cold and it coming with a fever, that is extremely common here. that is actually not a trope. Because when you think, oh yeah, I got a cold, and they're like, oh, and they're like, I have a fever, even though it's just a cold. That is so common here. I don't know what it
Oh,
is here,
okay.
but colds here come with a fever 9 times out of 10. Yeah,
That's crazy. Okay, so
yeah.
that one is a unique one. Wouldn't have guessed that.
That is that is a negative here. Common cold here comes with a fever usually, and it fucking sucks. So most
Yeah,
cold
that's got to
medicine
be
here,
terrible.
yeah, most cold medicine here comes with fever medication. And it fucking sucks when you get it too. I have had multiple times. I have never gotten a fevers as much as I have while living here. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's just something I wouldn't have expected. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Well, there we go. Learned something new. Out of a joke too. Out of a joke question. um, all right, next one for you. Next one for you. Um, I've seen lots of videos of people in foreign countries who can hear people talking about them in native tongue. Have you ever noticed someone talking about you in Japanese? I know you're not like the highest level because you were what was it? Is it called L4?
N4. I'm N4, and I've been studying for the N3. Yes, I have. It hit me hard, and I was very upset about it. But people have talked about me, about my looks and who I am. They usually talk about my bags and clothes, though, because I wear very cutesy anime clothes, or my bags are covered in anime merch, and they will stop and they'll point and they'll look at it. My students actively talk about my bags and my t-shirts and whatnot. And that is the most common thing I hear them talk about. However, I was in Shibuya, which is, for those of you who don't know, it's one of the busier areas of Tokyo, Japan. And I was coming back from a concert in Shibuya, and I was going to meet up with a friend for dessert on the way back as well. And we and I overheard. I was waiting at the stoplight, and of course, I'm in Tokyo. I'm wearing a nicer outfit, and so my automatic resting bitch face came in from because I was in San Francisco for so long. You learn to put on a face of "Do not bother me. Do not talk to me. I will fucking yell at you if you try." And I overheard these two men talking next to me, and they say "busu," which translates to ugly woman, and they're referring to me. And that hit me kind of hard because at the time I was having, like I said, I have a lot of skin issues, and one of my skin issues is I have very red cheeks, and I get red irritated skin on my upper and lower lip as well. And that really hit me hard that day because I wasn't feeling too ugly, and then all of a sudden I hear that off to the side. I'm like, well, I guess this is how I'm gonna feel today. And it's just like, I understand that you feel like you're safe speaking it in Japanese, but especially like in Shibuya, but like, if people think that Japanese people are nice to you all the time, there's the concept of honne and tatemae. And the honne translates basically to your true self, and tatemae is the person that you show as like a front, as like that person that the outward and society sees. Most people, you will not really ever get to see, if you ever make a Japanese friend, you will not really ever get to see their honne until you've known them for maybe like 3+ years. So like, it is very hard to know somebody who they truly are until after a very long period of time here. And that is, yes. So to answer your question, yes, I've heard people talk about me negatively. Usually, though, they just talk about my bag and my things, and then if they're brave enough, they'll come up and say kawaii, or like very very cute, and like that term. It all just depends on the people and their mentalities. But yeah, I've heard them talk about it, and I can get by day to day. I can understand when people are talking about me or talking about like the people I'm with. It all just depends.
No, that's totally fair. I think that's got to be interesting because yeah, like I don't speak any other languages. I know, of course, like little words from different languages because of like, oh, I studied Japanese for a little bit. I
Mm-hmm.
studied Latin in high school. I took Latin courses,
Mm-hmm.
but obviously
Yeah.
no one is speaking Latin, so I don't have to worry about hearing any words in Latin.
But Latin's
Um,
cool.
it's a beautiful language, and here's a fun fact for you, something you might not have known since you've been teaching me so much. If you want to learn Latin in the States, Kentucky is one of the best states to be.
Why is it
Um,
Kentucky?
so Kentucky, for whatever reason, does a lot with teaching Latin as a language, and one of their schools, Covington Latin, is a great place to learn it. My older brother attended there.
Oh, that's kind
Um,
of cool.
but it is just known for having a good Latin speaking scene, or not speaking, but Latin proficient scene, because it's a dead language. But it's just a fun little fact where it's like, huh, that's crazy. But no one is, of course, saying shit in Latin to me. Instead, it helps with learning scientific words and like
Mm-hmm.
being able to put together what certain words mean, because a lot of English words come from the Romance languages, and
Yep.
Romance languages are all from Latin.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Um, but no, I definitely do get you on that. And like when it comes to people commenting on you, um, of course, I can never like say that I understand the experience fully. I get some degree of it. After my coma, I had my skull taken out in two big chunks and put back
Yep.
in, and I have these two lines in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And I notice them all the time. People will always be nice and they'll say, "Oh, you can hardly notice them." I also have like the little thing on my neck from my tracheotomy. So there's a scar on my neck, and a lot of people think, "Oh, that must mean he was a smoker and he has one of those."
Mm-hmm.
Like he must have had one of those. And it's like, no, that's not true. It's from a tracheotomy. I have an extra belly button effectively, or something that looks like it, because of a feeding tube.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that happened at work one day is I had a coworker come up, and I had been working out a lot that day. And so the lines were very visible on my head, because like my skin is shinier from the sweat. And from just like, whatever. I was getting sun and sweat. And she goes, "What happened to your head?" And I've been working with her for a while. And I was like, "Oh, I was in an accident, so I got lines in my head." She goes, "Shut up, you're messing with me." She's like, "I never, what, no, what'd you do with it though? What are you doing?" And
What?
it's like, this is weird to explain. It's like,
I don't understand. I understand that this is a common thing, but why don't people just believe you when you tell them the truth the first time? Like, I don't this has been a thing for me recently. Is like, nah, no, yeah, that's got to be a lie. What do you actually do? It's like, that is the truth. It's like, that is something I've noticed too, by the way, nowadays. Sorry,
yeah,
I
it
didn't interrupt
happens.
you.
No, you're completely good. I think you're totally right about that. It was weird, and it's hard to explain in the middle of a work day. And as I've said, I can be self-conscious about those lines in my head. I've gotten better and better about it over the years, but it's still tough, and I still have my bad days where I'm like, "Oh, I can't look at myself in the mirror right now." It
Yeah.
is known that when my family takes pictures of like me and Grim, for instance, they don't send them to me. They send them to Grim. I don't have
Oh.
my own wedding photos saved on my phone.
Oh, damn.
Because it is hard for me to look at myself a lot of the time. It's nothing against Grim at all. It is just hard for me to see myself.
I mean, you look at Grim every day, so like, of course, you're not gonna have a hard time looking at Grim.
Exactly. She's a beautiful lady. But like, with all that being said, I do have my hard time seeing myself sometimes. And there are the days where I take a good picture of myself and I feel great, or I just feel more confident. Maybe, I've been doing good with my dieting lately or whatever. I feel just on top of it. Maybe I have good fashion that day. I really think fashion plays a large role in confidence.
Oh yeah.
But like, there are certainly the times where someone might say something and that really gets you. "Oh, that me they talking about?" Oh, now Grim comes back. Grim notices that Grim's the subject. Very, very, very fitting, very appropriate for Grim. Um, but no, I definitely do feel you on it. I just imagine like getting in another language has to be, has to be tough too, because it's just like, there's the part where you could be mean and you could surprise them and be like, "Yep, I know." Like you could say something in the language back at them.
I have a great story about that one though. That I have a funny story.
Oh, let me hear it. Let me hear it. Let me hear it.
All right, so I was studying abroad in Kyoto for a year back in 2018, 2019. And so pre-COVID, right?
Yeah.
And there I was at karaoke. I was at a karaoke place with my friends, and I went downstairs to get a drink because of the karaoke place that we were at. They basically the drink bar, basically fountain drinks, was downstairs from the room that we were in for karaoke. And I'm downstairs getting my drink, and my friends went down with me as well, and they went back up already, and I was waiting in line. And I hear at the desk this group of Japanese businessmen. Now, mind you, these men are pre-gamed, very drunk, and very ready to have a good time. And I am like, "Oh, I should get upstairs before they start, before they have to go upstairs, so that way I'm not surrounded by a bunch of ratty Japanese businessmen."
Yeah.
Because like I said, like, even though I feel very safe here, I still get nervous around large groups of people, specifically men, because that is just unfortunately how you
Totally
raised.
fair. Yep.
Yeah, but it sucks. Even if I know that they're safe, and unless it's my friends, I still get very nervous. But and so I'm in the elevator. I go into the elevator, and I just see an arm thrust through the elevator as it's closing, and I'm like, oh no, oh no. And this group of like 10, 15 Japanese businessmen comes in, and they are being super loud, super noisy, and they're just like trying to get in, and they all cram into the elevator, and the elevator goes saying it's too heavy, there's too many people in this elevator, because it's an older elevator, so maybe only like 8 people could like fit in it. And they're like, oh, okay, get off. And they're like, okay. So they get off, a few of them get off, and then one person gets on. They're like, no, you gotta get off. And they're like quietly pushing him, and they push him up there, and eventually the elevator starts going up. And this guy, and the guy next to me, he turns to me, he looks directly at me, thinking I don't know any Japanese, and he says, "Nihonjin urusai desu ne." And that means, he basically said, Japanese people are kind of noisy, huh? And I'm like, "Hai, chotto urusai desu ne." And the entire elevator full of drunk Japanese businessmen just turns and goes, eh, because
Oh,
they
no.
just
No, I love that though. That is hilarious. I was expecting it was going to be some crappy story of like, here's them being super shitty, and it's like, no, this is hilarious. Okay.
Yo, it's a great story because they're just surprised that this girl, this very apparent foreign-ass looking girl, just responded and said, yeah, they're a little noisy right now.
No, I love that. That is fantastic.
It's one of my favorite stories to say, because it's like don't judge a book by its cover, because you never know when they're actually going to be able to understand you. Like it's one of my favorite stories to tell, because they just don't expect it, and they learned that day that, hey, maybe, a very foreigner looking girl can possibly speak, a little bit of Japanese and understand you. And that was just one of the highlights of when I got to study abroad in Kyoto. But it was just like, goddamn, yeah.
No, I totally feel it. So I want to share something that this is the closest I have to anything like that, and it's nowhere near as fun as that, but it's a fun one for me. The college that I attended, the university I was at, is called Moravian. And when I was attending there, we would often have people come over from Asia. Our school was very good about people from Asia transferring over, studying abroad. In general, we'd have a lot of abroad students, but we had more from Asia. So, for instance, we had a group of Tibetan monks come through to teach us at one point, because our school was very good at learning different religions and different philosophies. And at one point, we had Japanese exchange students, and they're trying to connect with the student population, but they really don't speak much English. So they're doing a little stand. Our school will have stands put together where it's like, hey, come do this activity. And they were teaching origami. They were doing origami Pikachus.
Aww.
And they have basically, one of them will sit with you, and they will just review it with you. Like, hey, step by step, here's how we do this, and they'll show you. And I am terrible at origami. I'm very good with my hands, but I am bad at origami. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I'm trying my hardest, and this sweet girl is really trying to help me, but it is not looking clean. It is not going well. And she's like stopping, pausing, checking how I'm folding it wrong, because it looks like I'm doing it right, and then I do it wrong somehow. And as this is all going on, and I can see she's trying really hard to make this look good, because, she's teaching me, and it's like, what's happening right now? And I just end up going, gomen. That's, I know very little Japanese at all. And she, like, at first is reassuring me. I don't know what she's saying, but she sounds like she's reassuring me. And then it clicks in her head that I just said that. So then all of a sudden she starts freaking out. All of her friends run over. They start freaking out. They're asking me, I can tell based on context, they're asking me, do I speak Japanese?
Yeah.
And I was like, obviously I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, Shoto. And then they put together quickly, oh, I really don't know much. But then we all just started playing instruments together, because where we happened to be was near a bunch of instruments, and I played piano at a performing arts school for a bit.
Cool.
So we play instruments together. I give them my ukulele, because I always would carry a ukulele around too when I was like in college. And then I do magic tricks for them, because I was a stage magician for a little bit.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I do a lot of different things. I'm obsessed with the idea of being a jack of all trades as a person. I think it's so much fun to learn.
Are you sure you don't have ADHD, man?
I probably do, and I just never got it diagnosed. What happens is if I see someone do something cool, my brain goes, I want to learn how to do that thing.
Yeah.
And then I'm hyper competitive. So then if I see someone do something cool and I've learned how to do the basics, now I want to do it better than them. I want to get better at than them at the thing they like. Um, and this is in part because my family, when I was a kid, my stepdad was a college soccer professional player.
Oh damn.
Um, so like I played soccer for 16 years. My dad, my birth dad, saw me lose one game ever. And the first time he saw me lose a game, I was like 7 years old, 8 years old. He told me he'll never come to another game again because why would I watch my kid lose? And he held true to his word. He never showed up to another game. Um, and it's like that's the level of competitive my family is. And kid me thought that made sense. Kid me was like, no, he's right.
Mm.
You don't want to watch someone lose. That's your child. If they lose, stop showing up.
No, no, that's a shitty ass parent. No.
Yeah, no, that's why one of the things I always mention to people is this is why I love Ash Ketchum. Ash Ketchum shows you that you can fail and try again. I think it's one of the best lessons in anime, and I think anime protagonists have lost their way because they often don't lose.
That
But Ash
man
Ketchum
has
does it all the time.
lost. That boy has lost how many championships, and he finally became a champion? Like after what? Like 20 plus years at this point. It was like 25 years or something. He finally became a champion. Crazy.
Yeah, it took him forever, and bro pulled it off. But yeah, point is though, it was just a fun story of like, oh my goodness, I was able to connect with these people with what little bit of Japanese I happened to know.
Mhm.
And then it just became a fun little thing where I'd see them every now and again. And while we couldn't really easily communicate with each other, we would sit and we would just enjoy something. And like, it'd be a lot of pointing at things and then getting excited. Like one of them pointed at my ukulele and then gestured to himself, like, can I play it? And I was excited because I'm like, oh my God, this is where I sound bad. But all the stereotypes of like, you know, a couple of them were really, really good at piano. And I was like, this guy must be really good at ukulele.
Mhm.
He did not know how to play at all. He was just messing around for his friends and messing around for me. I thought it was so funny.
Well, so fun fact, my students actually have like the little melodicas, so the thing that you blow into and then play the piano at the same time.
I have a melodica, yeah.
Yeah, they have those here as like their common instrument that they learn how to play at the schools, along with recorders. Like that is the most common instrument that they learn, and they actively teach music and art as a subject, even though in the States, like, oh yeah, that's not a thing here. Here in Japan, if you say I want to be a musician, that is absolutely something your parents will happily help you work towards, because here
That is awesome.
they treasure art and literature here so much. You tell your kid I want to be a voice actor, and the parents are like, okay, yeah, we'll start helping you become that, because that is a very much a recognized and it's very much a recognized and regarded position here, because there's actually a specific term for it. It's called seiryu. That's the term.
Yes.
And yeah, and that's the term. And so it's really cool to hear that like parents are actually supportive of like the arts and literature here, and it's so different from the States, because when your kid says, oh, I want to be a musician in the States, the parents are like, yeah, cool, okay, but make sure you have another job as like a backup. But here they're like, yeah, no, sure, we'll try and help you get there, we'll help you reach your dreams, we'll help you do the best you can with that, because you can actually do it. Like you can, it may be hard.
Absolutely.
But yeah, and I fucking love that here. It's amazing.
I think that's sick. I was going to say, I know that like from my studying, because of course voice acting is something I've wanted to do. I was looking into English speakers in Japan and how many of them there are, because I debated for a little bit of my life where I was like, what if I moved to Japan and I become an English voice actor there, because they use them for certain things and it's small groups of them who are often like the contracted agents.
Yep. No.
But I was looking into it and I saw like a number of Seiyu, they will make more than directors on projects. And I'm like, that is crazy to think about, because in America, that would never happen. That is like, unless you're like a celebrity voice actor, like, one who's not originally a voice actor, but rather just a celebrity.
Mark Hamill?
Yeah, Mark Hamill, he can pull it off. But like, I'm talking about, so for instance, like in the Sonic movie, when they did the trailer for the Sonic movie, Idris Elba, Keanu Reeves, of course, they were treated incredibly well. In the trailer, when they showed the characters and the voice actors with them, they did not credit Tails' voice actress, even though that's Tails' actual main voice actress. She was not credited in the trailer at all in America.
Oh, shit.
Which is crazy, because that's the Tails voice actress, like the actual voice actress.
That's the voice actress who's been Tails for I don't know how long now.
Yeah, and it's just like, what? That you're not gonna credit it? Okay, that's insane. Um, and hey there, Miki. Hope you're doing well. But it is interesting where it's like it is so cool seeing it in Japan, like how seriously they do take things. There's an anime I used to really enjoy called I still enjoy it, even if it's got its issues, called Pet Girl at Sakadoso.
Mm.
Um, and it talks a lot about this idea of like, here's this dorm of super prodigies, and the main guy is known for being incredibly normal, but he ends up at this dorm surrounded by prodigies.
I think
And
I've heard of this anime
it's this
before.
idea of what does it take to become an expert at something. Like, here's this prodigy animator girl, here's this prodigy writer guy, here's this prodigy artist. And it's him, of course, looking at them and having his problems with them, like being irritated by their prodigies, but then also seeing the amount of work they put into things, the amount of effort that goes into how productive they are, and him learning what can I offer too and how can I improve.
Hmm.
And there's a girl in it who's a voice actress, and she's also not a prodigy voice actor. She's a normal person. And it's an important part of the story. It's like, it's just so cool thinking about this kind of stuff and how you mentioned like how seriously Japan can take the arts and the pursuit of them.
Hmm. Yeah, it is really interesting.
All right, next question for you. We're still on the Japan topic for a little bit. You are a teacher in Japan.
Yep.
Is Japan as serious about schooling as anime leads us to believe? Because
Oh
we
my
see it a lot in anime, how crazy it is.
So, yes and no. It depends. So, high school is usually the one that's seen a lot in anime. You don't really see middle school and elementary school because elementary school is and middle school is like the like the optional thing or is like this like the thing that you have to go to. It's mandatory. High school is not mandatory here. It's optional, completely optional. I have students who aren't going into high school who just graduated last year. Um, and I have students who will go to high school while also helping their parents with their jobs, or they're gonna do things like that. And it really, for high school, it is not considered the golden years anymore. Now college is considered the golden years here. But they still, unfortunately, have that trope of, oh, high school anime, because they are still catering to a slightly older audience of hitting that nostalgia. Yes, it is still as serious as they make it out to be. However, it is not as serious as one would think. But school is, they do take it very seriously. I think they take it
Yeah.
a little too seriously sometimes, especially with my students. Like, they are very strict on some things, but very lax on others. It's very, very weird because they'll like get upset if they see a kid drawing in class, and I'm like, but I know they're listening. I know the kid's listening.
Yeah, like you know they're paying attention for sure then.
Yeah, they're paying attention. They're just drawing, but the teachers are like, no, you can't be drawing right now. You need to be paying attention. I'm like, but they are paying attention. They're just drawing. I would rather them listen, and then if they're doing fine, I don't care if they're drawing. They can keep drawing. I don't care. As long as they just put an effort, I don't give a fuck. But no, they care about that. But if a kid's acting up and causing a problem in class and being super disruptive, you know what they do? They let them
What?
stay in the classroom. They don't, and they just tell them stop. And if the kid keeps doing it, they just tell them stop. They don't punish them. The concept of punishing them is foreign, and it's so fucking weird.
That is strange.
It's
You would
so
think with how
weird.
serious it apparently can be, that would be like get out of the
No.
classroom.
No, if a kid is disruptive, they don't send them out in the hallway. They don't send them to the principal's office. And I'm like, why don't you guys send them to the principal's office? Like, what does the principal do? I still don't know what a principal does. I have been here for 4 years. I have absolutely no fucking clue what my principals do at the schools. I think they just sit there and look busy, to be honest with you. Or whatever. Because I never see them doing actual principal duties. Like, you know, like, if you got in trouble at school, what would you do? Oh, you would get sent to the principal's office. No, that's
Yeah,
a foreign concept
100%.
to them.
I got
Or-
detentions and suspensions plenty.
Yeah, no, that's not a thing here. That's not a concept here. We had a third grader run away from school the other day, and they didn't punish her. They didn't punish her for running away from the school the other day. They just got her, brought her back, and fed her lunch, and then had the parents sort her out. But it's like,
Oh.
okay, but if you did that, you would have gotten detention or something for doing that in the States.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely. The school would be pissed. And like, if I
what?
did it enough, they would just kick me out. They would just be like,
Exactly.
okay, you're done.
No, exactly. So that the concept of not punishing kids here is absolutely insane to me. I have had kids who are messing around on their tablets, and the teachers will just letting them mess around on their tablets. And I'm like, give me the tablet, please. And they look at me like, no. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'm taking it. And one of the students, the fact that I punished him, the students clapped when I punished him for taking away his tablet. That's how bad it was. And the student was like, why did she take my tablet? Why can't I have it back yet? And the teacher was like, and the teacher who was there, he was helping me. He's the other English teacher that helps. He wasn't the one helping me teach the class, but he was there, and he told the student, well, she told you like 4 times and to not be using your tablet, and you kept doing it anyways. And so because of that, yeah, no, you're gonna, sorry, she did what she knows to punish, is she took away the tablet. And that's what I know. You take away the thing that they're doing, that's the punishment.
Yeah, take away the means of the distraction. Like,
exactly. That's all you do. That's the best way to punish. And the kid was so mad. He was pissed. He was absolutely pissed that I did that. I'm like, wow, you've just never been denied the thing, that you've just gotten away with this for so long that you're not used to the denial of the thing. You really need to learn, like you can't get everything that you want, kids. Like, that's been a problem here. Like, my students are like, seal chodai, which means like, give me a seal. Chodai means like basically gimme here. And it's like, no, you're being rude. No, I'm not gonna give you a seal just because you're saying, give me a oh, sorry, sticker. Seal means sticker. Sorry.
okay. I was like, seal, huh?
No, sticker. Like stickers, because they're elementary school students, so they like stickers.
Yeah, they're elementary students, so they get stickers.
Yeah, get stickers. They love stickers. And it's just like, what the fuck is this concept of, you don't understand that, like, you can't get everything you want. And you guys are like 10 and 11. I learned that when I was 5. I don't get everything I want. But you guys somehow don't have that concept yet. It's crazy to me.
For real, that blows me away. Yeah, no, like, I imagine things can definitely get serious.
Yeah. It can.
I see silly. Your goats, absolutely.
Hi,
These are the 2
Silly.
best goats in all of Underrealm.
Meh.
Call me Billy, cause I'm the goat. But no, I feel, see, that's interesting for me to learn though. Let's see. Next up, this is the last teacher question I have for you.
Okay.
As a teacher, do you feel the difference in generations? We always hear about how technology's killed our attention spans. Do you feel like it's showing in the younger ages that you're teaching?
Okay. So wait. So I'm trying to remember how old you are, but I'm also trying to remember how old Ella is. I think I'm like at least 5 years older than you.
I'm 31.
You're 31. Okay, I'm only a year older than you. Or by barely, because I turned 30. Because I just turned 32. Yes. Give or take 100 years.
Yeah, give or take 100 years. Yeah.
Give or take 100 years. Yeah. And I have a coworker who he's 26, 24, 25, that age. He knows how to work a computer, right? He cannot type well at all. He cannot type well. And I ask you, Tris, do you know how to type well? Did you have typing classes in elementary school?
Yes, I did.
School?
Yes, I did.
He didn't have that. He didn't have computer lab. He didn't have typing classes. The difference of 5 years shows it immensely. I can pick up a technology object and figure it out pretty quickly how to make it work, because we grew up in an ever-changing situation of technology is progressing faster than we're used to. We need to
It made
learn
us
to
adaptable,
adapt to
for
it.
sure.
It made us very adaptable. My students don't know how to type. They don't know Control C, Control V. They don't know simple shortcuts. They don't understand it. And I'm just like, why? You guys used to have computer lab, now they don't, and I'm really wishing they had computer lab still, because it's like, you guys need to understand these basic concepts, because you don't. And yes, I can definitely see the generational thing there, especially with also brain rot and memes. My students constantly say the 6-7 meme, and they don't even know what it means, and they're like, it's just brain rot into meme. I'm like, it has a meaning, kids. And they're like, what? It has a meaning? I'm like, yes. You're using something you didn't know has a meaning, and they slowly have stopped using it because they are understanding it's not just brain rot. They're slowly figuring out the concept of everything you hear online might have a meaning, and they're just like, oh shoot, hold on.
Yeah, they're like, wait a minute, now I need to figure it. It's funny. So 6-7 actually, like the meme originated near where I lived,
Oh my god.
or where
That's
I
funny.
used to live. So it's
Yeah.
just kind of funny.
Yeah, but it's like.
But
and-
no, I definitely.
Go ahead.
What were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. You're fine.
I was gonna say, yeah, it is interesting to me because I imagine the brain rot must definitely be a thing. Like I feel like I see it even with people my age who have just gotten so used to TikTok and YouTube Shorts, and like
Mhm.
I can only imagine with children who are just growing up on that and not like reading as many books or on 4-hour YouTube documentaries.
Yeah, or watching like nature documentaries or History Channel documentaries before History Channel became weird and all that fun stuff. Yeah, like I get it. I totally get it. And it's just so interesting seeing the difference in like from how I grew up as a kid to how they grew up as a kid, because again, they have the world at their fingertips. Meanwhile, I had books at my fingertips. I did not have the world at my fingertips to figure out something. If I wanted to find something out, I had to listen to the news or something. It wasn't as simple as just Googling it and seeing an answer. So it's very, very interesting seeing that. Also, them growing
No,
up in a world
absolutely.
of things constantly changing is also crazy as well. Because like we've lived through too many generational, like once in a lifetime generational things, and I'm just like, you kids have no idea what it was like. You kids are gotta have it easy at this point.
No, that is absolutely fair. There are so many things that I like reflect on. I'm like, huh, we really went through this.
Yep. Not just COVID. Not just COVID. There's so many other things.
No, I definitely get that. Sorry, I'm also trying to see how to equip the thing I just bought,
Oh,
the
what is it?
equipment I just brought.
Is it the
Oh, it's for the Prime Vista. That's what it is. I need to put it on my Prime Vista.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what it is. My extension. Yeah, the Prime Vista
Yeah.
Long.
Yeah. And yeah, there you go.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank
Now
you.
you-
Sorry, I just was like, huh.
No, you're good. I could I yeah, you're good. You're good.
He keeps breaking his promises. I don't break promises.
I've never known Tris to break a promise.
I also very rarely make them.
Yeah, exactly. See. If you don't make them, you can't break them, and that's actually a good quality you should find. If you're fun fact chat, if you're looking for like a potential partner, if they don't make promises, it's because they either know they can't keep them, or when they do make a promise, they know they can keep it, and that's something you should look for in a partner.
100%.
Because that is very, very important.
Preach.
Preach.
All
Yeah. Like if they make a promise and then they don't do it, and they're like sorry, and then they constantly break it, you're just gonna be set up for disappointment. But if you meet somebody and they're like, I won't promise, but I'll try, it's like, well, the effort is there, and that shows, and that's good.
No, I feel you. All right. Next category we jump to is gaming.
Oh hell yeah.
So, you mentioned a specific type of games you really enjoy. So why don't we talk about what's the genre you're most drawn to?
My most drawn to genre is Metroidvanias.
Metroidvanias, what's your favorite?
My favorite is actually Ender Lilies and Ender Magnolia, that series. It is done by a smaller group here in Japan called Binary Haze Interactive. It is about a young girl named, Ender Lilies is about a young girl named Lilia, who is a descendant of the White Priestess. And your job as her is to go and help purify the land of blight and the blighted creatures and save the world from the incessant rain that is causing the blight of the land. You use different souls, or lost beings that were protected you when they were alive, and as they now have departed, to help basically defeat the other corrupted souls that are in the area. And it is absolutely beautiful. The music, the art direction, and the storytelling for that series is one of my absolute favorites. And it's also a very good Metroidvania that's not like Hollow Knight. When you die, you lose shit. You just lose progress, and you just have to go back and try again. And the boss run backs for that are really not that bad at all either. So that's the other reason why it's my favorite. Yeah, Metroidvanias are my favorite game. series, game
No,
genre.
that's totally fair.
Yeah.
I feel that, and that sounds like a fun one. I'll have to check that out. Packet had said, if you've played Bloodstained, my life is yours.
I have played Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. I have played so fun fact, there are 20 I have played 28 Pokemon games, including spin-offs. And I'm talking like the major spin-offs. I have played those. I have played 33 Metroidvanias to date, if that gives you an idea. And
Yes, you really love your Metroidvanias.
I love my Metroidvanias very, very much. Yes. So I have played Bloodstained, I've played Blasphemous, I've played Ori, Hollow Knight, Silk Song. I have played so many different Metroidvanias. They are my favorite genre. I love them to bits.
No, I feel that. I respect the hell out of that. I think Metroidvanias are a blast. I definitely enjoy them. I've played nowhere near that many, but I do love Ori. I love Hollow Knight. I have not played Silk Song yet.
You can probably wait. It's so hard.
I mean, I'm gonna be okay with the difficulty. For me, it's the time consumption with games in general. I have gotten worse at playing games that take a while because I am guilty of when I stream. I do not like to play the same game for too long when I'm streaming it, and when I'm off stream, I often don't feel like I have the time to play games that much.
That's fair. That's fair. I have had the opposite problem of, do I play this on stream or do I have it for myself? And I had to debate on that with a new game that just came out called Mina the Hollower. And while it's not a Metroidvania,
I saw stuff for that one.
yeah, it's fun. I like it a lot. It's hard, but it's like a 2D. It's a 2D Souls like, not really barely. It's barely Souls. It has some difficulty, but like if you played Shovel Knight, it's not that bad. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
because it's the same people. But
I know it's customizable in a lot of ways for your own difficulty, honestly.
Yes, and I absolutely love that. And the debate on that for it, they shouldn't do that is, I think it's a little silly. I think you shouldn't.
I agree. I think that's such a weird gatekeepery thing.
It is so gatekeepy, and I hate that shit. It's why I love introducing people to Ender Lilies first. When they ask me what's a good Metroidvania, I'm like, oh, Ender Lilies is a good one because, well, it doesn't have as many accessibility options as I would like, because for some reason Metroidvanias don't have accessibility options. There is a difficulty setting on it, and you can make it so that way you either do less damage or they do more damage, and you can have that customization option for that, which is something that you want to look for when you're introducing stuff to people. But also, like,
no, absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, that is my favorite game from that genre. There's hundreds out there. I've only played 30 something of them, but there's hundreds out there. I just bought 2 more from the Steam Summer Sale. Rip my wallet.
Of course. No, I feel it though. I think that's awesome. I do think it's cool that you have like a genre you so adamantly love. Like that is how I tend to feel about most of roguelikes and roguelites. I am very obsessive with them.
Yeah, you've talked about it before.
It's just something about it. I love theory crafting. I love making builds. I love making spreadsheets of my builds and like ideas I've had. But would you say your favorite game is, by that logic, a Metroidvania, or do you have a different absolute favorite game? Because you mentioned your favorite Metroidvania is Ender Lily. Is that also your game?
So this is actually a really hard question. My favorite game is actually a game. So my favorite indie game is a game called Tunic.
I know that one.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. It's so, and you can probably understand why it's really hard to say it's Tunic, because it is such a good game, but you can only play it once. And then
That's true.
And then the magic of it is lost, but then it sits in the back of your mind and you're like, man, I wish I could forget this and play it all over again. And I can't.
Yeah, get the first time all over again.
And you want to experience that first time all over again, and you can't, but then you remember the fond memories of it, and you're just like, damn, that was a fun game. Damn, that was a good game. And you just, it's one of those games that you get to experience and just fall in love with over and over again. And it's just like, god damn, I love this game.
No, I totally feel that.
That's my favorite indie game. My favorite game is actually Okami.
Oh, that's fair. I did think it was probably Okami, just based on how, like, when Grim was playing it and you were talking about it in our chat.
I love Okami with so much love and affection. It is with so much fiber of my being, because it was one of those games that got me into Japanese culture and anime and like all that fun stuff, because I saw a friend playing it at their house. I'm like, this looks like an interesting game. I like the art style and whatnot. And it was my PS2 game. It is now my most owned game. I have owned that game now 5 times. via PS2, PS3, and then PC, Switch digital, and Switch physical.
Damn. So yeah, no, it definitely shows as a favorite.
Yeah, I'm a little biased to say the least.
I mean, I can't fault that. I think there's nothing wrong with knowing what your favorite is and owning it a lot. I'm
Mhm.
trying to think of ones that I've considered to be like a blatant favorite of mine, and like I often get stuck when I tell people what my favorite game is. It changes a lot based on vibe.
I usually
Um,
say this. That's why I said like my favorite indie game is Tunic, but my favorite my favorite like AAA quote unquote AAA game is is uh fuck is Okami because of that system because
yeah, no, I
it
think that
does
makes
change.
sense, and that's a good way to kind of set it up. I know for me, like I often will say like, okay, one of my top games, Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. Love Skyward Sword with a passion. I
Hmm.
love the Zelda franchise as a whole, and I think Skyward Sword has a lot of flaws, but its storytelling is the
Oh,
one I found I care about the
so
most.
good. The story for Skyward Sword is so good. It's so easy to get into too with it.
Link has more emotion in that game than he's had in almost any other game.
Hmm.
Um, Zelda's her own independent character in that game, and I
Yep.
like that she's choosing to take on this journey instead of just, oh, I've been captured, I'm done, please save me. It's like, no, by the
Yeah.
time you get to her, she's like, Link, I need to do this. We need to help the world. And
Hmm.
it's like,
Yep.
love that. Nothing but respect.
Yep. Yep.
Um, but like that's usually up there for me. Super Smash Brothers. I specifically found myself really loving Smash 4. I was
Mm.
competing a lot. My glory days were like living with my roommates, playing that game for hours. Love that. Inscription is an indie game that I really fucking love.
Oh, yeah, that is a good one. That is a good one. I know about that game. Yep, yep,
Yeah,
love that
probably my
game.
favorite indie game, hands down. And it
Another
has
one
a
of those
roguelike
games.
mode.
Another one of those games where it's like you can't play it more than once.
Exactly. All you can do after you've played it the first time is play the roguelike mode that you get at the end, but it's never as good as the just genuine first playthrough of the actual story.
Hmm.
Oh. Um,
Yeah.
but no, it's a toughie. I do feel it though. Um, but now next one. So something I considered is with the way Underrealm is right now. Um, I would say you and I are the out of the talents. We are the two biggest Pokemon fans out of the talents. Um,
Yep, probably.
I think that I think that is very, very blatantly true. So people on my
Yeah.
stream side can now see something I have on screen, which I created a little spreadsheet. I have a 525 pixel by 525 pixel of every Underrealm core team member, including Valen.
Oh
All their little
God.
faces. And what I'm going to ask you to do is I
Mm.
want you to assign a different type to each one of the Underrealm core team members. If we were throwing them in a Pokemon game and they were a type specialist, whether it's gym leader, elite four, whatever, I want to know, what do you think each one would be? This is harder than I feel like people think because certain people in Underrealm seem like they'd have similar types.
Okay. Are you asking me this or chat?
I'm asking you this.
You're
This is your
asking
interview.
me? All right, hold up. I'll
You
swap.
know these
Let
people
me.
better than chat does.
I mean that's true. That's true. Give me 2 seconds then. Let me do this so my chat can see this too, and I'll screen share your stream so that way they can see it. And I'll just see double for 2 seconds.
Okay. I was going to say I can always share screen too if you need me to.
Oh, actually, that probably would be better, and I'll just screen share it from Discord. Let's do that then.
Okay. Here we go. Sharing it through here.
Thank you. Make that full screen. And then go here, press that, and that. Oh, yes. Is that it?
I think for some people, it'll be very easy. Then I think for other people, you'll start finding, oh no, hold on, what do I give them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, perfect. There we go.
We,
All right.
luckily, there's only 11 of us, and with how many types there are, it's pretty easy to not have to worry.
Yeah. Okay. So wild's easy. That would be ghost type.
Wild is the ghost type. Okay.
Mhm. Vexing would be. That is a harder question. For Tiny, she would be dark.
Tiny's dark. Okay.
Mhm. Yep, Tiny would be dark. Luca would be definitely would. Let's go with. Shoot, I'm torn between.
Ooh. Packet saying, "Oh boy, he ripped out the spreadsheet." And yeah, Possum, I love this.
Well,
kind of stuff.
he's gonna rip out a spreadsheet. It's fine. Actually,
That
you
is
know
what
what?
Tris does.
Wild. Yes, no, Wild would be that. Luca, I'm leaning towards. Why am I leaning towards Fairy?
I was gonna say, now that you already gave Wild Ghost, Fairy feels like the Luca pick because they can be
Yeah.
tricksters, they can be mischievous.
Yeah, no, yeah. But no, Ello's Fairy. That's the problem. Ello is definitely Fairy. She's the maiden of
Oh,
mischief. Yeah, she's the maiden of mischief. Arrow is easily psychic. That's easy.
Arrow Psychic. Okay.
Yep. Devi is fighting. No problem.
That
hands
makes the
down.
most sense to me. That's a
so
very easy one.
Valen would be normal type.
Valen's the normals. You know what? I get that. I can
Yeah.
understand that.
Also, the fact that him and Wild get along so well and they're able to banter with one another, they balance each other out because they're neutral.
Kind of plays with the ghost can affect normal, normal can affect
Mhm.
ghost. I like that.
Yep.
So you're still stuck then by that logic on Vex, Luca. You still also have to assign for Deuce and
Yeah.
Trist.
You, Deuce would be. Let me think here. Deuce, fudge. I don't know.
The toughie.
I'm trying to think of what types. There's so many types left. He's
I'll
a
put this
mimic.
up in a better way for chat to see them all too, so
Yeah,
I
it's
can
no
have
problem,
it
it's no problem.
highlighted better. Boom.
Actually, I agree. Grim. Rock type. Yeah, rock for Deuce.
I mean, with someone who wants gold, I understand rock. I was gonna say rock or steel makes the most sense to me for him.
Actually, steel makes way more sense. Steel. Yeah,
That's
steel.
fair. Kind of plays like Goldingo being the steel gold Pokemon.
Exactly. You flying. Easy. Flying. That's no problem.
Yeah, flying makes the most sense
Yep.
here for me. I was gonna say with Trist, you basically always have to play with either, in my mind, he's got to be flying, fire, or potentially dragon, depending on how you're interpreting.
I was debating between flying or fire, but with Vexing, I'm gonna say dragon. Believe it or not.
Vex is the dragon, huh? Okay, can you give me your reasoning on that?
Actually, no, wait. Luca's dragon.
See, I can get that one. She's got the
Yeah.
horn. She's the Oni. I could see a world in which Luca's a
She's
dragon.
the horn. She's the Oni. But the thing is like most dragon type trainers excessively dress like super cool and like have like the most fashion forward stuff. And Luca is very apparent and attention to detail on her outfits when we get commissions done. So like that's the other reason behind that.
You know what? Fair enough. She is
Mm-hmm.
a very fashionable person. That's why it was so hard to make her an Under Rumble.
Yeah, Vexing is fire type. Yeah, Vexing would be fire then.
You gave Vex and Fire. You know what? I can feel it. I can feel it. The only thing where like
she's not
I agree
water
on
type.
most of these myself, and I'm looking at you didn't assign yourself, by the way. What could you possibly be?
Gee, I think it would be ice, right? Tris, look, I actually, fun fact, my most favorite type of Pokemon that I actually really like and we'll talk about is Dragon. Because I love Dragonair. It's my favorite Pokemon.
Dragon? I mean, that was gonna be fun. I was gonna ask you that as a question, so it's fun to get that. I
My
feel
bad.
it though. No, it's good. It's good that you can answer these questions too. And you
No,
mentioned
I
Dragon's
love-
your favorite type, which I
Yeah.
respect that.
Yeah, even though I also have a spreadsheet. Of I also have a spreadsheet. Hold on.
Oh yeah. Let me see. Yeah, you can share your screen. I will
Okay.
switch to that.
Which ones do you disagree with? Which ones do you disagree with, Trist?
The ones where I could have seen myself playing it a bit differently is I don't know if I would have given Wild Ghost as much as I would have given him Dark personally.
Oh, okay.
Because I feel like Dark's underhanded in my book. So I would have potentially given Wild Dark, and then I would have potentially given Luca Ghost, and then Tiny's where I would be stuck on what do I give
Oh.
Tiny versus Trist.
See, the thing is that Tiny really likes what the fuck is going on with Google Sheets? Come on. Okay. The thing with Tiny is that she likes Metroidvanias as well, and her favorite series is Castlevania.
Oh, okay.
Yep, and a lot of dark types have that very gothic aesthetic.
They do. I could see myself giving Tiny flying and then giving Trist something else.
Mhm.
And then I would have given Psychic to Vex just by personality.
Mm,
The reader, the thinker.
yeah, but she's very spicy. She can be.
She can be, that's true. But Arrow also is the tomboy who will kick your ass. I give Arrow brass
Yeah.
because she just loves her weed.
Yeah. Oh my god. Arrow is psychic, but also
Grim's-
she's a fucking bubble, and like I just imagine just like like, you know, her personality. She's very chill, and psychic types are very chill, but also very powerful at the same time. All right, let me find my screen here.
Yeah, find your screen.
There we go. And then I'll share that with chat. Let me pick that instead.
I'll open this screen up. Give me 1 sec. Pop
Take your
out.
time.
Bah. There we go.
And then I'll zoom in here a little bit. So this is my Pokemon like and spreadsheet. As you can see here, there is a graph. This is broken down by types and by generations. So we got, of course, neighborhood number by the generations. Now you can see here that fairy type is my technically most favorite, because there's 32 of them. Then we have grass but then water and dragon are tied. Fairy type is only this high up because of the amount of Pokemon that got rebranded into fairy types from generations 1 and 2. So like Clefairy and Clefable were originally normal types, and then all that fun stuff. But you can see here that I got very detailed into it, and I even went into like different forms, as you can see here. So I like
No, I feel it. I'm loving this.
I did Hisuian Sneasel. I did Galarian Zigzagoon, but not normal Zigzagoon. Gardevoir and Mawile. I like the Mega of Mawile, and I like Mawile in general. And I, of course, included Absol Mega Z form because that just came out. And of course, I gotta have the Hatsune Miku Lucario here with that. I wonder, can I please zoom in with this? Yes, I can, because this is fudge. That was the wrong way. That's much easier to see now.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that was really tiny before. And as you can see here, it is broken down by type and number, labeled by generation with the colors here on the side. They've used red and blue for their main colors for like 3 or 4 times, so it's actually kind of getting hard there to like pick colors, because as you can see, we have here X and Y, but then we have Sword and Shield right here, and they were both red and blue.
No, I definitely feel it. I love that you've done this level of detail though, and like it is cool getting to see a little bit of the Yuki reasoning on a lot of these choices.
I like a lot of different Pokemon. I really do, and it really depends. And like out of the 1,000 plus, I like personally, including different forms, it is 204 of them. But yes, again, fairy type is technically my most favorite, but my personal favorite of ones that I like a lot is dragon, even though the second one is grass and water and are tied. But I do like a lot of dragon types. The fun thing about doing this too is you either like, if it's like a 3-tiered evolution, you usually will only like either the first evolution and the last evolution, or just the middle child. It's very rare for you to like all 3 of them in a row.
No, that is totally fair. I think this is sick. And you know what? Because Element had said hitting Trist with the Tism, I got something to show you now because you made me think about this.
Oh, no.
So something that let me find it over here. I'll pull it up here first, and then I'll share my screen, because This is funny how much we have in common.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So something I did back when I created my when I got my VTuber server together, I was still very new to VTubing, and I'm very obsessed with data. I mentioned doing this with the HoloLive thing. To share my screen here, and I'll also zoom in. This is the Hub World Treasure Decks. I gave a bunch of people this thing where they had to take a number of Pokemon. So in this case, it is 8 Pokemon, and you only get to bring 8 Pokemon from each generation with you.
Oh my gosh.
Into a new game. All other Pokemon will not make it. So you have to narrow down the 8 you would bring from each generation. I looked at all of these people. Not only did I look at all of these people, I then built the giant Pokedex of, if we took all of their answers combined, who all has made it into this generation. Then I took notes on all of it. So the number of each type that each person selected. And then I also have all of the Pokemon, of course, that each person selected as well, just an extra sheet, so that I could separate everything. The Pokedex by type and all of the Pokemon in each type that would be allowed to be there.
Damn.
and then all of their tiers based on their base stat totals. So if we were creating a competitive league using our Pokedex, we have that. But I didn't stop there.
Oh no.
I then decided to create the hub world Trash Dex, which actually I did Trash Dex first. Trash Dex is all of the Pokemon who you would remove from that generation. You have to remove 10 Pokemon from each generation, and we were determining who is the least popular Pokemon of all time.
It looks like Mr. Muck. It looks like Muck is a very Muck and Jinx are like a very common for that first one.
Muck was only picked twice.
Really?
Uniquely enough. In fact, Jinx was picked a lot and Mr. Mime was picked a lot.
Really?
But
yeah, Mr. Mime, yeah.
But when we get to it, because in order to make everything as easy as possible on people, I then went to PowerPoint and I turned it into a PowerPoint to show everyone the actual results because, of course, I did. Because I want people to see that stuff and get excited.
If it opens for you. There we go.
If it opens. There we go. So I did that. I took little things of taking each person, going through with every single one of them to determine all of their stuff. Then after that, of each generation, I would then mention how many of the Pokedex was selected. If we take Pokemon selected at least twice, that's 25 of them. The only 3-stage line that people disliked was the Abracadabra and Alakazam line.
Really?
For 2-stage lines, we lost all of these 2-stage lines.
No, not Ponyta!
I know, right? It's depressing. Meanwhile, Mew, Mewtwo, and Moltres were removed.
What?
Jinx and Mr. Mime were the most selected in Gen 1. We go over to Gen 2, and Luca, I remember, is part of all this. This is old Luca design. Real old Luca design. Yeah, that's from Final Fantasy. That was Luca's Final Fantasy look. Because remember, I knew Luca before she got Mavu when she was getting ripped off. But Gen 2, 44% of their decks was selected. No legends were removed, though, so Gen 2 was fairly popular. We go over to Gen 3, and then we see 59 Pokemon were selected. Gen 3 is my favorite generation, by the way. I think it's the best generation, hands down. Gen 4, 49, but the stuff where it gets really fun is when we look at certain things. Like, for instance, my picks. I disliked Water type the most, but also Water has the most Pokemon, so it's not surprising.
Yes.
My favorite type is Grass type, by the way, but Dragon has so few Pokemon, very like multiple times it wasn't selected that often. Then we get to the unique Pokemon within our choices. So you can see, while there are 131 Water picks, there are 59 different Pokemon who absorbed 131 of those choices across the participants. And the most hated Pokemon, hands down, is Bruxish. Not surprising.
I'm not surprised. Was Rellor out when this happened?
Rellor was not out yet. Gen 9 had not come out just yet.
Yep, that's now the most hated is Rellor. Is the poop.
Of course, it's gotta be hated. I mean, I don't blame them. I'm not the biggest fan of Rellor, but I think Bruxish I still hate more. And then Treasure Decks, I'll just scroll to the bottom so we can get to it real quick. You can probably guess pretty easily who the most popular, or who's up there. You might not be able to get it on an immediate guess, but the most popular Pokemon, Gen 9 was out by this point.
Is it Tinkaton?
It's Tinkaton.
So,
Tinkaton took it with 7 votes.
Fun fact, that actually was the most liked Pokemon when Gen 9 came out, was Tinkaton.
I'm not surprised.
It beat out Pikachu, and then afterwards, Meowscarada was #1. Fun fact.
I'm not surprised by that either. I know Greninja was also #1 for a while.
It was. No, actually, Pikachu is not the #1 pick a lot of the times nowadays, and neither is Charizard. Pikachu is usually like #9. A lot of people are liking other designs that they come out with, and Tinkaton is very, very popular here in Japan. They like that cute look. They like that she's strong but cute, and Japan loves that look of different types of Pokemon. And if you want to know the meme of, oh, every Pokemon is somebody's favorite Pokemon, yes, that is true. It really is. Like, I have a friend who loves Joltik.
I mean, no, I feel it. I love Joltik as a Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon is Shiftry, which very few people ever mention, but I love Shiftry.
Wait, that's a really cool. No, that's so cool because it's a Tengu. Yeah.
No, 100%. And then meanwhile, the other most popular were you had Noivern, and then right behind that,
Luxray.
Luxray, of course, made it. There is never a surprise that Luxray made it.
That is my favorite electric type. I love Luxray so fucking much. I love Luxray.
No, 100%. It was a lot of fun putting this one together, and then I did a thing on the side too where for treasure decks, I then took all of the participants and turned them into gym leaders and was building what teams they could feasibly have.
Hell
It
yeah.
was just you and I are both similar, and let's go overboard with keeping data on this stuff.
Sprigatito.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sprigatito's cool. I like Sprigatito.
Yeah.
But all right, back to the power washing. But to continue some of the questions while we're at it, actually. So we know your favorite Pokemon. We know your favorite type. What is your favorite generation?
Oh fuck. Fudge.
This is a tough one for you, huh?
That is really hard.
You went from fuck to fudge, chat. Notice.
Heck.
Heckin'.
Okay. I like Gen 3 a lot, but it's not my favorite.
That's
No,
fair. Gen 3's
5.
my
That's easy.
favorite.
Actually, if you go based off a story, Gen 5.
Oh, so N really gets you, huh?
No, just the whole story for it. Also, the music in Gen 5 is some of the best that they've ever fucking made.
Oh, it does.
Not gonna
100%.
lie.
I was gonna say Gen 5 is fantastic.
like Gen 5, it took me 2 seconds, but if you go based off a story, Gen 5 is my favorite. Pokemon wise though, Gen 2.
Again, Gen 3 is the best.
Gen
No,
2.
Gen 2 does not have the best original Pokedex. They have,
No.
like-
If for like the national decks, you
Oh,
go
okay,
Gen 2.
okay.
For like the national decks, if you go based off the national decks, I go Gen 2. Based off of Pokemon design though, Gen 3 has some of the most iconic that you think of. Yes, I agree with that.
But no, I do definitely feel you. Whenever people ask me what's the best Pokemon game to get into Pokemon on, I tell them Black and White 2, in my opinion, is the best handheld Pokemon experience there is.
Yeah. So, my friend, a friend of mine, Akami, she actually loves Pokemon too. She actually recommends Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon because those games were done before Dexit.
Yeah.
So you're still able to get the entire national dex done with that. With that generation without having to trade with just like a singular trade, and then you don't have to use Pokemon Home or anything.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why she likes that one the most, which makes sense to be honest. So
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair. I think that does make sense to me. I always find it fun to see what generations have clicked with people the most, because something that you often find is a lot of people who aren't massive Pokemon fans but were Pokemon fans and they're older, they're almost always going to be Gen 1 diehards. And Gen 1's enjoyable, but I don't think it's that good.
No, it's good, but it's not like, oh well, like you have to play it. Of course, if I ever have kids, I will make them play it because you gotta start. You gotta start. You gotta start at the beginning, right? And you gotta learn. You gotta learn, like the trials and tribulations of it.
No, 100%. You got to see the challenges.
And you gotta play it on a Game Boy and pray your batteries don't die.
You've got to save 3 times because you're scared.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Yes.
But no, I definitely do feel you on that. I think it's always cool to see. The next question though, Pokemon related, is you mentioned overall story, but what's your favorite villain team in all of Pokemon?
Ooh.
Sometimes I'll find that it's not the same as someone's favorite generation. Sometimes they have a specific team they really love.
Team Rocket's just a classic, so I gotta go with them.
Honestly, that's fair. Team Rocket is a classic, especially if we're talking anime Team Rocket. I'm a huge fan, of course, of Jesse and James.
Yeah,
but if we're
that's
not
probably
talking
the
them,
bias.
but that's totally understandable. I think for me, the team that I like the most, that I would enjoy to be part of, is I love Team Skull. I love Guzma, and I love the nature of, this is a place for the people who feel disenfranchised and left out.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think there's something special about it. But in terms of like a team that I see as a villain, I love Team Plasma. Or Team Galactic. I mean, Team Galactic. I think it's so interesting how none of them know what Cyrus is planning, and they admit that. They so often say they don't know what Cyrus is up to.
Yep.
And it's
they're like...
it just reflects so well on how people view their world leaders sometimes too. Not, of course, getting political or anything, but it's very easy for people to blindly follow someone and just believe that they know what's best.
And not question it. And that game teaches you probably should sometimes question what they're doing. And that, yep. It's great.
100%, 100%. I have a huge appreciation for it. So like there's something for me there. But what about is so you said Team Rocket. If we're taking out Team Rocket, who's your next most favorite?
Oh,
I like Element. I don't know. I'm here for the dental coverage. Exactly. People are like, man, I'm just getting benefits doing this, or oh, I'm just lonely. I'm gonna hang out here. My buddy got me to join.
fucking hell. That would actually happen though in real life. That's the funny part. Like when you think about it. I would say Team Aqua and Team Magma. Yeah.
Well, I do love their clash. I love their clash.
Because that was the most played game for me. That's why. Like, I played so much of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald because, again, it was like 3 generations, but also it had the Pokemon contests. And that was something that I loved. Like, just loved to sit and do with the Pokemon contest. And that was super fun for me. And so Generation 3, I played a lot through it, but also their clash and, like, the story for them, and them also learning, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this, too. Really just, you know, like, kind of, like, I like seeing when the villains realize, oh, I'm doing something bad here.
Yeah, they're like, wait, maybe this was a mistake.
Mm-hmm. And Cyrus learns that too little too late, you know, especially in Pokemon Platinum. He learns too little too late.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, I never played Platinum, but I've seen clips of it, and I'm just like, oh, he learned pretty fast. It too little too late. You fucked up, bro. So
yeah, it's like what a mistake you've made. But no, I definitely like that, and I do love Team Aqua, Team Magma. I'm Team Magma for life between the two of them.
yeah.
Even though Team Aqua has the more attractive people.
Okay, yes, especially in the remakes.
Yes, in the remakes is what I'm talking about. Archie and Shelly. Oh my god.
Oh my god, Shelly turned into a badass. Because originally she was like white with red hair, and then
yeah,
they
she didn't look great.
She didn't look great, and then they made her the beautiful queen she is, and I'm like, god damn.
No, I feel that. I love seeing the way that they handled her. Grim said Cyrus just did his best. I wouldn't question him either. I mean, to give him credit, he is the team leader who kind of succeeded. It was his downfall, but his success was his downfall.
Yes, he almost
Everyone else
succeeded.
fails.
Yeah. Yeah, they really do, huh?
But then, all right. So we've done all of those. The next big Pokemon question I have, this is the last big Pokemon question I have. We talked about favorite Pokemon. Who's your favorite trainer in Pokemon? Who's your favorite human character in Pokemon?
Anime-wise or normal?
I'll accept both. If you can answer one of each, that'll be good too.
Well, gotta go with Ash for normal. While he's a dumbass, like,
I do love him. I'm with you. He's I don't know if he's my favorite in the entire normal show, but he is he is my hero. He's my favorite protagonist in an anime, probably, or one of them.
Protagonist in the anime. My favorite character in the anime overall is probably James, because he's really funny, but he also shows that, like, yes, even if you come from something, you can still be who you want to be and do whatever you want, even if you're gonna be a dumbass. It's still funny. I really like James as a character because he actually cares about his Pokemon too. Like, genuinely.
100%.
It's just so wonderful to see. Game-wise, though... Yeah, sorry. Unfortunately, it does have to be N. I really like N as a character.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's amazing. I mean, when Pokemon Masters EX made him, like, a friend option for the dating sim.
Oh, damn! I had no clue about that.
Yeah, in Masters EX, they made a little friend sim where you can make close friends with people, and they chose specifically very popular characters, including, like, I think Cynthia's included, N is one of them.
Shit! Fuck! Well, you didn't... Okay, so N's my favorite trainer. My favorite champion, of course, is Cynthia. I love Cynthia.
That is totally fair. For me, favorite champion is probably Alder or Steven Stone. I love Cynthia, don't get me wrong. I think she's so cool. But Alder is the only champion who, in my experience, he reps more bug types than basically, you know, more than all other champions. He actually rocks bugs, and I also just love his design. He's so hot.
He uses Volcarona, right?
He uses Volcarona. He uses, I think he has Excelgor on his team.
Oh yeah.
And he has one more bug. I think he has a 3-bug team.
Yeah.
And it's like you just wouldn't expect that out of a champion.
No,
Um,
but the thing is like those bug types have a lot of things to like keep him from like he has yeah. I just like Cynthia as a champion because she has a very well-rounded team that you would see.
she does.
Yeah,
And she's so
Lance
cool when you
100%,
see her again in
Nessa.
Undella, and her design is iconic.
Nessa.
Um,
Oh yeah.
and then
Nessa.
meanwhile, I really do love Steven Stone just because I love Gen 3 and I like how mysterious Steven Stone is. He's like involved in the world, and you're like, what's going on with this guy? And then you see him as champion, and it's like, oh, and his love of fossil Pokemon
He's
is
just an
just really
RPL.
cool.
He's just a nerd who just happens to be very good at what he does. Like that's
He's
all Steven Stone is.
he's a rich nerd. But no, in terms of like for me on my side too, my favorite anime character, I'm with you. It's probably James. I associate very closely with him because I'm from a family that is very fortunate, but I don't let that like define me. I got basically black sheep from my own family. I got kicked out at 17.
Yeah.
And like I'm close enough with them now. Like we've rekindled a connection, but like I like James for that. I also really love Drew from the anime. From
True.
he was the green-haired kid who'd compete with May in the contest. He had Flygon, he
Oh,
had Roselia,
yeah.
he had Absol. Loved him. I love Drew. He's a little pissant. He reminded me so much of Gary, but he had green hair and he wore purple. And you know, as much as I rip into the purple girlies, purple's one of my favorite colors. It's up there.
Oh, yeah, you better clip that for the future, Grim.
I know, right? Oh no, I'm glad they're not giving the conception of Grim. But Drew's got green hair. Green's my favorite color. And then I just love his personality, his vibe of competing with May.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And then
yeah.
meanwhile, I love May. I think she's probably one of my favorite she's my favorite leading lady out of the series.
I really like Dawn from, not Dawn,
Oh,
Serena
she's
from
great.
my leading. I like Serena from my leading ladies because she's
a badass.
She is a badass. Serena is a badass. Iris is a very close second on a leading lady. Wait, and then who? There was a recent generation that was really well done. But Iris is one of my favorite. I like a lot of them. I like a lot of the leading ladies. But Serena is absolutely a fucking badass because she just doesn't fucking let anybody tell her what's what. And the fact that she actually like wants to have like a relationship with Ash is actually like something like that's like never been really explored before. It's like, damn, okay, this is kind of cool. So
Yeah, she's very outright with it. She's very open to it.
yeah, and I'm like, that's kind of cool. Why haven't they explored this before? I don't know. They toyed about it with Misty, but then they kind of just dropped it off, and I was like, why?
Yeah, what are we running from? Why are we scared of this?
Yeah, I don't know. Brock is
But no, I definitely feel you on that. I think I'm trying to think about it too, because I don't think I mentioned for games. For games, because I mentioned favorite champion. I don't know if a favorite champion's my
Steven Stone, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if a favorite champion's my favorite character. I don't think that's true. Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. I'm easy. My favorite character in the games is Raihan. Love Raihan. He's Gen 8. He's the Dragon Gym leader, who does the selfies and is always considering himself Lance's rival or Leon's rival, but he can't beat Leon.
Yeah. No, he's cool.
Someone who's obsessively a rival, cocky, arrogant, good personality at the same time. It was him or it was Guzma. It was always going to be one of those two for my favorite.
Yeah, Guzma's cool. Yeah. I had to think for 2 seconds about who he was, and I'm like, oh yeah, him. Yeah, no, I like him too. I like him as a trainer. I love the way that Pokemon Company has decided to like do like dragon type trainers over time, and the like the heckin' what is it? Words. The character designs over time that have slowly changed. You know what I mean? With like
absolutely.
Because grass type has always stayed the same, and it's constantly been the same, right? Like Floofy, Frilly, Green, whatnot. It was only until like Gen 9 that they started like branching out as to like what a grass type trainer could look like.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
Yeah.
No, I feel it. I think it is cool to see how they've shifted. I love Raihan's, dragon reminiscent outfit while at the same time being very like modern culture. Like it looks so like, again, fashion forward in his own way, where it's like the hoodie has the dragon teeth, which I love, and it fits Raihan's sharp points well in his hair.
Yep, so fucking good.
He's also just so hot. I can't get over. In my opinion, hottest Pokemon character hands down is Raihan.
I'm sorry. Rika from Generation 9 would like to have some words with you.
Hey, Rika's good. Rika's fantastic, and Rika's voice in the English dub.
Oh,
Oh
God
my god!
damn. Her voice
Oh.
actress in Japanese is deep too, and it's like, God damn, that woman.
No, I totally get you. I totally get you. It is the Pokemon blesses us with character designs. They're so good at it. Like some, sure, some of them don't hit, but the ones that do, they hit hard.
They hit so hard.
Melanie in Gen 8, the Ice Mommy.
Oh boy. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Yes, she is so pretty. Fuck.
She is. She's gorgeous. She's just absolutely gorgeous.
And she's curvy too. The fact that Pokemon Company has been doing more curvy designs too, I have been in love with. And I'm just like,
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for not showing just straight up stereotypical, like, normal type sizes. I swear, Gen 9, they made everybody hot, and it's so annoying.
They did. They did. I'm totally with you on that, but oh, okay. Well, we could easily be on Pokemon forever. So to move it next, here, let's go for a hot gaming take.
Oh boy.
What is a popular game or series that you simply don't like, and if you even dare to go further, that you think is bad and overrated? If you don't want to go that far, you can just say, well,
No,
I just can't get into blank.
I'm thinking. I would say GTA, actually, to be honest with you.
Oh, not a GTA fan.
No, I am not a GTA fan. And I seriously think it's overhyped, to be honest with you. Honestly. Like,
That is a
yes,
hot take with the next GTA on the horizon.
I'm sorry,
eventually.
I know you guys are excited, but I seriously think it is a little overhyped, and people are hyping it up too much. It's similar to like how Silksong got really, really overhyped, and then everybody started jumping on playing Hollow Knight and whatnot. And I don't like I don't like GTA. I don't like them. Like, I know a lot of people say Call of Duty, blah, 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 whatnot. Yeah, I don't like the Call of Duty series, but that's like the most commonly...
That's not much of a hot take,
That's not much of a hot take. Like, that's the most commonly disliked, like, franchise, right? So, and that's not a hot take. But I don't like the GTA series, not because of, like, that, but because, like, it's so talked about and so popularized, but so overplayed at this point. I'm just like, can we please just stop talking about GTA? Like, I get it. You like this game. I get it. But, like, there's other games you can play. And how old is GTA 5 now at this point? Like, 12, something, like, older than that now at this point? How old is it at this point?
I think it is like 12, 13 years old. I could be wrong, but it is old. It is old at this point. But no, I think that's interesting. I am not a massive GTA fan. I'll play them every once in a while, but I was into like Vice City when I was a kid, and then as I grew up, I got less and less into GTA. I wouldn't go as far as you in saying that like I think it's, bad or anything or overhyped as hell.
It's not. Look, it's not a bad game. I just don't like it.
That's totally fair.
Don't like it, and that's my hot take. I don't like the GTA series, and I really haven't for a long time. Yeah, like I don't care if you, like I said, I don't care if you play it, but like if you just constantly, it's just like, again, I think at this point it's just overhyped up to the point. It came out 13 years ago, by the way, September 13th, like 20.
Damn, yeah, long time ago.
Yeah, so it's 13 years old at this point. But just like, again, it was the game for so long for people, and I'm just like, cool, awesome, GTA, woo, wow, amazing. If you talk about like game genres, I think I actually have a really hard time getting into visual novels. I don't dislike them, I just don't have the drive to play them, and I understand the appeal for them. I just don't like them because I can't really get into them is the big thing for me on those, personally.
No, that's totally fair. I like visual novels, but I'm in a similar boat where like it has to be really quick to catch me if I'm going to enjoy it. And like there are some that definitely get me. And as someone who wants to be a voice actor, visual novels are something that I naturally want to aim to voice in.
Oh no, that's totally fair. I will not play them. However, I highly respect them for the genre that they are, and they get people to read. Funnily enough, people actually fucking will read when they play light novels.
No, absolutely. But no, I feel it. Grim had asked, is Yuki a Red Dead fan? Grim's a huge Red Dead Redemption
I've
fan.
never played Red Dead. I've never played it.
Oh, well, if you play Red Dead 2, you don't need to play the first one. You need to play the second one.
I've tried the Witcher series, and I didn't really... I played it a little bit, but it was kind of hard for me to get into for the Witcher series as well, which is kind of a bummer. And I know that's also the same game studio company, CD Projekt Red, right? They did both of those?
I think Red Dead's Rockstar.
Is Red Dead Rockstar? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Red Dead's Rockstar. CD Projekt Red was Cyberpunk and
That's it.
Witcher, I think.
That's it. Yeah, I'm just not really... Actually, yeah, I'm not really a Rockstar fan on the game-wise, to be honest with you.
That's
They're
totally
not
fair.
really, yeah, it's just not really my type of games that I want to sit down and enjoy. I don't really know why, but it just is, to be honest.
Yeah, no, nothing wrong with that at all. I think it's interesting you gave what I think is a very interesting take, because GTA being picked. She said that's why I asked, because she didn't like GTA, so I wonder if she thought it was overhyped too.
Red Dead Redemption isn't overhyped, to be honest, because there's actually, like, I don't know.
It has a genuine story.
Yeah, that's the... Yep, exactly. Red Dead has a story.
Not to say GTA doesn't, but Red Dead 2's story is acknowledged by so many people for being one of the best storytelling stories in gaming.
Am I talking about San Andreas? I am talking about GTA 5. I am not talking about San Andreas.
She's also just like having fun being an issue. You don't have to worry.
I know she is, but I'm not talking about on San Andreas. I'm talking about GTA 5 specifically, which is different. Sorry.
All you had to do was follow the damn train, CJ. But no, I feel ya. I like that you gave a genuine hot take, not a very easy one. I was waiting for Fortnite, and I was like, that's too easy.
I play Fortnite once in a blue moon, so like, I can't say I dislike it when I play it. You know what I mean?
Totally fair. All right, next question for you. This is the last gaming question. If Yuki Tsukimori, the character, were in a video game, what genre video game do you feel Yuki would be in? This isn't a personal preference as much as today. What do you think you could see Yuki really being in? Which could still be personal preference, but...
Huh. Probably a dating sim. Light novel dating sim, realistically.
Yeah?
Yeah, or something like maybe something like Coffee Talk. I don't know. I don't really know, to be honest. That is actually a very, very hard question. Because I don't hold myself in very high regard. Cooking mama, close enough. But I'm not really a cook. I'm just a baker. But like I don't really know, to be honest with you. I honestly don't.
Well, maybe it's like one of those like cozy sims where it's like you're a character in a cozy sim.
Maybe. I don't.
Because then there's the dating option, but then there's also maybe like, oh, you're running a bakery.
Yeah, it's such a good question. I literally do not know the answer to this, to be honest, and I wish I had a better answer. I honestly don't know, because I have a hard time like holding myself in high regards, even like putting myself in something, because it's like I can't. I would want to say Pokemon, but that's not possible.
I mean, you could say a creature collector though, or a Pokemon game. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying I could see Yuki being in a game like that.
Yeah, I could, but she's not very competitive. That's the thing, is like, I don't know. Like, she has so many...
That's fair.
Fudge.
I could see a Metroidvania where it's exploring the mountain in which the spirit brings Yuki back to life and gives Yuki immortality.
I mean, that's kind of... Yeah, like my origin story is a Metroidvania. That'd be fun. Yeah.
I could see that, because like, to be fair to like Trist, in my mind he is designed to be a roguelike character because he's all about dying and then hatching back out of his eggs, and it's like he's designed to be roguelikes. So I can see Yuki being a Metroidvania, and yes, that's your favorite, but also think about the mountain and all the things you could discover and find around there.
True.
Especially if you added a mechanic like it's timed, like they're not like the game itself is timed, but based on timing or getting things done soon enough or at the right timings, you could potentially get different interactions. Like, ooh, where are you on the mountain at certain times when certain things happen, like during Blanche, for instance.
There's actually a Metroidvania that's coming out where that is involved, where time is involved in that, and it's really cool.
That's fair, because I think of like Outer Wilds isn't a Metroidvania, of course, but it is very about how do you use the limited time you have. What do you see in Outer Wilds?
God, I tell people when they play Outer Wilds, it was a really funny story because Higgs played Outer Wilds and he was like, Yuki, what do I play after this? I'm like, play Tunic. He's like, what? I'm like, just play Tunic. And he played it, and he's like, okay, that scratched the itch, but now what do I play? And I'm like, I don't know now.
Now you get stuck. Now you suffer.
Now you suffer. Because, again, it's like you're discovering the series, you're like discovering the world, you're solving the puzzles of how the world works. And that's why I like Tunic so much about that one, too. Honestly,
No, I definitely feel you.
I really have no clue. I would maybe say a JRPG as like a side character that you could recruit, maybe. Like,
I could see that.
I could see that maybe because of the aspect of like cooking and baking, and also just like that character that is like gives you stat buffs and whatnot with that.
You
maybe...
keep her Disgaea confirmed.
What? No, I've never even played Disgaea. I don't even know how the series works.
Oh my god, it'd be so fun to have Yuki and Disgaea. Plus, with the personality you put on, it could fit Disgaea's very like excitable characters.
Oh, well, that's sweet. Thank you. Yeah, I think maybe a JRPG I would fit into very well because of like the multiple side characters that you can have and optionally recruit. You know what I mean?
No, I could see that. I could definitely see that.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we move to the next category. We did gaming. Let's talk anime.
Oh god.
Obviously, we're VTubers. We love anime. What's your favorite anime of all time?
Cardcaptor Sakura.
Cardcaptor Sakura? Okay, immediate. You knew. You didn't even have to think, huh?
So I like it for many different reasons. The animation on it is very well done. So the show is about a girl who accidentally releases the cloud cards, and I have a few different, and I will go more into specifics on this. So my favorite shoujo is Cardcaptor Sakura because of the attention to detail in the anime and the manga. She has multiple different outfits. Now, when you hear that, do you think that this anime would like just cop out and use the same outfit every time?
No, yeah, you would assume that it's going to be the same outfit a lot.
No, they changed the outfit. And
I love that. Okay.
When she summons her cards, she wears different outfits, different gloves. The lighting is different, and everything is different. Madhouse sat down and took the time, and they had to change the lighting and the shading for a lot of those scenes because she was wearing different outfits. And you know, back in the 90s, they just reused the same animation cells over and over and over again for like transformation sequences and whatnot. They couldn't do that with Cardcaptor Sakura, so they had to individually change it so much more often, and I love it for that. But I also love Sakura because her favorite phrase, and this is a very old show, very old whatnot. Her ultimate magic phrase is "Zettai ni daijoubu desu," which translates to "everything's gonna be okay" or "everything's gonna be all right."
Ooh, okay, very good reassurance.
Like her reassurance for herself and for her friends and for whatever she's going to. She knows everything's gonna be okay because she is doing her best, and that no matter what happens, everything's gonna be fine. And it's just like, oh god. And just like hearing that at the time of when I first started reading it, it just hit close to home because like again, at the time when I started reading it, I was in high school and I was struggle busing with like people still bullying me, people still ridiculing me and everything, and just like everything is hard in high school. Like everything's
everything feels very difficult and feels very into the world, and there are the bad things that and really do just suck.
Yeah, and just like reading that and seeing her say everything is all right just hits close to home. I'm just like, damn. Yeah, no, that's my favorite. And so that is my favorite. That is actually the one I own the most merchandise of too. I have several different posters in my apartment. I have multiple acrylic stands, figures, and whatnot of her and characters from the show. And I absolutely love it for that reason. I also, like, she kind of reminds me of myself when I was little, of, like, that pure innocentness of, like, childlike wonder. And that's how I was as a kid, too. And so I really like her for that, too. My favorite shonen is One Piece. I love One Piece. It's my favorite.
Oh, that's one where I can't click with you. I am not a One Piece
That's okay.
guy.
And I am not one of those people that'll be like, why? You just haven't given it a shot. No, it's not for everybody. And I know it's not for everybody, and that's okay.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with loving it. Nothing wrong with hating it.
Yeah,
well, I don't hate it, but nothing wrong for not caring for it.
Yeah, exactly. I read One Piece. I don't watch it. I read it. So that's a bit of a difference here, because I fell in love with One Piece by reading it. and it hooked me on the story with reading it. I was watching it though, and for those of you who've seen One Piece, if you watch Water 7, there's a certain scene in there, and it just made me fall in love with the series and made me cry and just be like, okay, this series is really good, and I see why I like the series now. My
No,
favorite,
absolutely.
yeah, my favorite more like drama shojo is Fruits Basket. I love that series. I am very much a, if you know the character Toru Honda, that is basically me in real life. Um,
I do know Toru.
yeah, just like wants to make sure everyone's happy, everyone's fine, even to the point of like they'll like push their happiness aside to make sure that they're okay. Yeah, that's me. Unfortunately, very much a people pleaser.
I have definitely seen that out of you.
Yeah, you definitely have for sure. It is a thing that I have to work on every day. If not people pleasing so much. It's so fucking hard though from how I grew up. Let me think here. What else is there? Oh yeah, and then my favorite seinen is Delicious in Dungeon. I love Delicious in
Oh,
Dungeon.
that is a fantastic one. Yeah, Delicious in Dungeons is great.
It is so good. I read it all before it became a manga, and I told my students about it, and they're like, "What is that?" And then the manga, and then the anime came out. They're like, "Oh yeah, I know it." I'm like, "I told you about this last year."
You're like, I have already mentioned it. I'm the hipster.
Yeah, that's how it felt with that one.
No, I definitely get it. I did enjoy the hell out of that one. And this is like, I'm a huge fan of a lot of Japanese dubs of things, but I'm also a huge fan of English dubs. As
Oh, the
someone who
English dub
wants
on
to
that
be a
is
voice actor, the English dub of Delicious in Dungeon pops off. It goes
It's,
crazy.
I love it so much. They do such a good job. I watch in Japanese because I like Marcia's voice actress in Japanese a lot because she's very funny. When she goes no, she yells "Yada!" and just the way she yells it is just so funny to me. It's just so good.
No, absolutely. As someone who, like, as I said, I enjoy both. Like ReZero, for instance, I have to watch it in Japanese. The voice direction for Subaru, the voice casting for Subaru is phenomenal. It's just
Mm,
too good.
yeah.
Um, and then like meanwhile, there are the anime where I acknowledge like, okay, this is for me, and for a lot of people, it's the English. Like Freerin in English because of Freerin's voice actress is it's just so good. It's just so
Oh, really?
clean.
I like her. I like her. I love her Japanese voice actress, to be honest with you.
That's totally fair. I think for me, like I feel like her English voice actress nails it super well. Cowboy Bebop has to be
Okay,
English.
yeah,
Like that is
yeah, no, you have
objectively
to
the
watch.
English anime.
You can't beat Steve Bloom. I'm sorry. Steve Bloom
He's
is
so
just,
good.
he's
He's
so
so
good.
good.
He's so talented. He's so good. And the fact that him and the person who voices, what's the character's name? What's the character's name? Um, he voices, what's her name? What's her name? The character like Steve Spiel like loves in the series. He actually is dating her in real life.
Oh, that's really sick. I love that. I love that. I was gonna say I definitely feel that one. I love Cowboy Bebop in English. This is where I'll give another fun take. So I think Code Geass in English is phenomenal. I think it's the best version. However, second best is not Japanese for me either. French. Code Geass in French is
Code Geass
amazing.
in
It's so
French.
weird to say, but the Lucia's voice actor nails the Lucia. I don't know about all the other characters. I've only seen scenes of him in Japanese, like or the scenes of the Lucian Japanese, French, and English. But God, his French voice actor kills it.
Really? That's so cool. I didn't know that.
It's a strange one. It's strange. It's also like when you find weird differences like between certain shows and their Canadian dub versus their English dub,
Oh
like
yeah.
Naruto in Canadian. Instead of saying certain things like "believe it," saying "I'm going to punch you" in one scene as he's running at Kakashi.
Eh? That's so
It-
interesting.
he just yells out, "I'm going to punch you."
Okay, bro.
It's like, okay, all
but
right. What do you
I
need?
can't unhear that voice actress though for the English stuff for Naruto. Like she is
Same.
so iconic at this point.
Absolutely. Fun fact about the Naruto voice actors. One of my friends in college was a really big, like, was just getting into anime and had just started watching Naruto. She was really into Naruto.
Mm.
So she reached out to the voice actor for Shikamaru and he recorded a custom line for her.
Oh.
The English voice actor Shikamaru did. It was just like, that's so cool that just a voice actor chose to do this years after the show's over at this point, you know?
Mm.
but just something that was really fun. But all right. So we gave your favorite anime, multiple genres too. Lots of credit. My
Yeah,
favorite anime
sorry.
of all time, by the way.
That's my other tism on that. Go man.
No, I love it. I think that's cool. I want to learn more, so I like this kind of stuff. My favorite anime of all time has got to be ReZero's my number one, like overall.
Mm.
Um, I also really love the anime Plastic Memories if we're getting into dramas and emotional ones. That one made me bawl my eyes out.
Why does that
Cool.
sound so familiar?
It's about people can adopt these androids called Gifcha, and the androids have like 10 years to live, but they will remain the same for those 10 years. And the main character is part of what's called the termination service. After those 10 years, the termination service will go and collect the Gifcha. They will put them down effectively.
Okay.
And the story is all about the main character whose partner is a Gifcha, because termination service workers have a Gifcha as their own partner. And he starts, it's very clear from episode 1, he's starting to fall in love with his partner. And by virtue of her being a Gifcha, you kind of know how this has to end from the first episode.
Yeah.
And it's like the anime does an amazing job at making you just feel, you know, like I've never seen myself hoping so much to see an ending that I would want. And I won't spoil what the ending you get is, but the ending I got, I bawled my eyes out, and my roommates were looking over at me. Chele literally at one point, because they're not used to me showing like sad emotions very often, and Chele looks over at me and he goes, are you okay? And I was like, no, no. I was literally bawling my eyes out, like half sobbing. It's like, I don't think crying is a weakness at all. It's just I don't cry that often. But that movie that show, and then the movie Silent Voice made me just lose it.
Oh my god, Silent Voice makes me cry so bad. It's so good though. It's so
See,
good.
this is what's good though. One of the questions I was gonna ask you, you already answered now twice, which was has anime ever made you cry? Really broken. You mentioned One Piece and now Silent Voice.
Yeah, so there's a certain scene in One Piece where a character has gone through a lot of stuff, and she basically is sacrificing herself for the rest of her team. And she is standing at the top of a building, and her team is looking over her, and she said, just leave me alone. I'm meant to die. I'm not supposed to exist. I can't be in this world anymore. I've been told I'm not supposed to exist. I can't exist. And they tell her, like, is that really what you mean? Is that really truly what you want? Say it to us. And she can't. And she instead screams at the top of her lungs, I want to live. And it breaks that, right? That broke me. Because like her entire life, she's told you're not supposed to exist. You aren't supposed to be here. And then she screams, I want to live. That just fucking hit me so hard. A Silent Voice, yeah, has broken me. Fruits Basket, several times has broken me. Any of the stories of any of the characters in that, Toru especially, her whole journey with that, Kyo, all the characters in that series have made me cry my eyes out. And I cry super easily because I'm a very emotional person. That's just how I am, how I've always been.
No, totally fair. Nothing wrong with that. But no, I feel it. I was gonna say ReZero has done that to me, where I've cried multiple times at ReZero, both positive, happy tears and sad tears. I was so moved by a speech at one point. And it's not like it's the world's best speech, but it moved me because of all the context that builds up to it and everything. I would like Grim looked over and saw me crying on the couch for this speech. And it's a good sweet moment. It's not even sad at all. There's nothing sad about it. It moved me.
That has happened to me several times. I've cried happy tears over characters too. And it's just so, I love how this anime is getting more popular in the West, because I have people ask me, is anime popular in the United States? I'm like, it's getting popular. It's getting more and more popular. And they're like, what's the most popular ones? I'm like, mostly shonen, but other series are slowly getting there too. But mostly a lot of the shonen that people know, like One Piece, Dragon Ball. And they ask me, wait, what about Doraemon? What about Crayon Shin-chan? I'm like, no. But I say, nope. People don't even know what the fuck those are usually.
No, absolutely. But no, I do love seeing it get more popular. It's nice to have like this shift in culture where it's not becoming like a bad thing to enjoy it.
It's the popular thing now is to like anime.
Absolutely. And it's like you have your classics, of course. I see so many people wearing Dragon Ball shirts and Naruto shirts.
Oh yeah.
And I love it. I've just the fact that people are watching in general is nice because like I'm not the biggest shonen guy. I'm gonna be 100% real. The most shonen I get because it's ReZero seinen. The most shonen I tend to get into is like I love sports anime. I love Haikyuu.
Ah.
I love Kuroko no Basket.
Yep. Yep.
But no, I definitely feel you on how some of them can definitely get like hit and make you cry in so many different ways. It's cool. Um, what about super popular anime? Are there any super popular anime that you just can't enjoy? Like ones that, you can't find yourself getting into it even though everybody wants you to?
Chainsaw Man.
I'm with you there. I thought about Chainsaw Man with people because I was reading Chainsaw Man when it was still first serializing, like in the very beginning. And I was like, okay, I'm enjoying this at the start, and then it fell off for me so hard.
I can't get into Chainsaw Man because the main character is a high schooler. And I get it, story, plot, all that fun stuff, but I hate those type of relationships where it's like the high schooler falls in love with like the teacher or the adult woman, and I hate that trope to no fucking end. I think it makes me feel very uncomfortable, to say the least, especially as a teacher. I'm just like, why is this a trope? Why does this keep being a trope? I hate this. And I have to heavily criticize Cardcaptor Sakura because they did something similar in that series. And I'm like, that is one of the biggest criticism I have of that series, is the fact that they have that in there. And I fucking hate it when the student falls in love with the teacher. I hate that trope to no fucking end. And I get it that it's part of the story, but I just can't get behind that. And I also think that it's just a little overhyped. Same with Attack on Titan. I just can't get behind the
I'm not an
series
Attack on
either.
Titan fan either. I was in the
No.
beginning, and then by like after they did that super long hiatus after Trost, I couldn't like it. I came back and I was like, I'm an optimist. I like the world seen in positive ways. I can handle dark things, but I like there to be a good positive meaning at the end of my story.
At least
I also don't like when the Yeah, right. I also just don't like when the world caters too much to the main character. I blame Ash Ketchum. The world caters to him sometimes, but the man fails all the time and tries. And it's like, he earns his shit in my mind, and he keeps true to himself the whole way through.
He does. Yes.
So I fucking love him, but like, nah, I couldn't get into Attack on Titan. I've mentioned before, I already mentioned earlier this stream, I'm not a One Piece guy. There's a lot of popular anime that I just can't really get into.
One Piece is
And I'm
probably
not
the
trying to
most
be
popular
hipster.
one that I like, to be honest. Out of everything else, it's just One Piece is the only one that I really like out of the popular ones.
No, that's totally fair. I was gonna say when you mentioned hating the student teacher trope, all I could think is there was an anime out for a little while called Scum's Wish.
Oh,
And
I've heard of that series. Yep.
I watched it. It's interesting because it's great if you want to feel like shit, and it's weird for me to say that because I did watch it through. Um, but like,
Fucking
it's
hell.
weird. It deals with those tropes. I don't think it's the greatest anime. When I've gone back to try to rewatch it, I'm like, hold on, this isn't as good as I remember feeling. It does unique directorial choices though, like with the way it frames specific shots. Not even a storytelling, just directorially. It's filmed. It's weird to say filmed. It's animated in a unique way. Like the director clearly played a big role.
Yep. Yep.
But it's one of those ones. Meanwhile, next question. Let's say Yuki was thrown into an anime. What genre would Yuki be in?
Magical Girl. Easy.
Yeah, you did mention you took inspiration from Magical Girl, like that's part of the skirt.
And yeah, that was an easy one, is Magical Girl. Hands down. Not like the depressing Magical Girl animes that are out right now, like the cute, fun ones, like Precure or Cardcaptor Sakura or something like that.
I totally feel that. Okay, all right.
I mentioned this earlier. I can't get behind Madoka Magica. I'm sorry. I don't. I get the trope, but at the same time, it's similar to how you say, like, it just, I don't like ReZero because I have a really hard time rooting for him because he keeps dying over and over and over again. And I get it, but it got too hard to cheer for him. And when I know he's just going to die again, it's just like,
Oh, yep.
I can't.
I get it. I understand why people can't, like, because there are a lot of people who've fallen off, whether it's because they just can't get over his personality flaws, because he has a lot of personality flaws. But that's why I like him, because each season is about him confronting his personality.
But that's the personality flaws make him not a Mary Sue. That's the thing. Like, if he didn't have those, it would be a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
it'd be
like,
boring as hell. Plus,
yeah.
he's the example of a weeaboo waking up in another world and, you know, all of his problems that this weeaboo has, he's being confronted with, or this neat has, this shut-in neat has, he's confronting little by little.
Hmm.
And it's like, yes, I love that. But no, I do get it. He can make it hard to root for him, and the show can take a lot of joy in his misery, um,
And I
which
have a
can
hard
feel
time.
bad.
I have a hard time rooting for a character I know is just gonna die over and over again. I got to like, I think I got to like episode 10, and I was like, I can't keep this up. I can't. I think it was the one where he was trying to solve not it was after he read Rem and Ram. It was like a little after that I had a hard time with it. I think it was
No,
when he was
that's
trying
fair.
to save Emilia from something. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
he's
still.
dealing with the witch's call. He's dealing with Betelgeuse
Yes.
at that point.
That one. Yep, that's it.
And there's the creepy, like, licking his eyeball scene and stuff while he's getting tortured. And then him kind of
Yeah,
giving
that's
up
it.
for a little
Yep.
bit.
Yep, that one I couldn't. Nope, I couldn't after that point. Yep.
No, I totally get it. I totally respect it. It's, as I said, like, it is one of those ones that it doesn't get everybody. It gets me, but I'm also someone who, my character as a VTuber dies and comes back to life a lot. So I take clear inspiration in my mind. But all right, here's some rapid fire anime questions.
Okay.
What anime do you think has the best music?
You asked me one of the hardest questions.
I know. This is a tough one. You can go with, if you want to split it into, this anime has the best, like, openings, endings.
Studio Ghibli has
overall.
the best music.
Okay, yeah, Studio Ghibli has great music. I feel that.
Mhm.
I think Naruto has the best music. As much as it's not my favorite show, I fucking love Naruto music.
The openings and endings are really good. I know you haven't watched One Piece. One Piece actually does have a lot of good music, to be honest with you on that one.
No, that's fair. I've heard One Piece. One of my roommates used to watch it loudly in the room.
Are you calling him out right now? Is that what's happening?
No, that's not the guy who's in here. The guy who's in here, if he's still here, he knows. Grim asked if you've watched Granbelm.
I don't even know what that is.
I think it's a magical girl one, but I don't know.
Oh, wait. No,
I haven't seen that one. I think she's told me about this one.
Oh, now I feel
But okay, yeah. So Studio Ghibli, that's fair. Next up, rapid fire. Best fight scene in anime. When you think anime fight scene that's amazing, what comes to mind?
the fight between Luffy and Kaido when Gear 4 is revealed.
I think I know that because you just said that Gear 4 is revealed. I've Twitter freak out about that scene.
Oh, that fight scene's so good. The animation frames. They have hidden cell animations in it in like 2 to 3 seconds. They put shit in there. It's amazing. It's so fucking cool. Within like a fraction of a second, they put in details that you wouldn't be able to see normally. That's how good that's
sick. I feel that. I was gonna say on my end, when I think of it, the two that come to mind the most are Kakashi versus Obito in Naruto, when it's just the music and silence, just them fist fighting. I am weak for a good fist fight.
I will say a lot of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood fights are really good.
Absolutely.
The person who does the work for that for Studio Bones, the guy who's famous for the cube work, who worked on My Hero Academia, he's the one who did the cube scene between which Todoroki and Bakugo, and the cement guy had to throw up the cubes. He's the one who animated that, to give you context for like recent animation.
No, I feel it.
Like what that is. I love his work. He does a great job in Full Metal Alchemist, and I love a lot of Full Metal Alchemist's fight scenes because of his work. Because he's such a fucking good job. Oh my god, I love his work.
I totally feel it. I was gonna say the second one that I was gonna list was Bakugo versus Midoriya in their second fight in My Hero Academia.
Yep, and he helps animate that too. Yep.
That fight is so fucking clean. Also, it surprises the watcher, which I love that. It surprised me. I genuinely did not expect the conclusion to that fight. And Bakugo's my favorite character in My Hero, so he's up there. He's top 2 for me. It's him, and then it's the Tendo. Or not Tendo, I think his name's Tendo. The quake guy, the earthquake guy who touches the ground and he's an asshole secretly.
Fuck, I don't remember.
He was in the when they were doing the little hero disaster simulation exams. He was the one who had like the black. He looks like he's like a dark Midoriya counter when you first.
Yeah, he's from one of the rival schools. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He's the one who seems super nice and friendly and smiley, and then it's actually like, no, he's a dick.
He's Kabaru. He's the series Kabaru. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, next up we have. Let's see. We already talked about anime making you cry, so then we'll jump into the hot seat. We're getting real close to the end here.
Any more rapid fires for me? We were on that.
Any more what?
Rapid fires.
Oh yeah, no, we're good on the rapid fires.
Okay.
So next up, hot seat. These are going to be quicker ones too. They're hot seat questions that usually people debate in the VTuber community to some degree or about VTubers.
Okay.
First off, chasing trends. Do you think that's the best way to grow as a streamer?
It can and can't. Depends on the situation.
Totally fair. All right,
Like,
next up. Oh yeah, go ahead. Continue.
I
Elaborate.
like it depends on the trend. Like the quick Twitter post trends. Yeah, sure, that could work. Playing a popular game, I don't think that's gonna help you. No, you're gonna want to wait like a week or two after everyone else has played it and watch their favorite streamer play it.
Hello said the same thing. You're in similarity there.
Yeah, like after a week, wait to play that popular game a week after, unless it's a game you've been planning to play for a while, and then your community is gonna stick around and watch it. Because my community knows I like Silk Song and Deltarune. They still showed up the past two, even when they're like, I'm trying to avoid spoilers, but they'll still be there, which is great because that's like what you want. Yeah.
No, totally fair. All right, next up. What's something shitty about being a VTuber that the average outsider wouldn't know?
The amount of money it takes to actually
That
get
is
everything working.
absolutely fair. It is expensive. It is hard. You can do it cheaper, but if your goal is to legitimately like get into the scene, you're gonna spend money.
God, the amount of cables and wires and technical know-how that you have to know as a VTuber is way more than you would expect. I don't just turn on a camera. I have so much other shit I have to run in the background for all this. You have to figure out the program that you'll use for your model. You have to figure out all these things, and it just gets so, oh my god, it's so much that the typical outsider looks at and they're like, that's easy. It's like, no.
No, I definitely feel it. All right. Next up, do you think VTubers judge each other based on follower counts? Have you ever felt like you've been judged on yours?
Yes, and yes on that one. Yes, I agree. You look at a big streamer, you see their numbers, and you're like, I can't read this person. I can't talk to this person. I'm too small. And you judge them based on that because you're like, why would they give me the time of day? Which most people figured out. Like, that's not how that works. But it's still nerve-wracking, you know? Like, you don't want to deal with that. And yes, I do feel like I have been judged for my follower count, because I tried to get into a few other groups for Underrealm, and my follower count was just not what they were looking for, because they would go with everybody who was bigger than them or on the same level. And it sucks. It really sucked. It was hard.
No, absolutely. All right, how much do you include real life in your streaming? Do you ever talk about your real life in stream?
I talk about my work. I talk about work all the fucking time.
That's fair. How about, have you ever dealt with problematic viewers not respecting, like, maybe parasocial people who aren't taking a hint or,
Oh, very much so. I had a viewer who very much was, like, wanting to talk with me all the time, and I was like, hey, I can't. I'm sorry. I don't have the time for this. I'm being polite. I literally cannot. I don't know you like this. Like, please, can we please, like, separate this? Like, you are somebody who enjoys my content, but I am not here to, like, yap with you. I don't know you that well, and it's gonna take a while to even get to know me that well, because you only show up in my chats, but outside of that, you don't talk to me, and you only really respond to this. No. Yes, I've had that issue before.
No, absolutely. I definitely feel that. How do you feel about corporate VTubers? Do you think the hate that a lot of the community gives them is warranted?
No, I don't think it's warranted at all. I think that the only time it should be warranted is if they are being a bad person. That's the only time, really, I think that they should have the hate towards them if they're being a bad person. Like, if they come out as, like, I don't know, rude as fuck. That's, like, the only time I think they would deserve that hate. Otherwise, corporate VTubers, it's a job. Like, they're doing a job. Like, you can't hate them for their job. Like, come on now.
No, you and Elle are same page there. I'm with you on that one too. Next up, drama is super common in VTubing. How do you handle it? How do you approach drama?
Does it involve me or not me?
Let's say it involves somebody you know, someone you're friends with.
Oh, I try to find out what's going on from their side and then find out from the outside, and then only if I need to talk to them about it will I. Otherwise, I will quietly just, figure out what's going on before talking with them about it. Because eventually, if they're my friend, they'll come and talk to me about it. They will. if they don't, then I will need to. Eventually, I'll be able to talk with them about it. But if they're my friend, I should be able to talk with them about it.
No, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. Okay, next up. Do you feel that lewd tubers have an advantage in channel growth?
No, I do not. I do not agree with that at all. Because for some, it can be very off-putting. I did it for a short period of time. However, I haven't done a lot of the lewd tubing stuff for a while now because I'm going through a lot of stuff behind the scenes, which I'm very open about. I just recently got divorced, and I'm currently just like not sure if I want to pursue that right now. So yeah, no, it does not affect growth at all. I personally feel.
No, that's totally fair. With Elo, what was said and something that other people have said sometimes, and I think it's good to have a variety of opinions, is it might help with initial impressions, but it doesn't help with staying power.
It does not. I agree with that statement. Yep.
Yeah. All right, now we go to our last section. There's like a small set of questions within there. First off, what would you consider your greatest strength as a VTuber? If you were given an appeal to yourself, I know you said it's hard for you to give yourself any compliments, so this is a good practice in that. Give yourself a compliment here. What is something that you think is a good selling point of Yuki Tsukimori streams?
I can yap for a long time.
That is a good skill.
I can yap. I think people have said this before. This is the only time I'll give myself this compliment. I think I am a very nice person. And because of that,
I think so too.
It makes me approachable. And it makes people feel comfortable. And I think that's the thing that is me. God damn it, Element, I hate you. He clipped me complimenting myself. And I think that's my strongest point and makes me uniquely me is because of that. And I think that's what was the original question? I'm so sorry.
It's your biggest strengths. I think that's a good strength. You're listing it. Like that is absolutely a strength. Is you are yap, you can yap, you are nice. I would also have said you know how to foster a good, cozy, nice community. I think that's harder than a lot of people give credit for. It takes a lot to be able to keep your chat behaving in a positive way or in a welcoming way.
I don't know how the fuck I did that, Tris. I'm not gonna lie.
What was that?
I don't know how the fuck I did that, Tris. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, listen, you did it though. It's a strength. It's something you've got going for you.
Yeah,
But okay. Next one. Are there any moments you consider highlights in your VTubing career?
joining Underrealm and getting my 2.0 model finally.
Honestly, fair. I think those both make sense. Luckily, we won't have to go to the next stage, so we'll just do some quick chatting while we finish up these last set of questions.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, I'll go to my just chatting screen and we'll go there. Perfect.
Sounds good. I'll close this out too. Boom. Oh, this little compilation.
Yeah.
All right. So the next question, and for me, I'll also mention one of my highlights too, because I like chiming in as well. Joining Underrealm is definitely a big highlight for me. I feel like it was a very fun process getting to meet everyone, and all of the ways it's inspired me as a VTuber has been phenomenal. I always feel something for that. And then for me, another really big thing that is just often, it very much tends to be a highlight is when someone in my chat can tell me that I've inspired them in some way.
Yeah.
When like a chatter of mine mentions they're writing a story or doing a fan fiction because they thought of something, or someone does a piece of fan art, no matter what the quality is, I find myself so happy, so unbelievably like I saved the first piece of fan art I ever got, and it was a complete joke. It was just someone drew a picture of a chicken and called it Trist, and I saved it, and I like smile such big fucking smiles when I see it, even though it's just a chicken. But like they said it was Trist, and they drew it because of me, so I take it. You know, it was a joke, but I love it.
I've had people come to me and tell me that I have made their days brighter, that I've had like 3 people come to me and said, I was going through a really tough time. I sat down and I started watching your streams, and I felt like I could get through those days when I feel like I couldn't because of your streams. And I broke down crying when I heard that those days, because the fact that I was that person for somebody made me feel so honored. Because I have people like that for me, but the fact that I was that for them just makes me feel like I have to keep going. Because, yeah, like that.
No,
that.
I definitely feel it. I think it means a lot. It is something special. Next one. Do you feel like you made any mistakes when you first started streaming, and how did you overcome those?
Being hypercritical of myself and canceling streams when I'm not feeling good. I still have this problem. Don't feel bad when you have to cancel streams because you're mental or something comes up. Your chat community will understand. It's not gonna affect you or them that bad. Just do it. Just take care of yourself first, and that's what you have to do.
I think that's totally fair. I think that is good advice. It is important to keep your mental, because if you don't, you're going to end up quitting anyways. You won't be happy. All right, next up. Let's go find this one. All right, a feeling many VTubers express is jealousy over seeing others explode in popularity. Do you ever get those feelings? Do you ever obsess over numbers? And how do you handle it?
I sometimes get it, but at the end of the day, it's more just like, well then, time for me to keep doing my best and not compare myself to them, because my stream schedule and my community is different from theirs. What I do is different from them. We're not the same. And I've had to accept that, and that was something I had to learn. It happens from time to time. Hi, Cadence, how are you? Yes, you do. And that is something that I've had to learn to like not have, because at the end of the day, I'm not them. They're not me. My content's different from theirs. Nobody is the same. Just because they're more popular than I am doesn't mean I'm not good enough. Yes, I get that jealousy from time to time, but at the same time, it creates a healthy, like, okay, I need to do better situation. You know what I mean?
I absolutely agree with that. I think it helps. It's good. Jealousy is itself not a bad thing. It's how we act on those feelings. And those moments of comparison being the thief of joy, it's important to remind yourself that you can keep moving forward and that it doesn't have to be the thief of it. It can be a sign that you need to push harder. And it helps avoid complacency, which I think is one of the biggest killers of a VTuber.
God, yeah. Yeah, no. It's why I like my hand cam streams, because it gives me something different to do than just games. So I love my games. Me getting to do my hand cam streams is really fun. And I actually have gotten a lot of people coming in for those streams specifically, so it really makes me happy that I've been able to find like another little niche to enjoy.
No, that's fair. I totally feel that. All right, next up. What's a piece of advice you would give to aspiring VTubers? Someone wants to get into the scene. They've never done anything. They know nothing about it aside from I want to do it. What's like a first piece or first couple pieces of advice you'd give them?
Don't spend a bunch of money on an expensive model. Just buy a $20 model. Just buy a $20
Everyone gives this piece of advice, and I wish that if there's anyone watching me who's thinking about it, listen to the advice. It's so important. I feel bad about how I spent like $700 right away. And it's like,
just
within a few months, I was ready to upgrade my model anyways. I should have done more research.
Just buy a $20 customizable model. Heck, there's free ones out there. You can download VOD and get a free and make your own free 3D model. You can download free models online and just use it.
Get an artist, make a PNG.
Yeah, just ask your artist friend, hey, can you draw this for me? And have the mouth open and closed and whatnot. Yeah, sure, okay. Done. Don't spend a ton of money. But also, just do it. Just sit down and do it. Don't hesitate. Just fucking do it. Like
100%.
Yeah.
I'll also give an extra piece of advice here that I have not given any other ones before. Don't rely on the little guides online that people make on YouTube for how to get big at VTubing. That shit is at best going to offer you advice that you could have gotten from talking to people and actually sitting down and talking to human beings. And at worst, they're giving you bad advice, and it's going to send you down a rabbit hole in which you're going to over-reflect on yourself and ruin your experience.
Are we talking about that same post that like circulates on Twitter from that person that's like, I'm a VTuber manager. Here's the things that I would recommend.
Yep.
Ugh, fucking.
There's that. There are people who just do videos too.
Ugh.
It's so stupid. It's like, no. Listen to what you want to do, watch people, see what they're doing, make friends with people. No one path is the same. It's different for everybody. You're going to find what works for you, and there will be general helpful pieces of advice you can get from being in the community instead of letting some guy on a guide tell you this is what you need to do.
Yeah, exactly. Cadence, look, I've done the whole manager pay. Cadence.
All right. This falls into like what I was about to ask too, which is, are there any pitfalls you see that VTubers commonly make that they should avoid? Like anything you're like, oh, there it is. Like that's kind of a sign of a new VTuber. Um, maybe it's a mindset, maybe it's a content decision, maybe it's networking issues.
I think it actually would be maybe, I don't know.
It's
I
tough.
would say it's tough. I would say don't pay attention to numbers so much, to be honest. Don't fall into that pitfall. It really screws with your mental, especially if you just try and make small goals for yourself at first. Like, don't try and make these big fantastical goals at the beginning. Just like make smaller goals, like, oh, I wanna hit this. Like, my goal for this year, even though I can't control it, is to hit 2K. Maybe I'll hit it, maybe I won't, but that's fine. It's not my fault. That's not my fault. My goal that I actually already hit, one of my long-term goals was to get merch. I got merch done recently this year, and I am happy with it, and I'm super ecstatic. My next big term goal is to eventually get like a statue, but the thing is like, when is that gonna happen? I don't know, but it's a small goal. I think the other thing that people fall into the pitfall is like, oh, I have to be like this type of personality to get people to watch me, or oh, I have to play games to get people to watch and relax with me. Oh, I have to be talented at something to have people tune into my content, and that is the biggest pitfall. Is like, oh, I have to be like unique or talented for people to tune into me. No, you don't. You don't have to do that.
100%. I'm with you on that. I was gonna say something that I said last one, a lot less put together than I am now because I've had more time to think on it, is understand there's a difference between a niche and a gimmick.
Yeah.
It is incredibly easy to have a gimmick stream where it does well for a little bit. The best example here is people who do smasher passes. I've done smasher passes. They're fun. They can't become the only content you do, and I've seen plenty of people who try to pivot that as like, that'll be what I do, and it's like, it will not always work for you. In my case, it would be so easy if I wanted to make Under Rumble my gimmick, if I just wanted to only do VTuber CPU tournaments, but if I did it too much, it would absolutely kill any enjoyment of what I'm doing.
Exactly.
My specialty, my crux is connection, community, and creativity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all about connecting those things. So like, while Yuki said she loves gaming, most of the time, just playing a video game on my streams, I hate it. I'm gonna be real. I do not like playing video games on my own on my streams.
That's totally fair.
It's like, I respect that y'all can do it. I can't. If I have a person there with me, it's easier. And when in certain games, I don't mind. I can make the exception. But I'm at my best when I am making something.
Yep.
But yeah, no. I don't know.
That's totally fair though. Like I said, for me, my hardest thing was I have the ADHD problem of, you like to do a bunch of things and you're not really, really good at one thing. And I still have that personal problem of myself of, I'm good at a bunch of things. I don't have one thing that I'm absolutely wonderful and good at that I excel at better than anyone else, or better than the most common people. And that is the hardest thing for me personally still, is I still have that mindset, unfortunately, which is unfortunate. But I like that mentality is not good to have either. Like, you don't
absolutely
have to have that. And I struggle with that so fucking much, to be honest with you. Like, I just yeah.
No, I totally get it. I think it's important too, like, something beautiful with Underrealm is we have a good variety of people who fit multiple things. We have niche people who I would consider much more niche oriented. Like, for instance, Wild is the TTRPG guy. He does more than just that. He does, but he's TTRPGs and horror. We all know that.
Yep.
It's what you think of when you think of him. But then we have a good number of variety. Like, you're a variety streamer in my mind. Even though you do Metroidvanias, the hand cam streams are proof of that. You do more than just that.
I always say I'm a comfy chaotic variety streamer because that's not always Metroidvania. Sometimes it's JRPGs. Sometimes I'm doing model kits. Sometimes I do nanoblocks. It all depends on what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, your variety, Luca's variety. Vex might be the ASMR book cap. We see Vex also randomly jumping into co-op games with random people. We have the Friendslav games that the Gen mates all play together. It's like, I think there's value to being able to do a little bit of everything and not necessarily being the best at anything. Which this leads me to the last thing. Obviously, we've talked about this in Underrealm. It comes up in a lot of our streams. Gen 3 is eventually around the corner for auditions. So I want you to reflect as a Gen 2 member, as someone who's also Gen 2, you know, you did the same thing I did. We went through the process. what was it like for you to audition for Underrealm? How did you go about it? And just give me kind of the long and short.
So I found out about it through a mutual friend of mine called Wampa or Felis. They told me, oh yeah, this group is having auditions, you should apply. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll apply. And then I found out that a friend of, or former friend of Wilds and Tiny's actually talked to them on the regular and was like, oh yeah, I know them, they're pretty cool. But I submitted my application and I was very nervous because I had already been applying to like several different other groups, and I'm just like, okay, where's gonna be the next rejection letter on this one? That was my mentality at the time for applying for Underrealm, because I was like, there's no way. I'm this small little girl. I'm this small streamer. I don't have the numbers for this, but I did it anyways. I sat down, I edited my own video, my audition video, and I sat down, did it, and I was very proud of my audition video. You've seen it, I've shown it to you, and I absolutely loved it. And I'm very proud of that audition video still to this day. And just, I don't know, I just did it. I was very nervous, but I still did it, and I was very proud of myself for doing it in the first place. It's like, even if you get rejected, it's still learning, like a learning possibility of everything. So, yeah.
No, absolutely. I think that makes sense. And I think like, it was my first time auditioning for an agency. I was yeah, it was my first time auditioning for an agency. I tried to also get the person who made a lot of models, one of the people who made a lot of companies, Iron Vertex, who makes the models for Hololive a lot. I tried to get them to make a model for me. Did not ever hear back from them. And I talked to another agency at one point, but never really like talked to them. I never submitted an audition. I was just trying to get messages. But no, I do feel it. And Vex is summoned. Hello, Vex. Hope
Yes,
you're
she
doing well. We
was.
are
Hi,
finishing up
beautiful.
here. We're talking about the process of auditioning. This is what we're ending on, is talking about going through it. And I wanted to hear about Yuki's experience personally with it, because I went into it knowing Luca was auditioning as well. And while Luca wasn't the reason I auditioned, Luca was the reason I looked into Underrealm.
I didn't know anything. I just found out through Felis, and that's how I'm here.
No, that's totally fair. And I think it is interesting because, like, did you have any strategy going in? Or, like, you said you were auditioning for multiple things, but did you have any strategy to try to raise your odds? Anything you were trying to do to, like, raise the chances?
Nope. I just was myself. That's all I was. I just was myself.
That speaks volumes, though. I think that's impressive. I won't lie to you. Something that I mention all the time is when I auditioned to Underrealm, not only did I audition to Underrealm, I went into the server. I was constantly talking to people. My goal was to meet everybody, make them like me while they were doing the review process, get them to push me forward. And then when it was going to be the interview, I was like, oh, if I know all of them, whoever interviews me, I know how I have to act, because I'm usually pretty decent at reading people. But they were smart about it. Underrealm, of course, knows that, so they pair you with someone you've never talked to or you've rarely talked to. So they paired me with Wild and Tiny, who I'd been in the chats of, but I'd never actually gotten to talk to them because they never showed up in the calls when I was there. And it was like, ooh, clever. They do that on purpose.
I had Elo and shoot, I had Elo. I forget who else I had, but I was with Elo and somebody else, and I heckin' hate it. I heckin' hate that I can't remember. It was one of the guys. Dang it. It wasn't Wild. We played Lethal Company, but I hate that I can't remember. But yeah,
we did Lethal Company on my end too.
Yeah, but I never talked to any of them at all. Like, I had only been recently chatting in the chats, and I did not join the voice calls or voice chats for any of that. But I was so nervous. I felt so bad. I thought my temp audition process went terribly, honestly, with Lethal Company, because Elo kept dying, and I felt so bad. I felt so bad.
No, I totally get it. So I won't lie to you. I went through, and when we auditioned, Luca and I were messaging the whole time, like when we did all of this, and we were like, okay, we made top 10. How is this gonna go from here? And I pointed something out. As far as the gen mates go for Gen 2, I am the least followed Gen 2 gen mate on Twitch. I have, I think, the largest Twitter following, or one of the largest Twitter followings in all of Underrealm, but like, my Twitch streaming, I do not have many followers. I have not breached 1K yet. I'm working on it. I'm not too stressed. I'll get there. But like I was sitting there like, okay, I'm not as followed. I'm probably not gonna be picked. I'm telling Luca about this. I'm like, it's just not gonna happen for me. I was like, and Luca's like, what are you talking about? I'm not gonna be picked. And I'm like, Luca, are you a fucking idiot? You are the person they're absolutely going to pick. I looked at all the auditioners. I checked everyone's socials. I was keeping track of everybody.
Oh, damn.
And I was like, because I was trying to see like, you want to feel out your competition. And I was like,
Yeah.
I had guessed Luca. I had guessed Erosita would be there. And I had guessed the other person who was removed. I knew those three would make it. And I was like, but for the remaining three, I don't know who it will be. And I was like, I see a world in which I could pull it off. I was like, I see a world in which I'm the 6th seed, in which I'm the final choice. And then the interview happened. And I was like, I still told Luca, I don't know. I don't think if they might not pick me. But I then also said, but I'm feeling more confident because I had Wild and Tiny, and Wild and I happen to have so much in common with our taste and interest that like we were talking like lightning that entire time. I felt bad for Tiny because Wild and I are just going on and on. But it was fortunate. It was something very lucky. But I was curious about how it felt for you because I was like, I know different people. I saw them in the server a lot more, and I didn't see you in the server very much at that point. Or I don't know if I saw you at all.
No, I was barely in here. Honestly, I don't know. They must have liked my video editing.
You did good. I think it's more than that. I think they must have liked you.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I had no clue. No clue. I didn't know anybody. I didn't know anyone or anything. And I was only really chatting with people. And I was chatting with the one person who was removed in his streams every once in a while. And then I was kind of turning into a few others. But I didn't know anybody at all. I was very much the outlier. And I was going to ask, like, did you even, like, see me in that, like, auditioning process on that radar at all?
I only knew you existed through Luca, who knew you existed. And then I looked you up because I was like, let me learn about this person because I had to learn about everybody. No one who made it on genuinely surprised me based on who I think the last 10 was. I was like, okay, yeah, no, I can buy into this. I can understand how this person made it into the top 10. And I have no clue, of course, how each individual interview went, so I can't make any predictions based on that. Plus, it was such a subjective process. There are 6 people judging everybody, or like 7 people at that point judging everybody. So it was like, I don't know what their individual tastes are. The biggest outlier to me out of everyone who I was most concerned about in Gen 1 was Deuce Brickinson, because I never saw Deuce anywhere. He has no clips on his channel. I know absolutely nothing about Deuce. And he was often late to everything. So when they would have their meeting calls, you could look in the server and see that they're having their meeting call. It's a private channel, but I'd see it. And Deuce wasn't there. And I remember telling Grim over and over, it's been 2 hours. Deuce still isn't there. And I'm like, who is this guy? I need to know what's going on with goddamn Deuce Brickinson.
And now you know the meme, waiting on Deuce.
Yeah, waiting
now
on
you know
Deuce
why.
is always late. Deuce is always late. I mean, I also think it's funny because the Deuce who I knew at this point is the picture of Deuce that we have on Discord.
I know,
which
right?
is this very attractive man, an incredibly attractive anime guy. And I'm like, who is this guy? Said his name in my sleep. I said his name during coitus, like.
Oh my god. Fucking...
Oh, Deuce Brickinson, who are you? No, absolutely. It was such a fun process of trying to figure stuff out. And like, I don't know. Since then, of course, I'm very happy with how Underrealm, of course, is shaped up. I love the people we have. I love the different dynamics we all bring to the table, especially in Gen 2, just the different personality vibes.
Oh, yeah.
Because like, you have the smart one like Vex, who seems smart, adult, and very just, you know, like not gonna deal with your shit. You've got Arrow, who's the tomboy badass. You've got you, who I think is the brightest, smiliest, like nice one of Gen 2. Luca plays a very good middle ground where she feels like the girl next door vibe in my mind.
Oh yeah, she does. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then of course you've got me, and it's like, it's hard to top perfection. So like, it's great that you all have this. Seems smart. Yeah, I'm gonna say seems. I have to really push that, Vex, because seems is the emphasis word here. It's just, here's the thing. You have moments where you disrespect me.
Okay.
You make jokes at my expense, and it's like, if you were that smart, you would know that you're talking to the guy. Like, I said it earlier in stream, call me Billy because I'm the GOAT. Gen 2 is a harem anime at this point, and I am the main character.
Yeah.
Not that I'm going to end up with Gen 2 at all in the slightest. This is a comedy in the fact that that's never going to be the intention, but the audience thinks it will be. They're like, oh, it's set up. It's almost like, what? And it's like, nope, absolutely not. Instead, everybody else is sleeping with my wife. Most of my gen mates are sleeping with my wife.
I am not sleeping with his wife, but she's a very
You
pretty
are
lady.
like the one non-Gen 2. You're the one Gen 2 girl. Actually, Arrow doesn't make jokes about cucking me. You know what? It's Vex and Luca. It's really Vex and Luca. And Elo jumps in.
I will happily take Grim out on a date, on like a girl date, just like a girly girl date, but I will not try to sleep with her or cuck you, I swear.
It does take a turn, right, Element? But this is true. The majority of memes I get sent on TikTok from people from, like, it's no longer, Vex doesn't send them as much anymore, but Vex used to send me cuck chair memes all the time. Panzer has, I think it was Panzer and Phantom have both sent me cuck chair memes. I have gotten more than enough cuckoldry. I'm the cuckatrice in some people's minds. But no, I do love the vibes that we have, and something I've been thinking about a lot is the different dynamics of every individual combination in Underrealm. If you know the Mario Party games, like Mario Party 4 and 5, when you put people on teams and they're 2-on-2s, their teams all had team names, and one of the most fun ones was Wario and Toadette had secret friends. Yeah, that's like that's a real thing.
I didn't know that. That's kind of cool.
There's a lot of fun little hidden things in that. And then it got me thinking, what about every Underrealmer combination, every group of 2, every group of 3, 4, etc. But like thinking of each paired dynamic for them as both the people, like just us, but also as the characters. When I think of the characters, because I'm a big world building and creative guy, I'm like, okay, what's the dynamic that Tristan Yuki would have? Like us as streamers, we have so many things that like today we talked about that we have in common that's unexpected. Like between the going for vet tech stuff and stuff like that, like I never would have guessed that.
No, neither would have I at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think, like, if we're thinking of Yuki, what the fuck would Yuki Deuce be like as like if the two characters met and interacted? What's the dynamic of Yuki Deuce Brickinson? What's Yuki Valen or Yuki Valen?
Oh no, Valen and I have, that is easy. Literally yap for hours about random ass shit.
Oh yeah, he's super talkative too.
He's so talkative.
Yeah.
Like him and I will sit literally after meetings. After a meeting one time, him and I sat and chatted for like an hour and a half.
Yuki waiting on Deuce the VOD. Yes,
no,
that is.
Deuce and I actually did Monster Hunter, and it was very chill. We're very chill around one another. That's the thing.
That is fair. Deuce is known for his chill nature too. Like he kind of just rolls with the punches no matter what.
Yeah, he's very chill.
Yeah, like I can imagine that certain ones have happened a fair bit already. I can imagine a Yuki Vex dynamic. I can imagine a Yuki Luca.
Oh god, Vex and I are, when I got to meet her in real life, it was so fun. It was very fun and very calming, and I love hanging out with her so much. And Luca and I actually, we don't really get to hang out that much, but it's more of a, again, like that more kick girl next door relaxed personality. I'm usually, because of my ADHD, I bounce off of people's personalities very well. So if it's more relaxed, I'll start being relaxed. If it's more hyperactive, I'll start doing that. It all just depends on the situation.
No, I totally feel it. I feel like today we've had an overall more chill vibe. And it's funny because all of a sudden I guarantee if this were like a Gen 2 collab, it would be the opposite. It would be very hyperactive and like lots of yelling and high energy.
Actually, I don't think it would be that way anymore, to be honest with you, because again, like most of us are actually very chill, very like relaxed, and it gets hyperactive and crazy, but it doesn't get to the point where it's like overwhelming, you know what I mean?
I agree with that. I don't think it would be overwhelming. I do think there's this tendency when Luca and I are in the same grouping that it's going to get more hyper because of how Luca and I both interact with each other.
Yeah, you guys have very much a brother-sister personality in like the best way possible.
We do. I love it. I've said before, like, and I said this in the Elo stream, in my mind, in terms of Trist dynamics or like my dynamics, I think of Trist Arrow, the characters as a dynamic, or when Arrow and I interact, we are very like, you know, the two kids at school who got into fights with each other and they're friends now.
You and Arrow or you and Luca?
Me and Arrow, and
Okay.
that's why I was going to mention Luca. Arrow and Trist feel like they should be rivals. Arrow's the bubble buddy. Arrow's the tomboy who's gonna kick your ass, and Trist is the one who's gonna be like, fuck you, let's fight about it. Like, that's the dynamic. But then Trist and Luca, it has happened a million times that we are rivals. Luca's sleeping with my wife. I say I'm gonna sleep with her husband. She says, go ahead, I encourage it. And then like, when there was art done of Tristan Luca, there was a your character here thing that our friend Ethan did for Hub World, and it's our two characters in a little sword fight in a capsule machine. We're both capsules in a capsule machine, sword fighting each other. And this person decided, even though it's not in the YCH, they added a chalkboard in the background, keeping score, and Luca's beating Trist. And it's like, this is just our dynamic. When we did our multi-asking, we did team fight tactics, and we tied.
Oh.
We did total number of games, who scored higher than the other, and we tied, I think it was 3-3 or 6-6. And it's like, the rivalry shows itself, but it's funny because character-wise, it feels like it should be Trist Arrow in my mind.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me, actually.
Yeah, she just brings it out of me, though. But I'm excited. I want to see more of these dynamics, and I think in the future, we will be getting more in the near future. Just in general, I think the total number of collabs is slowly going up. We're seeing it happen with, like, Devi and Wild doing League of Legends on Mondays. Deuce and I this Monday are playing something. I've got multi-asking next week with 2 other, people.
Yeah, I just read Vexing was like our resident wallflowers for you and I.
Yeah, we were it sounds weird. I called myself the black sheep for a while of Underrealm because I was like, out of Gen 2, I'm often missing the collabs because they line up when I can't be there.
No, and I know how that feels. No. Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong.
I think she was saying, Wild Tiny because they never showed up to the server.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
they don't join the public VCs very often. Deuce also never joins the public VCs literally ever. Valen joins them every once in a blue moon. Gen 1 tends to avoid them with the exception of Elo.
They are so good about chatting in the chats. Otherwise, you will never see me typing in like the Discord chat in general. I'm only in VC. That is where I thrive. That is only where I thrive. But that's because that's the interaction I enjoy, is the VC interaction.
I feel that. I try to do a slight mix, but not enough. I'm in VCs more, and even I haven't been in an Underrealm VC in a bit. I need to be willing to join the smaller channels. When it is 6 people or more, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not looking to join those. I don't want to be surrounded by that many people.
I don't blame you. Sometimes it's really chaotic.
Yeah, I think for me, 6 is my top. Like, I'll probably start creating more channels called 6 milligram dose of chill.
Yeah, I like that name.
And it's like doing smaller chill street, like chill chats, because I don't know, when it is, as I said, 7-8 people, it's so hard to focus.
It really is. It really is. When it's the gens together though, when it's like all of us together, I think that is easier to handle though, because we all know each other's personalities a little better.
I agree with that. I think it is easier when we're doing like meetings and we have all of us together, we're just chilling, talking. And then aside from that too, I do respond at least in the Trish channel most of the time. The Trish channel, of course, is not a very bumpin' channel, but it's okay. It's how it goes. Because, like, think of how many VTuber communities the average person in this scene is in. Like, how many Discords they have open. Mm-hmm. It's like, it's hard to be too active anywhere, much less a single channel in an agency server.
Yep. For a long time, nobody ever typed in there. And the fact that people are typing there more often now, I'm like, maybe I should start checking this channel more often.
I feel it. That is what I need to do. I also need to check the other channels. I need to respond in other channels more. Mm-hmm. But like, it's cool. I think we're seeing Underrealm itself on a good, positive upbeat in my mind, and I think it's going to continue to be that way in the near future, especially with Gen 3 auditions on the horizon. And I don't know. I think too, as long as if my schedule can stay similar enough to this, it shouldn't be too hard for me to get more potential Trist Yuki collabs in the future.
I look forward to
Heck yeah. And who knows, hopefully maybe in Gen 3 we get people who have a schedule that could more closely align with yours too, so that it's easier for you to find collabs.
Vexing has said the exact same thing.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I also wouldn't complain about some more East Coasters who are
I just make it work. I just do my best to make it work. Because you know me, I'll wake up at 5 in the morning for a collab, and I do. And I'm more than happy to, because I wanna be there. I'll show up. If you ask me, I'll do it. Like, I'll do it within reason. Not 3 a.m. 5 a.m., yes. 3 a.m., no, sorry. That's sleep time.
No, I totally get that, and I'm gonna try to make myself more game for at least these weekend stay-ups. As long as my schedule stays like this, the problem I run into is my work schedule adapts to whatever my baristas can do, because I'm the manager, so I have to fill the holes. Yeah, that's how it goes. What about 4:37 a.m.?
Sorry, friend,
You know
that's
what?
still a little too early.
I could do that if needed, because that's when I mean, I wake up for work before that anyways, but I wouldn't ask anyone else to ever do that.
I technically sleep in for work, so I wake up earlier for streams, and then I sleep in for work.
You know, that's totally fair. All right, but yeah, I feel like with that in mind, I'm gonna real quick play the animation for the transition of scene.
Whee!
Oh my god, I love my fucking animations.
It's so
I'm
good,
planning on
dude.
getting. Thank you. I'm planning on getting a new animation soon enough. Fend and I were talking about it. There's this meme that's gone around TikTok a lot, where it's these two guys called the Gnome Boys. They're content creators, and they're dancing to the song "Closer" by Neo, and it's shown up everywhere. You've maybe heard it.
Yes.
That dance has become iconic, and I love dancing. I used to be on breakdance team in high school for a little bit. Yeah, I fucking love dancing. It's so much fun. And I am going to commission the hell out of Trist doing that dance. And I said, I'll commission it with him, with anybody else. I do not care who. If someone wants to go in on it with me, I want that dance meme. And Fend was like, let's do it. And Fend reached out to an animator he knows, and they were like, here's how much it would cost. And it's like, okay, we can do this.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm fucking weak. I want more animations. I just want more GIFs in general.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
But all right, cool. I feel like this was a good success of a stream. Anyone who's in the chat right now, you should, if you haven't already followed Yuki, which I'd be surprised you haven't, but if you haven't, give Yuki a follow. Show Yuki some love. This was a nice long interview. I'm very proud of Yuki for sticking it out and being such a good guest for it.
No, it's the problem.
I appreciate that.
And also, everyone, if you're not following Tris, go do it. Please and thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. If you do, you have a chance to battle me. If you do it, you can always just do !battle, and you can strike Tris to do damage to his health bar, or you can heal him and throw an egg at him at the same time.
Oh, wait, hold on.
You're trying to battle me from your chat? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes.
No, you gotta be in my chat to do it. It doesn't work that way.
Okay,
Nice try.
fine. God.
Yeah, I'm not some hussy who puts out for just anybody. But no, I feel like overall we had a nice successful stream. I'm gonna go ahead and look for people to raid into.
Sorry,
Or
I
if you have
only hit
someone
for
you want us
one.
to raid into, we can raid into whoever you call for, because you're the guest.
Oh,
And yeah, you only hit for one, you weakling. You
yeah, I was
coward.
about to say, what did I do? Throw a piece of fluff at you? That's what I did, right? As I threw a piece of fluff.
You know what? You did say you're friendly, you're genuinely nice, so hurting me is something that you wouldn't be inclined to do.
I've hit you for 20 before, like once.
You
or
have.
I have somebody, but I'm interested to see if you have anybody as well.
I already gave you the chat.
Damn it!
How now I don't have to make the decision.
Responsibility.
Yeah, now you choose where to send them.
You know what? We'll go raid Sino, because we were talking about him earlier, and he's doing art, and that's a good wind down for stream for them. So they can go relax. Oh, no way, Yuki, I was watching Tris. Oh my god!
Oh my god. What's the raid message, Yuki?
The raid message? Well, fuck. What do you make the raid message, because you made me pick.
Right, fine. I made you pick. We're gonna say this. We're gonna say this. Let's go with. Oh, I got it. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, actually I have to cancel the raid and redo it because it didn't count the raiders coming in from your channel. Of course it didn't.
This is our raid message.
We were bred for this, you know what? Perfect.
We were bred for this.
I love that. That's perfect.
Yeah.
There we go. Now it's counting.
There we go. Perfectly fitting for the Yuki chat.
And use the emote of your choice, chat. So yes, so thank you, Tris, for having me. I really can appreciate that. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. It was a blast. It was a great stream.
It was a great time. I had a really fun time. Thank you so much again. Alrighty, chat. Thank you everyone so much for stopping by. Really heckin' appreciate you. Tris, when are you gonna be live again, my dude?
I'm going to be coming back on Monday. I'm playing Raven's Watch with Deuce Brickinson, and then on Tuesday I'm doing multi-asking with Vexing Cat, and then on Wednesday I'm doing multi-asking with Wild Oasis.
Nice. I'll be live again tomorrow. Usual morning time streams. We're gonna be doing Final Fantasy 6. Yeah, Final Fantasy 6 again. So yes, please look out for that. And everybody, if you haven't yet today, please remember to eat some food, drink some water, have some bread, and love yourself. Have a good time zone. Bye, guys.